Hi, everyone. I'm Gary Null. I'd like to welcome you all to a special presentation, Getting Off the Grid. This is going to take us quite some time, so I'm going to ask you to be extremely patient, realizing that we shouldn't be sitting for more than 2 hours without getting up and doing some exercise. So please feel free to engage in exercise, get yourself water, take a bathroom break, because it's going to be taking most of the afternoon. At the end of our discussion and after Q&A, I'm going to play a film. The film is very important because no matter what information you're given, nothing will happen to go forward unless you have the motivation, the presence of being aware that it's time in your life to make these choices, and you have the tools to do so. Also, I'm going to give so many details, so many facts today that it wouldn't be possible to write them all down. Just a little background. Richard Gale and myself have spent thousands of hours in research to prepare the information I'm about to share. It is the most comprehensive amount of information, including all the different indices. For example, each one of you who wants to move probably wants to move for different reasons. And I'm going to go through those. So we've tried to anticipate all of your needs and put all of those questions to answers. And to help all of you later today, Glenn Ocean, who is our webmaster, and he's controlling all of this so you all have an ability to listen to it. He will be sending you a very comprehensive list. And from that list, you will have all your resources, books, articles, groups, charts that we've made up. Best states, best places, and worst places to move to, and why. We've taken into account a lot of things that we wouldn't have had from the past. So don't be concerned if I'm giving more information in the moment than what you're able to write down. You will get later today, or by the latest tomorrow, because we have such a huge number of people listening. This is the largest webinar I've ever done, and I've done some big ones. I was just told 12,000. I'm not sure what that number is. Excuse me, I've been counseling virtually for the last 6 hours, as I do every day, so I'm a little hoarse. But in any case, he's going to get all of you the detailed lists. So every resource that I'm going to mention, you'll get a copy of. And then at some point, I'm going to play another clip, which is 10 minutes long. Those of you who are listening to this over your cell phone will not be able to hear that. You'll hear dead air. When you download the whole program, you can watch it. And for the film, you will not be able to watch the film over your cell phone. However, you will have a copy of this since you signed up, and you can go back and you can watch it. And that film was intended to get people motivated to bring balance back into their life. So that's just a little at the beginning of our discussion. Before we go any further, I want to go over just a few things that might be able to help those of you who are listening now and signed on. This is a little story. All the clips that I'm going to mention are interconnected, though it may not seem as such when you're just listening. But please remember, I don't see anything unintentionally. If you listen to my radio shows, watch the documentaries, read the books, everything is thought through. So we're going to begin our journey now. It's required a flurry of crisis. The latest is the coronavirus pandemic, and through that, the loss of jobs, the financial insecurity and debt that has happened to most people, the physical and mental conditions that we're faced with, Think of all the people who've been quarantined and weren't aware that the person they were being quarantined, who was going to work each day as an essential worker, a younger person who manifested no symptoms, was coming home and could have themselves been infected and seeding you. And as a senior citizen or older person or person with multiple comorbidities, could end up being sick, even dying. And you thought you were doing the right thing. Unfortunately, even with the best of intents, virtually all the information we've been given about the coronavirus has been inaccurate. I'll just give you a few of the facts and why this is important. They started telling us that we should have a PCR test, the antibody test, to determine, do we have antibodies to this? That was never the intent of the developer of the PCR test, Professor Kary Mullis, who won the Nobel Prize in Science for developing the PCR in 1996. And yet they were using it for this reason with AIDS, and he was outraged. I filmed him several times, and he said, you should never use my test to determine, do you have a virus or how much of that virus you have in your body. That's not what the test does. So the very test that they're using is not a standard gold study test to determine that you actually are infected or not. There's a high degree of false positives, meaning people are told you have the virus and they don't, or false negatives. You're clean, you're okay, go back to work. And yet they're not, they have the virus. Then we're told that we want herd immunity. If enough people come into contact with each other and get sick or get the virus, then they're immune. There's no gold standard in science anywhere to prove a herd immunity actually works. Viruses all have natural cycles, anywhere from 2 to 3 months, and sometimes as long as a year. And they burn themselves out for many different reasons. Herd immunity I've written on extensively, and I've challenged the existing science that it just does not exist. If it did, then everyone who comes down with the measles, who's had all their measles vaccines, chickenpox had their chickenpox vaccines, whooping cough had their whooping cough vaccines. Well, it didn't work for them. And this is across the board and across the country. Also, everything has been put into the hands of Anthony Fauci, head of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease. And yet he was the person who mismanaged the entire war on AIDS, and in my personal opinion, caused the unnecessary death of hundreds of thousands of Americans who were HIV positive but had no diseases. They were HIV positive, which showed that they had the virus, but they weren't sick. By taking the medication, AZT, the most toxic drug ever created, and was so toxic it was banned, they used it. And people who came down with AIDS-defining illnesses, most of those were actually from the medication. So you couldn't tell whether the person was dying from the treatment or from the AIDS virus. And yet that's what we have today also. You take healthy people who are afraid and went into a hospital, overwhelming the hospital in New York, to see, are they positive? Maybe they had some symptoms that were unrelated to this. And instead of doing a fast test, which is about 45 minutes, they did a slow test, which could take a week to 2, and they had them stay in the hospital. And then they put them in a ward where there were COVID patients, and then they came down within the next 2 weeks, waiting for their results. They came down with the disease and then were put on excessively extreme treatments and died. That's happened repeatedly, and in nursing homes as well, where the nursing homes where people go to live out the end of their life because they can't maintain their own life themselves, and they're there because they're dying. Well, if the 90% of the people who are dying because they have multiple existing diseases, then why are you punishing the rest of society? You shouldn't. You should have 2 standards. Protect at all costs those who are older or have comorbidities from being able to be infected. And we're not doing any of that, haven't done that at all. And then find a test that is universally accurate. None of that have they done. So they're conflating 2 figures. The fact that someone is tested positive versus are they dying? And the answer is 99.7% of all people who contract the virus will not die. In fact, the latest studies show it's no more deadly in how many people it kills, but far more easily spread than the annual flu virus. And we've never shut down society because of an annual flu virus. So you see, we've been, unfortunately, for whatever their ultimate reasons, and I'm not ascribing reasons, we have been misled. Now, what we should have done is build up our immune system. We should spend more time outside in the sun. We should distance ourselves, yes, and we should be conscientious of hygiene, absolutely. But we should have been doing that no matter what all along, and weren't. I give you this as just a little background because almost every major issue in life, we're told by the authorities, trust us, we have your best interest. And then along came the Wall Street crash of 2007, and over 24 million Americans more or less found themselves homeless. 7 million homes were foreclosed on, figure about 3 people per home. And where did these homeless people go? Generally, it was called couch surfing. So that was one major disaster. Many people have not rebalanced from that. And we were told that, yeah, there's a problem with the environment, but we're going to deal with it. We're going to send a delegation off to another international conference. And whether it's in Rio or whether it's in Japan or Germany, it doesn't matter. Nothing ever, and when I say nothing, I mean zero ever happens at these conferences, except when Greta Thunberg becomes the poster child for green consciousness. The trouble is behind her is an army of opportunists using her, in my opinion, to get people to go green, but only corporate green, only capitalist green, not the kind of changes that we need to, like planting 3 trillion trees across the planet and stopping how we're living, which is causing global warming. There's been absolutely zero effort to change our habits. As a result, you'll see environmentalists who, are eating beef and drinking milk and eating genetically engineered food with no awareness that they're contributing to the very thing that they're in the battle for. It's just cognitive disconnect, and it's everywhere. We're told not to save money, not to be prudent. We're not told, hey, if you can't afford it, don't buy it. We're not told that we should be very conscientious of repurposing things in our life. Instead, we're told buy. And what are we told to buy? Always something that never really helps us, always depreciates in value. We're told that we must maintain certain standards because everyone else is, and so we'll buy the junk food we see on television. And hence we're a nation that's morbidly obese, but nobody profiting from that, nobody overseeing that, the FDA, the CDC, the Surgeon General, nobody ever says, we have to take responsibility because we are encouraging our children to eat the very foods that cause disease. As a result, we, the American public, have been betrayed by every single institution, the religious institutions, the political institutions, Democrat and Republican parties, doesn't matter who's in office, we're betrayed. It doesn't matter what the financial system says, they have no interest in helping us, only exploiting us. And the energy industry, the same, the food industry, the same, the educational industry, the same. We're graduating functional illiterates. Now, mind you, what's of concern to me is that all of you listening right now, you're already aware of this. But that fact that you're aware of something doesn't mean you're going to change something. In fact, here's the irony. It is only because at this moment, there's so many things happening outside of our control, and we're finally seeing the breakdown of civil society, where people are afraid to do anything today. They're afraid of using their free speech because it may offend someone. They're afraid they might engage without even being aware in some microaggression. They're afraid of cultural appropriation. If you're not Chinese, you're not allowed to go into a Chinese restaurant. If you're not French, you're not allowed to eat in a French restaurant. If you're not Italian, the same. You can't eat Tex-Mex unless that's your natural culture. And this is the insanity we're faced with. You're not supposed to wear clothes that are designed and represent, for example, a particular style from around the world because that's cultural appropriation. You're not allowed to use some of the words and expressions because it's cultural appropriation, which means then you're engaging in microaggressions, which means you're a racist. This is how far from normal we have strayed. We are gone crazy. The world is nuts. And yet, a small minority of people in each industry controls us as if we have no capacity to ever in our lives make an intelligent decision and going forward. It's as if we're a nation of cowards. Now, tomorrow I'm going to give an excoriating commentary about the state of the world and the people on it, because you couldn't have corrupt politics. You couldn't have junk food. You couldn't have, young kids out there screaming in someone's face and saying that, you're offensive to me because of your color or your religion or your social standing. And at the same time, taking videos on that when that video is coming from a cell phone that was made in China and rare minerals were taken by slave labor out of Africa, out of the Congo. The irony seems to be completely missing that virtually everything people are protesting, they've actually are participating in. When was the last time you looked in your outfit to see where was your dress or shirt or pants or suit made? Probably where women were exploited. At 14 cents an hour in Bangladesh, 900 million garments minimally a year are made from that. And yet people engage in this virtue shaming. Now it's everywhere, all the time, 24/7. And yet the vast majority of people are not engaging in any of this. Just remember, for every 200,000 or 300,000 people you see out there raising hell about anything at any given moment, there's 200 million silent, quiet Americans looking and saying, wow, what has happened to us? So at one point or another, you may have heard me say that you're not going to see protests, you're not going to see marches on important issues until people are in enough pain. And we have not been in enough pain. Do you see anyone in the United States protesting the 19 million starving people, over 4 million of them children in Yemen? Not a march. Do you see the 16 million hungry American children going to bed with not enough food? Anyone protesting? Not a protest. Do you see anyone out there protesting what the hell's wrong with global warming when we're already this week had the hottest day in the Arctic's history? Siberian town north of the North Pole hit 100 degrees. And you can think, well, that's unusual. It's a little more than unusual, because that means that permafrost is going to start to thaw. What had been frozen solid for 10 to 12,000 years is now warming. And as it warms, you get into a feedback loop, and then a net negative feedback loop. And then one day, that's no longer solid, it's muck. And when that starts on fire, you can't put it out. It might go 20, 30 feet deep. And also it's releasing a massive amount of methane. And that methane has about anywhere from 25 to 50 times more potency to create global warming than carbon dioxide. So you're hyper heating the environment, which creates the feedback loop. So then you're getting more warm water. You're getting more hurricanes at a higher velocity, going slower and dropping water bombs that we've never seen before in American history. The snow that should be coming to the Himalayas, to the Rocky Mountains, to the Sierra Nevadas are not coming in the amounts that we need to be released in the spring and summer to provide water. In the case of the Himalayas, 7 great oceans in the world, or 7 great rivers in the world, come from the Himalayas. And Ganges, the Yellow River, etc., the Mekong Delta, all of that. And now it's running out of water. India, the most populous country in the world with 1.3 billion people, it's running out of drinking water. I mean, in a very rapid rate. In fact, the 6th largest city in India with over 6 million people is out of water completely. They have to get hundreds of train loads every day of water. And yet there's no mass migration. There was no planning. You can't drink any of the water without concern in India. And yet people are bathing in it, washing in it, because they have no other choice. So you see, no matter where you go in the world, you're going to find we're in crisis. Everywhere there's crisis. You look at our government, it is bankrupt. All told, we're at least $230 trillion in debt. It can never be paid back. And yet we continue to spend not on things that could help us, not on de-ghettoizing America, not on universal health care, not on the things that we need, rebuilding American industry, town by town. We put it in the military industrial complex or private corporations or those close to and have captured the political process and therefore have the favors coming back to them. So you see, one day you wake up and it's the final tipping. It's like the person who didn't pay attention when everyone says, shouldn't you maybe watch your diet? And they went from 150 to 200 to 250. Now they're 300 pounds. And then it happens. They feel the pain across their chest, down their arm, tingling, and they become dizzy. And they're having a stroke. So the only time most Americans ever do anything is when they're in a crisis that they can no longer avoid or deny. Only at the moment of death are we willing to change anything in our society. That's how broken we are as a society, as individuals. Now, this does not mean that people are bad. It doesn't mean that they don't have character. It doesn't mean they don't have concern. It's just that none of that is applied towards changing anything for multiple reasons. So now today, we have people who are willing for the first time in their lives to say, I've had enough. I've had enough of the civil unrest. I've had enough of not being able to trust the government, not being able to trust any of the institutions, especially the media that lies or pathological. My eyes are open to see that the future before me is not proceeding according to the way I believe it should. Consequently, I'm finally realizing the bare naked truth of reality without the mental photoshopping of a woke culture. They are saying I have to escape this cesspool. I'm interested in where to find an ideal place to live and start a new life. Okay, if that's where your journey begins, whether you're single or married, have a family, young or old, we all share some common goals. We all wish to live in a pristine environment without all the clutter, a simpler, not overstressed existence. We want to have a nourishing environment. We want to slow life down, not just because many of us are older, but because we appreciate that when you're in a rat race and you're going up against artificial time constraints, you're always stressed, which prematurely ages you, which causes you to die quicker than what you should. So now it's also time for us to desire to contribute to a we rather than only a me society. So now we want to look for new possibilities that provide an opportunity to leave our old illusions behind in the rearview mirror. Now that most of the country is tearing itself apart in hatred, self-righteousness, and a culture of victimhood, how can we find this space to be empowered and embark on a new beginning? It is a beautiful world we live in with wonderful human beings, but only if you see abundance in yourself. You cannot start this journey, no matter what your intent or need, until you change your perceptions of what is possible. I was just watching this morning a video. It just got up. It's on prn.fm. And it's about some people who were filmed during a 2-week retreat last year. This is not the anti-aging study. It's just finished with phenomenal results. I mean, mind-numbing results. This study will be as important as Bannister breaking the 4-minute mile. This will virtually radically change the perception that we have to age and go through these illnesses and slow down and lose our muscle mass, get crepey skin and lose desire and libido and strength and focus and mind. None of that is true because we reversed all of that and did it based upon strong scientific gold standards in the blood chemistry, in the physiology. And we were monitored by some of the finest anti-aging scientists in the world who actually created the protocol for us testing our blood. I created the protocol, what we used. So now we've duplicated it. So we've done what science says you must do. Not only create something new and original, you must duplicate it to make sure that it can still be done again. And we even exceeded the second time more than the first time. And I will discuss that on another environment. But before that, just months before that, we did a program. And I'm watching this morning about 20 people make comments that nothing in medicine could duplicate. A man who had not had a bowel movement in decades had to have enemas, couldn't eat solid food, had to drink kind of soupy food through a tube. A woman who was given a stage 4 breast cancer diagnosis and refused chemotherapy. I put her on a protocol, and she said, I had stage 4 breast cancer, and when I went back to my doctor, and he says, you have no cancer, you're in complete 100% remission. And he looked up the records, said, I looked up the records in New York State, and you're the only person that has ever reversed stage 4 breast cancer with no chemotherapy or radiation. And she told him about the protocol. Now, did that change anything? For her, it did. It saved her life. You hear what she's saying. That was 30 years ago, by the way. But it didn't change how medicine is practiced. So individuals changing and being models and examples of what can happen in your life doesn't mean everyone else gets on board, because they first have to change their perception. And what was important is the woman had to believe she could change. That meant that the protocol, more than any vitamin or mineral or exercise or ozone or vitamin C therapy, had to begin, as all of my work begins, all of it, 100%, with change your perception to change your reality. If you can't change your perception, I don't care what vitamins you're taking out. You can have 35 colonics with wheatgrass juice. It's not going to change a damn thing. So we have commodified the health movement to where there's nothing healthy in the health movement. It's just a bunch of gestures, as if the gesture, which is an experience, somehow translates to growth. It doesn't. You can have all the experiences in the world and grow not once from any of it. You can attend 1,000 lectures and not change a single thing in your life. It's when you decide to really change that then the lectures, then the insights become of value, because each one becomes another tool you're actually able to use. So just listening and keeping everything at a safe intellectual level, which is what most professionals do. You would just be amazed at how many professionals have come to the retreats, have examined patients and could not figure out how the diseases were reversed in 2 weeks. Couldn't figure it out, because they're not opening up to what the possibility is in life beyond the mechanical. So in any case, if you expect to change the space that you're in and begin a new journey to the space you should be in, that only happens if you're able to take the journey of altering your perception to where you're free, where everything is based upon, my God, there's an abundance of what? Abundance of good people, abundance of love, abundance of opportunity, abundance of healthy people. I never knew that relationships could be happy. Why? Well, because there's a scarcity, and we're all growing up with scarcity. So if you look at life as scarcity, then everything becomes something that is to be feared. Everything is a hesitation. You're afraid, do I really take a chance on A when I don't have any proof of outcome, no certainties of outcome? I got to risk something? Or do I stay in the comfort of B? It's not good. It's not healthy. It's not spiritual. It's not thoughtful. It's not creative, but it's safe. It's predictable. I can make my $5,000 a month hustling myself, or whatever it is that a person does through their work or relationships. And 99% of the time, we're going to choose keep it safe. Well, that's not where growth is. That's where challenge is. You got to go to the transition, and it's not linear. It's not one step at a time. It's quantum change to abundance, because it's through abundance that we break through. You either break down or you break through. And our whole emphasis should be on breaking through and then seeing the riches of all the rewards that come from abundance. Trust is what allows you to break through. Fear is what traps you into keeping the scarcity. There's too few things. I don't want to give up what I've got. The uncertainty. And then you just start constricting your whole life. That said, I'm going to give you 2 examples of what this journey could mean to you and what lessons I learned early in my life. One day after doing a Regis Philbin show back in early 1972, a gentleman showed up, a little short guy, about 5'6", bald-headed, little belly. He reminded me of a Buddha. That's what he looked like. And he came over and he said, could you come over to my home? There's a family member I need help with, and we've been to all the doctors and nothing can help this person. I said, well, I'm okay. I thought, what the heck? So I went over and didn't know who this person was. And I met with her family member and I counseled them and I gave a protocol. And then he took me back to the airport. Well, 3 weeks later, when I went back out to do the show again, I did it on a regular basis. This guy showed up again and he said, I can't believe it. This person's normal. No more pain and no more all the problems that person was having. I just want to show my appreciation. Come over and we'll make a lunch together. And I had some time, so I went over. And that was the beginning of a great friendship. Lasted, my God, 25 years till he died. Well, it turns out he happened to have been one of the wealthiest men in California. At one time, second only to, as an individual, second only to William Getty, or not William Getty, but J. Paul Getty, who was the wealthiest individual in America. The Rockefellers were wealthy as a family. And I didn't know that he owned castles and townhouses and all this stuff all over the world. He was a very humble person, never bragged about himself. He had been an Eagle Scout. He was very bright. And so he said that he was having some problems. Would I like to go with him on a trip to France to a castle? I said, sure. I had never been in a castle. I'm from West Virginia. I've been in barns, a little house, not a castle. So we went over there, and near Geneva, in the Swiss border in France, there was this 1,200-year-old castle. And when I went in, and you'll see why this is important later, when I went in, it was a mess. I mean, it was an absolute pigsty. Couches with cigarette burns on them. The place stunk. Everything was kind of like disheveled, and there was nothing was working. Everything was broken. And I said, how'd this happen? He said, well, I let some friends use it, and this is how they left it. And I didn't know how bad it was until a caretaker called and just said that I got to do something. I said, well, what do you want to do? You're going to sell it? And he said, I bought this castle about 12 years ago for $3 million. Didn't even have a roof. I had put $6 million into this place. It was really beautiful. World Peace Conference had been held here and whatnot. I said, okay, what do you want to do? He said, I'd like for this to be a place where people could come and enjoy it without trashing it. I said, okay. So you want something of a friendship community? He said, yeah, I like that. I said, okay, how many friends do you have? He said, well, a lot of friends. I said, how do you know? Well, we've known each other for a long time, my friends and I. We travel together. And I said, do you travel together? Do you pay always for their travel? He said, yes. So when you're taking them out on your private plane or your yacht or doing parties, they're always there, correct? Yes. Again, how do you know they're your friends? I said, let me give you a simple test. What's that? Simply ask your wife, not you, to call these people and just say, I'm embarrassing to make this call, but such and such is going through a little rough time now. Is there any way you could help? That's it. And he's okay. Well, she made about 40 calls. She got one response from a man named Gail Hickok, a very nice man. He was a true friend of my friend. And I said, so all the other people were not friends. They were leeches, parasites. These were the people that will smile at you and then cut you behind your back. And he went into kind of a deep depression for about 3 or 4 days. And I said, what if you did this? What if you engage people not based upon what you're doing for them, but those who show they deserve to be in your life, deserve to be your friend, deserve your largesse. And so over the next 3 to 4 years, he ended up meeting a whole new group of friends. And I asked his wife, take his notebook and throw him away, because he's been wasting time on the wrong people. And we all do that. Think of how many times in your life you thought people were there who had your back, who had your best interest, but they didn't. They were using you in some way. How long did it take you to figure that out? And how did that feel when you did? And over the next 3 to 4 years, by introducing him to new people outside of the circles in LA, and especially in New York and Texas, I had a ranch in Texas at the time, the Healing Springs Ranch, he began to widen his friends. And then there were people who were really decent people. Now, when he would go there, and he had a woman that lived in Geneva that would oversee the castle, and the lawns were maintained. Everyone had their own private apartments. They hired a local chef who would come in and do community cooking for him for a small fee. There was always flowers planted. The place was just a fairy tale of beauty. It was just, I remember once going over, and we went over on a regular basis, and it was about 5 o'clock in the morning, and I went out into one of those turrets, and it looked down a valley about 20 miles long, just pristine. And then I realized, one of those timeless moments, 1,200 years ago, there would have been a French person who lived in the castle looking out at this same sunrise that I was looking at. It's one of those timeless moments. And I thought, how blessed am I just to be here to have a friend who has something that they're willing to share. And also, I got people who lived around the property to be able to use it and pay him a rent, a reasonable rent. And that way he had an income that supported the operating capital. Now, why is that important? Because later, when we're talking about places to live, one of the places I'm going to suggest are for you to buy a castle. Yeah, I'm looking at castles. I've been looking at castles. And by the way, I started looking at for castles 26 years ago. And the castles I was looking at then all over, I went to Italy and Spain, France, Germany, and Ireland, Scotland, England. They were way beyond my pay scale, 10, 20, $30 million. Today, this morning, I was looking at a castle, real castle, not one that's broken down, one you could move into tomorrow. Beautiful, for $900,000. I saw Chateau this morning for $500 that if it were on Long Island, it would run about probably $5-6 million. So the value of properties around the world have plummeted for many different reasons that I'll get into. So my friend understood how to repurpose. And it wasn't the castle that was the problem or its upkeep. The problem was having the wrong people as a part of your support team. And that's a big problem for all of us. Now go to the United States. Let's go up to my little humble farm. It was all I could afford at the time in 1972. It was 50 acres. It was in Stone Ridge. And it was called Stone Ridge because there was no topsoil. It was all stone. But it was an old farm. In fact, the same family had lived in it since the late 1600s, the Norwegian families. And I went into a barn that was 200 years old. And again, all of it needed remodeling. So I brought it up to date, but I want to do something different. I only use tools that they would have used, no modern tools. And hence I was able to master some of my skills doing woodworking, which is one of my hobbies. And within a year, that place was just a show place. It was called the Fertile Earth Farm. Thousands and thousands and thousands of my listeners will come up in the summer on the weekends. Sometimes we'd have 500 people up there on a Sunday, and I'd be doing workshops on making tofu. And we'd make, I made Dr. Donald Mullen at the Albert Ellis Center. He was a phenomenal support team. In fact, I had about Kenny, who was one of the top people in the state police, and all the, Neil Kramer, a lawyer, all these people would come up on the weekends. We were all very young, in our 20s. Most everyone was in their 20s, a few in their early 30s. And it was party time. In fact, you want to look at the photographs of all that. They're up on the photo gallery I have of the Fertler Farm. And so people would come and just thrive. And that's where I started the High Food Food Co-op. And we were making dozens and dozens of different types of products, homemade Asim breads, and all types of organic produce. And I created the soil by emptying out the 4-acre lake, a small lake. And I used a dredge backhoe, like with a crane, to scoop all the muck out. And it sat there for 4 months draining. And I had enough of that muck that I was able to take it right across the road and put it in an area beside the barn. And I had 2 feet of topsoil over this whole garden. So every time anyone came in the summertime, every weekend when it was over on Sunday afternoon, I would let them take a garbage bag and fill it with fresh produce to take home as a gift. And we grew tons of food there. And I created systems, and it's the system that makes it simple. Now, I came up with an idea. And my idea, and this is very important, my idea was to try to help people. At that time, the East Village and the West Village were the happening places on the weekends. And I used to love to go down to St. Mark's place around 8th Street on the east side. That's where all the artists were out in the street, and you get to see their work. But also there were musicians playing. And so over a period of several months, I would interview people, ask about their life and their work. And all told, I had 50 people. And I said, would you like a chance to spend 1 year in an environment with no expenses? I'll take care of your food and utilities. And you have that 1 year just to work on doing your artwork or your craft, whatever it is. And they said yes. Now, they seemed to be very sincere and nice people. And so one weekend, we started in early June, everyone came up. And the place held 50 people, plus I had a caretaker and a barn and beautiful land and an organic garden. And all I asked them was, your only requirement is to be thoughtful of other people so you can all coexist. So everybody had an orientation, 3-hour orientation. And then I went back to the city. When I got back to the city, my answering machine was the caretaker. And he said, some of these people are very argumentative. And so I drove back up. My mind, this is almost a 2-hour drive. And I met with some people and I went over issues about, you can't play your instruments at night, because other people are trying to sleep. That's why you've got to be thoughtful. So I went back. Every single day, the caretaker was calling me saying, you got this problem, that problem, this problem, that problem. And I kept going back up. And at the end of 2 weeks, I thought, did I make the wrong choice here? I let it go for a month until the caretaker and his wife called one day and said, these are some of the most rude, sarcastic, bitter, selfish people we've ever seen. Nobody has planted anything new in the garden, but they took all the food out. I said, all of it? Everything to eat, but nobody wants to do anything. Nobody has done a thing to help the environment they're in. And it's just bitterness amongst the people. So I went up and I told them, I'm sorry, this didn't work, but it's over. And then they got really angry. So here's the takeaway message. Some of you cannot do a project on your own. You don't have the resources. And there are 5 principles when you make your move that you must have in place before you make your move. Or don't make it. You only fail. You must have the right idea. I had the right idea. Help other people who society generally is not helping, the artist, and help those most likely to need that help, and those are on the street artists. I had the right idea. Be the right person. I was open, generous, willing to share what I had with them. Have the right location. It was a farm. It wasn't a hotel or resort, but it was beautiful and tranquil and peaceful. Have the right support system. I failed. These people were not a support system. And the right place, it was the right place, the right time, the right idea, but they were not the right support team. Now, a little later on, I'm going to play you, and those of you who are over the telephone will not be able to hear it. Those of you who are listening over the computer will. You're going to hear seven types of people you can't help, so stay away. Because no matter what efforts I make, anytime, anywhere, there's always going to be the majority of the people first in line are the people who are least likely to be selected because they're the most dysfunctional. And my mistake was, and I have to own this, and I made a big mistake. I thought that based upon my gift of being a sensitive and seeing potential in people, that because I saw wonderful potential in someone, that they would end up being able to master their own dark side so that you only got the light side. And that was my mistake. When you give people an opportunity and you stand back and you see what they do with it, if they fail, and it's because their attitude or because their resistance, it doesn't matter why they're failing. They failed. You gave them a chance. That's it. And I would allow people to fail over and over and over again. And that's why today, my rules of conduct are completely different. I wasted years of my life, millions of dollars, in helping people with projects who in the end never proved to me they deserved my help. And they shouldn't be able to take advantage of you either. If someone cannot prove by a very high standard they deserve your help, then don't give it. It'll be wasted. And there will always be accusations and acrimony and distemperament. You don't need that. I mean, we have that everywhere. Everyone's got an attitude from hell in the media and accusatory. We have a whole victim culture today. I've never been able to help a person who felt like a victim become a non-victim because they mastered the art of how to identify their victimization as their acceptance into someone's life. Because there's a part of most people that wants to help people who are struggling. You know, we want to help someone get up off the ground when they're down. We love seeing someone come up, but we have to understand the person that's going to get your ass up off the ground is you. And if you can't get your ass up off the ground, then I'm not going to waste my time trying to help you. And I made that mistake of trying to help everybody with everything. I've counseled tens of thousands of people. I've never charged a penny. Sometimes I'll spend 3-4 hours with someone. And then they go downstairs and there's a 5-burger napkin place on the corner, and they're having a hamburger with a cola and smoking a cigarette after they took 4 hours of my time. And I'm still thinking, but they have the potential to do right. Yeah, well, let them prove it. How about this? How about before you act like a victim? And how about before you get your attitude up your ass? And how about before you start accusing the world of not, why don't you actually show you deserve some respect by being respectful? Deserve to be supported because you're supporting others. Deserve to be given another chance because you're owning that chance and you're showing that you're going to do better by transferring the negative out of your life as a choice and focusing upon the positive. Because at every single second of our life, we can either make a good or bad choice, happy or sad, nice or not nice, kind or selfish. And the fact that most people today are making bad choices is not because they're good people making bad choices. They're bad people making bad choices, not because they're smart people making stupid choices. They're stupid when you make a stupid choice. You're stupid in that moment you make your choice. We've got to stop apologizing for people's desire to make screwed up decisions constantly and somehow tell their story that they're a victim. Well, okay, it's today. Whatever happened when you were young, you had no control over. What happens today, you do. So whatever you were a victim of earlier in life, you can set boundaries to not allow yourself to be a victim today. Instead of somehow trying to redeem your life by bringing only the human shit into your life, and then when you get abused and used, and then cry, I'm a victim again. Well, who made you a victim again? You did. We've got this sorry-ass society that wants to apologize for every bad choice. We never cheer or regale in good choices. Let me explain it this way. Let's be very clear on this. You're either going to have results or excuses in life. It's one or the other. Do you ever hear anyone saying, I want to apologize for breaking the 4-minute mile? I'm sorry I did that. I want to apologize for winning the Super Bowl. I should not have won the Academy Award. I'm sorry I won it. No, for anything that's a success in our life, we take credit for it. And we should, because we worked on it. But the moment something goes sideways, you triangulate excuses. Always someone else's fault. My mother didn't breastfeed me. That's why I ended up being a gangbanger. Bullshit. All right? We've got to get to a point in life where we're mature enough to accept responsibility for the choices we make or become a victim of everything that's out of control. And that tsunami of pain, which is hitting us now, is only the beginning. Because now all of our rights, all of our speech are being taken away. Mandatory vaccines are coming for everyone still foolish enough to live in New York State. And if you think you can continue to dodge that responsibility, what are you going to do when they come for you and your children? Doesn't matter what your state of health, doesn't matter what disease you have, you will be vaccinated when it's mandatory, and you will take their test because it's mandatory, or you will be locked up or locked in your home. That's coming now in the next 6 months or more. And then you may have to take their medications too. So we know how bad things are. I'm going to get to some of those careers that are really bad and the ones that are good. But it all stems from the very basis. You can't be helped if you're not aware of what you're trying to change. You're trying to change your story of woe, your story of crisis, your story of disease, your story of pain, your story of poverty, your story of aging. Whatever it is you're trying to change, you can't change it until you change the mindset that allows you to feel that somehow you can't change because you are a victim of circumstances beyond your control. In which case, you shouldn't be on this webinar because I can't help you. You're not going to do anything anyhow. You'll continue to make wrong choices. Do you think a person makes a wrong choice unintentionally? We are very, very disciplined in making bad choices. We have to objectify the excuse in any action we do before we make it. So if we're going to lie about something, cheat on something, betray on something, if we're going to do something that's gluttonous, eat some crap that's going to hurt us, if we're going to look at life from a negative point of view, we have to master the ability to handle ourselves so we don't feel guilt or shame for the bad choices we make. So we're mastering the negative instead of mastering the positive. So you win. Either way, if you say it can't be done, I can't do it, you're right. But if someone else says I can do it and they do it, they're right. One's going to have results, the other's going to have an excuse. So why don't you stop giving yourself excuses for the life you're living? Why don't you just say enough of this? And stop going through your background as if somehow you've got to clean up the mess from the past. I can't go forward until I clean. Bullshit. There is no past. There's today. The only thing you have in your life is today. This 24 hours is the only thing you can count upon, and many of you may not even be alive by the end of this 24 hours. So if you spend all of your life ruminating like you're an emotional archaeologist or anthropologist, digging through all the pain, the soreness of the psyche, all of the betrayals and the lies, deceptions, you to others, that will never end. You just wrap yourself like you're wrapping yourself in a mummified position where you can't move, but you're certain that you've made the right choice to stay focused upon everything that's negative. No, you gotta surrender the negative by being honest about it, learning its lessons, and then moving forward instantaneously. It's not a linear process. If it's linear, it will never happen. Let me tell you this. Every time someone tells me, oh, I'm working on it, nonsense. It will never happen. They will never do anything until they die. And that's something they can't control. No, you don't work on stuff. You do it or you don't do it. And if you do it, you learn by the lessons you are going to be giving yourself. So if you do something that doesn't work, you do something that does. You learn from it. Yeah, it's that simple. There's nothing complex. It's called Occam's razor, the 14th century mystic and philosopher who said, cut through with a razor, cut through the nonsense, the fat to get to the meat, get right to the issue. That's going to be the most honest, direct way you can. You cannot grow if you continue to make excuses for everything and everyone that's attached to your life, because then you're not an individual, you're part of a collective whole, in which case the conscious mindset of the group think is what's controlling your life. But don't pretend that you want to change, but you don't have the courage to break free. So if you're going to start a journey, start your journey by understanding what you're willing to surrender. What are you willing to leave behind? Because you got to unclutter your life of everything to start a new journey. You can't take all your misery, your pain, your anger, your jealousies, your rages, your vindictiveness. You can't take all that with you and expect any place you to go to be good. Who in the hell would want to be around you? They'd throw your ass out in a heartbeat if you went to an intentional community and you brought that kind of attitude from hell with you. Nobody wants to be around that. Do you really like listening to people yell and scream at each other? No. No reasonable spiritual person wants to be in that environment. You want a peaceful environment. You can have disagreements, but they're peaceful. You don't denigrate people in the process. So that's where you begin this journey of where to locate. It's all in the attitude. So my friend learned a lesson of who his friends are and who should be able to share that environment, and it ended up working beautifully for him. I didn't learn my lesson. It took me decades before I learned I was helping the wrong people, and I was not helping the right people. I should have been working with people who were self-motivated, who were doing the right thing, and very positive, and I didn't. I helped all these losers. Not one of them ever changed. Not one. I cannot show you one example of one of the people who had potential that ended up manifesting it. And what they'll do in my presence is not the same as what they'll do when they're on their own, because I have certain standards. And I'm not lowering myself to anyone else's standard, nor should you. Raise the standard. If someone wants in your life, here's my standard. Can you meet it or exceed it? Hopefully. If it's yes, good, welcome in. If it's not, then no, you don't get that opportunity. All right? Create healthy barriers and boundaries so you don't allow negative, toxic, bitter, gossipy people. Because if they're going to gossip about anyone, they're going to gossip about you. If they're going to use other people, they're going to use you. If they're going to make excuses through other people, they're going to use you as an excuse. So just understand that this is important. Now, when we look at the world that we're all a part in, I'm going to start with the environment, because this is the big elephant in the room. I'm going to give you a sampling of headlines just from the last 6 months, okay? This is how bad it is, and yet not a demonstration, nothing. We had our little Greta moment, which was meaningless, and now we're back to reality. Nothing has changed. Climate emergency 2019 was the second hottest year on record. That's from NASA's Goddard Institute. Climate crisis. 11,000 scientists warn of untold suffering. This is from The Guardian. 11,000 scientists are now, mind you, 2 years ago, you didn't hear from any of those 11,000 scientists. Next year, it'll be 100,000 scientists. Year after, 1 million scientists, because then we'll be fully in to increasing in global warming to where large places on Earth simply will no longer be habitable. 11,000 scientists said we're facing the apocalypse. 9 climate tipping points. When did anyone in the media make these important for you to know? The Arctic sea ice is gone. Therefore, the solar rays are going into the water, which is shallow, going down to the bottom where the permafrost is, and it's thawing it. So you've got hundreds of trillions of methane bubbles coming up. And that's really bad. When there was ice on the Arctic, the sun rays would hit it and bounce back in the atmosphere. Not now. And that's the new norm. This week, hottest record in history, 100 degrees in Siberia. The sixth mass extinction of wildlife is accelerating. Every 24 hours, the Earth is losing 200 species. You also have the Greenland ice sheet. It's melting at an 600% faster than what any mathematical model had predicted just 3 years ago. The boreal forests, those are the forests going clear across the upper part of Canada and Alaska and Scandinavia, Russia. They're drying out, causing massive fires. Permafrost is thawing all over areas, and hence you can't build on it, can't live on it. The Atlantic circulation cycle is slowing. Do you remember the movie Day After Tomorrow where the Scottish scientist who just died this week, the character, Ian Holm, he said, the temperature rose and they couldn't figure out why. And it was because the circulatory system that takes warm water from the equator and takes it up and around the Greenland area and back down, bringing cool water with it, that's slowing down. When that slows down, it's going to cause a mass amount of weather changes throughout Northern Europe, England, Ireland, Scotland, France. We also have the Amazon rainforest. It's being destroyed 2 football fields every 60 seconds. That's causing the lungs of the planet no longer to be there, so you don't have carbon sinks. The tree system holds in the carbon. When you eliminate the trees, it releases it. You have the warming of the coral reefs, bleaching them, and billions of fish rely upon the coral reefs for their food, and they're dying. Loss of mass of West Antarctica ice sheet and parts of East Antarctica. You have sand and dust storms. In fact, the sandstorm from the Sahara Desert came this week through lots of the United States. But now we have sandstorms and dust storms that we've never had before. We've had dust in the 1930s because of our using up the topsoil, not replacing it. But now you have sandstorms. You had a sandstorm that looked like, when I saw the picture of it, it looked like something out of Lawrence of Arabia. It was 6 miles long and 2 miles high. And when you have sand coming at a high miles per hour, it'll rip the vegetation off. It'll damage windows and paint on cars and houses. It's very destructive, and that's the new norm out west, Arizona and places. This year's forest fire season is going to be deadlier. That's according to the British Columbia Environmental Ministry. And we all saw what happened with Australia. The worst fires in the world were in Australia this year. Australia is dead. Nobody should be living there in the future. And unfortunately, they've made all the wrong choices. Sydney's running out of water. Australia's fires have pumped more emissions than 100 nations combined. And who says? Australian Bureau of Meteorology. Then you go down to Mississippi, the Delta, and it's in a state of irreversible collapse, Tulane University. Now, in a whole area of America, the Mississippi Delta, it's a large area, you've got massive mosquito infestation, and you have way too much rain, and you've got flooding. There's no reason in the world to be there. You have human-caused warming causing more slow-moving hurricanes, Princeton University. The speed of global warming now exceeds past historical geological mass extinction events. That's the World Resources Institute. You have, for the first time, it was announced 3 weeks ago, a mega drought. Now, a mega drought could last 400 years. And the last mega drought was 1,200 years ago. This is from Columbia University. Now, the mega drought means you're going to have little to no water over the entire western part of the United States. You're talking about Wyoming, California, Oregon, Washington State, Idaho, Utah, South Dakota, Montana, New Mexico, Nevada, Arizona, Oklahoma, and much of Colorado. That's a lot of area. Now, mind you, this is brand new. So if I was talking about places to live, I might have suggested for many reasons Colorado or Montana. Not now, because that mega drought suddenly changes the entire metrics. Also, the second U.S. Dust Bowl will be felt worldwide. That means that we're going to have a Dust Bowl dwarfing the one in the 1930s because we've done nothing to protect the topsoil that takes thousands of years to rebuild. So this one's going to affect the world because we grow a lot of the world's wheat and corn and soybeans. That's not going to be possible. Drought may hit half the world's wheat at once. Floods predicted to uproot 50 million people a year as the climate heats up. That's the Geneva Internal Displacement Monitoring Center. 50 million people a year. Many of those are living in places that historically had been well maintained, like Jordan and Lebanon and Syria, throughout the Middle East. And really hammered will be the Arabian Peninsula. You're going to have Kuwait and the United Arab Emirates. So you're going to have whole areas that are going to be so impossibly hot that even with the billions of dollars per week that they make from their oil revenues, they won't be able to maintain it. And again, what they're doing, they're using so much air conditioning coolant material that they're contributing to global warming on a massive scale. Sea level rise is going to reshape our entire U.S. coastline and trigger migration inland, University of Southern California. That means that places like Miami and the Keys and right up through all of Florida, you're talking about Boynton Beach and Boca Raton, Fort Lauderdale, West Palm Beach, Juniper, right up the whole state. And you're not going to be able to live there. And instead of moving, people are not only staying, more people are moving in there. That's cognitive disconnect. That's intelligent neglect. Instead of looking for the truth, should I be buying a place here? And the answer would be no, this is not sustainable. People are rushing because it's a deal. Because on the day that they saw something and they bought something and they're looking out over a beautiful ocean, they don't see what's coming. They don't want to see what's coming. They're living in denial. It's coming. I went through a Category 4 and a Category 5 hurricane where I'm at now in Florida. There was massive damage to the animal sanctuary here. It took 2 years to clean it up. And so I'm not going to be in Florida. It's just not sustainable. But when I went up and down the street, and the street I live on is a mile, and then you cross the street and there's another mile, and the other end is north, there's a mile, so it's a 3-mile street. And I asked neighbors, how are you doing? Well, insurance only paid, 3 to 5%. Insurance companies will give you a check. And also on the check is the amount and your name. If you cash the check, they no longer have to give you any more money. The average they gave me was 3% of my loss. So I sent back the check and I said, I'm not accepting it, and sued and, rejected them and went to arbitration. I won, but I was very patient. That meant that, mind you, nobody could get anyone to fix their roof for 6 months. They wouldn't even come out to look at a roof for 6 months. You had to do all that yourself. Then electricity was frequently out for a month. And then the water, if you didn't have a backup commercial generator, you were in trouble because you couldn't drink any of the water. Because when it floods, the toxins in the soil go into the well itself. Now your well is polluted. They have to go through this whole chlorine bleaching of the water, the well. I had to buy whole new well systems. That was $23,000. Lanai's gone. That's the covering over your pool. Of course, that's not doing you any good because you can't use the pool. everything's polluted. So there were 7 million out of 21 million people in Florida who vacated. The moment they vacated, and the day after the flooding, the hurricane, which was 154 miles, 2 miles an hour under Category 5, dozens of trucks were on this street. And I didn't know what they were about. So I saw, and then I looked at one going down my driveway. So I went to the back. I got a large property here because I got an animal sanctuary. I rescue animals, thousands, find them homes for life. And but you got to get them healthy. You got to get them. Many were abused, and they take a lot of care. But then they, you get them either released back into nature or you find them a home, loving home. So I saw a truck going down. So I went to the back, and they had another truck behind it, about 13 guys. They were coming to rip off everything they could. Every one of those trucks that I saw, they were there to steal from people. Well, who in the hell wants to live someplace the moment you're not watching your property or there's a disaster, someone's going to come and rip you off of everything? That's what you're faced with when you're in different communities. Now, here's a question. Behind the hurricane season in Florida is the dry season. And the dry season starts around December and goes right up until the first rains, generally in May. And you've got major fires, far more than what the communities can put out. So you have to go through a whole process of preparing yourself for a fire. You have to put sprinkler systems on your roof and down the sides. You have to get fire suits. So if anyone's trapped, if they got a fire suit, they'll get out alive. You have to get them for your pets as well. You have to have ladders beside every building with hoses, big 4-inch hoses. You have to have a special well drilled so that the same velocity of water that comes out of a fire truck is going to come out of yours, not a little dripply thing. You've got to have a backup generator because everything in your house is based upon electricity. And if that electricity goes out, your water goes out. So if you have an independent generator and you have a pump, a big pump, that means that you'll be able to get up on any roof, because that's where most fires start, on the roof, and you'll be able to stop the fire. Then you have to have a backup tank of fire retardant material. Now, these are things that I've taught people how to do, what to do when a disaster strikes. Not a single one of my neighbors, no one I know in the entire city prepares for anything ever. I mean, ever. No one has a backup generator. No one has water. They'll sit out in their lawn, and drink beer. And I'll go over and say, if you have any food, I have a walk-in refrigerator and you're welcome to use it. If you need water, I'll be happy to, give you 5 gallons of water. You bring me a jar and I'll fill it up for you. I've got a well. I got a commercial, generator. No, we're all right. And then they're going to boil the water. Well, good luck with that, because boiling water does not take out the heavy minerals. And by the way, there are bacteria that can live at the bottom of a volcano, and there are viruses that can live in bacteria in the ice of the glaciers. So don't assume that you're safe because of that. So in any case, Florida is one place I wouldn't recommend anyone live under any circumstances, because it's not the future. It's been happening. In fact, the fire stopped just right near my home, and we were all prepared. My small little staff of a caretaker, groundskeeper. We had fire suits, hoses, ladders to the ready, fallback positions, take the animals into the pond, take the other animals and get them into trailers ready to drive north, fire extinguishers in every room. And so if a fire hit here, I had sprinkler systems on everywhere to keep the grass wet. But you don't think about that thing if you're just living in a place. Oh, it's not going to get that bad until it burns down your house. Do you ever hear of people in California really going, even getting the state to help support this? The answer is no. We are unprepared for anything in America. We're prepared for nothing, zero. Not the politicians, nothing. It's only after the fact that there's feeble efforts, always a little and too late, but never before. So I'm just saying that you have better planned that wherever you go, You listen carefully to what I'm saying, because this is what protects you. Now, here's an issue. What do you think is going to happen when another Category 5 is going to hit this year? Probably Florida. If you had 7 million people leave the state last time, you can look for 10 million people leaving it and not coming back this time, because people are not going to keep going through these beatings and not getting insurance coverage and having to live with leaky roofs and polluted water. They're just not going to do it. So you're going to see the largest mass exodus out of a state in American history, out of Florida. It means the property values are going to plummet. That means property taxes are going to plummet. It means every single community, every single township, every county, Lehigh County, Collier County, Broward County, every county in the state is going to be bankrupt. The developers will have made their money, they're gone. And then you're going to see a whole state collapse. So imagine 2 weeks before coronavirus hit, did anyone think that the draconian measures that would be taken, that 40% of all the businesses would be closed and they're not going to reopen? Landlords have been just terrible. They gave you a 3-month window, but at the end of that 3 months coming up, you have to pay all that money. Who's got that money? You haven't been making money. Whole careers are gone. And people weren't prepared. So we're not prepared for the next hurricane at all. If you think preparing is just going out and buying some plywood, going to the service station, how many people do you know? Like, I bought a 55-gallon drum of isopropyl alcohol as a disinfectant, because we disinfect all the surface areas all throughout the day to keep the animals healthy and the people healthy as well. For a hurricane, I've got 2 55-gallon drums of gasoline and a trailer, small trailer, covered. So I could drive from New York clear across America without ever having to stop at a gas station if I needed to. And that's one of the things we saw. Massive traffic jams because people ran out of gasoline. Every gasoline station was closed. You got to think about this stuff, no matter where you're at. Always have backups. Always have a plan B. If A doesn't work, what's B? So these are just some of the things I'm telling you about that we're not thinking about. We're not thinking about that Greenland's melting is a tipping point. It's shedding ice at a phenomenal rate. And climate change predictions have suddenly gone catastrophic, even apocalyptic. University of Exeter. Our immune systems are not prepared for climate change. Lund University in Sweden. And the 2019 global emissions hit 36 billion tons, beating last year's record high. This is in the Global Carbon Project. That means instead of reducing the carbon emissions, we're increasing them. In the United States, China, Brazil, India, 3 of the largest polluting nations. So no matter what anyone says, stopping global warming, which is apocalyptic at this point, is not worthy to address. It's not socially acceptable. We have an insect apocalypse posing a risk to all life. 47% of all bee colonies collapsed just in the last 12 months. 1/3 of all the food that you eat comes from bee pollination. So the bottom line is the planet is screwed, and nothing anyone is going to do is going to change it, because we're not doing it together. It's not being done at a nation level, and certainly not the nations that are the most corrupt nations, the United States, India, and China, and Brazil. If we changed, if we had a Marshall Plan and did it right, yeah, we could stop some of the tipping points from tipping, but we're not going to do that. And that's a new reality. So what can we do? Here are some positive things we can do to escape the corporate matrix. Avoid purchasing any clothing manufactured outside the United States to increase manufacturing and jobs at home. If it doesn't say made in the USA, don't buy it. Support only local produce and goods and services like farmers markets. and transition to buying organic only. Boycott purchasing food from the major supermarket chains, especially Walmart and Whole Foods, and instead support smaller local food markets. Boycott all genetically modified foods by demanding that all food be properly labeled for containing genetically modified ingredients and for having been irradiated. Shift savings and checking to local savings and loan banks and/or credit unions that do not engage in rampant derivatives and exotic investment instruments. Most important is to tear up all of your credit cards, Citi, Bank of America, Chase, Wells Fargo, Capital One. Get rid of them. No more credit cards. If you need, get cash, buy gold. And by the way, for the one person who took my suggestion about a year ago, based upon how much gold this person bought, you've earned $43,000 just from the increase. And when the dollar is no longer the reserve currency, and there's a big challenge by China to make it yuan and a mixed currency, because the dollar is just a fiat currency. There's nothing backing it up, nothing. So it's sooner rather than later, the dollar will start to lose its value. The only reason it stayed strong is because the artificial bubble in equities on Wall Street, and also other nations like the European Union and the Chinese currency, is being depressed substantially. But silver and gold are going to go through the roof in the very near future. But pay cash. Become socially responsive as an investor and divest yourself from any corporate and financial institutional activities that exploit labor and the environment or people. Green your home and apartment, even wherever you're going. That can include re-insulating to minimize temperature fluctuations. Today it's 90 degrees where I'm at. I keep my air conditioner at 80 and it's comfortable. In the summer and the wintertime, I keep it at 70 and it's 68. It's comfortable. So very little energy. And I have 100% solar, so I don't pay anything on my house. Purchase organic bedding and install toxic-free carpeting or install wood or tiles for flooring. Adopt alternative forms of transportation. Walk more, bicycle more, or carpool to curtail excessive and unnecessary use of cars and vehicles. Become socially engaged by protesting mandatory vaccinations and subscribe to progressive watch organizations devoted to mobilizing citizens to protect congressional and state bills that only benefit corporations and not citizens. Elect yourself or elect for you individuals who are not corporate sponsors, but rather are populist. And really educate yourself about ALEC, A-L-E-C, that's the American Legislative Exchange Council, because they create bills. They have luxurious retreats with your state legislators, give them the bills, and then the legislator goes back and takes the bill and makes it into a law without ever identifying the people who were writing the bills, never to help you, only them. Vote with your conscience, not your fears. Get complete voting records and corporate funding histories of any politician in any election to become aware of what he or she is likely to do when in office and why. And sponsor progressive candidates for all offices and support third and independent parties like the Greens Party. Become engaged in your communities to organize and support anti-foreclosure referendums and support the reform and improvement of rental policies for those who have fallen behind in their mortgages due to economic recession, so they're not thrown out on the street. And in New York, as in other places, the landlords own the city council and the governor and the state legislators. You've got to protest. Help initiate and support community barter services where individuals can sign up and provide their talents and time when available to share on a non-currency based fair exchange model. What do I mean? Well, let's just say, and later I'm going to tell you what we're doing because now is the right time and I've got the right idea and we've got the right support system this time, so it's going to succeed. What I failed to do in 1972, I'm going to do now, 48 years later. Let's say that someone has no money. Okay, That's not a problem. Do they have talent? Because that talent can be used. Let's say they're a carpenter, or they're a plumber, or electrician. Those are of value. So if you have 2 or 4 or 5 people living in a common area and you need carpentry work, electrical work, that's a person who can do that. Therefore, they don't have to put money into a project. They're putting their talent in. That's called a fair exchange. Now, someone else may have money, but no talent. So therefore, the person that has the money, they put that in. That's their contribution. Those who have talent put that in. Now you have a common sharing. And that's where you're working together. And that really works. So you could do that at the local level as well. Donate whatever is necessary to your life, such as unused clothing and home items, to the poor. Become engaged with those in need of kindness and compassion in your communities. This might be acting as a big brother or big sister for orphans or parentally deprived children. It might be helping senior citizens with their shopping or banking or transportation and taxes. But all of us have the capacity to help another human being. So we should. We have a moral responsibility to help those who have less. Support cooperative community projects, the Rent-A-Couch movement, and help create proper screening for people to live temporarily in converted, unused spaces until they can get back on their feet. These can be converted garages, basements, or attics, and adjacent to buildings on a property for a modest rent or barter arrangement. Support or initiate referendums that would convert abandoned buildings or lots to the public commons. These can be used as community spaces for organizing or community gardens. Demand by referendum that abandoned buildings and properties owned by the federal government and states and local townships be converted to public housing for those in need. Demand free counseling and humanistic therapy for those who are suffering from mental conditions, addictions, or gang-related issues and want to get out of gangs. Have counseling for these people. Support high-speed transportation that is not polluting to save people from flying and driving long distances. My goodness, you realize China and Germany and Japan are just 3 examples that they have mastered high-speed transportation, and China is taking the lead in this. And we should have a system that goes from New York or Boston, Philadelphia, or Washington, right through America, high speed. So you could get on a train and be in Los Angeles in, let's say, 8 hours. And you wouldn't have to fly or drive there, and you wouldn't pollute. And then there's another set of standards, and that is not just getting off the grid, but finding self-sufficiency. Do what you love. Make what you love the center of your life and not just tangential, existential to it. Bring your love of what you enjoy into every day. Stop following the path of debt peonage that ties you to a mortgage and living your life paycheck to paycheck just to make the bills for the month and still have nothing left over for you and your family to enjoy life with. Live small. Get rid of your debt. When we walk away from a life of servitude, we can discover that a few tens of thousands of dollars can allow us to live on our land, our own simple home, and be able to have the life we desire and deserve. Avoid credit cards. Change your banking habits. And also, your job should be your family. A job should not be our boss. Our responsibility is to be smart, clever, and work hard in order to provide for our essential needs and not be indebted to anyone. We have a duty to provide for our families and to help other human beings. Turn hobbies into income ventures. Enjoy what we do, and maximizing on skills can always be turned around into income. It may not be a lot, but it allows us to master our hobbies and skills and can be converted into extra cash to supplement our income. Let me give you an example of that. There's someone who may or may not be listening right now. He is an artist. He's an extremely gifted graphic artist. His work reminds me of Maxwell Parrish. And yet, Rarely does he ever do any of the art. Instead, he teaches people swimming. And our last conversation was, just remember, every time you get that public swimming pool with about 50 people, are they hygienic? Do they shower? Because whatever in their body is now in the water, and you're out there splashing around, it's in your mouth. That's how you end up with parasites and disease. And that chlorine gas that's in there, that's what you're breathing. That's damaging your lungs. But that's what made him his income. So now I've arranged it so that in our theater, we have a theater that we built, and I'm putting a green screen. And a green screen is what you can change any backdrop with a green screen. Let's say this person wants to have a beautiful ocean in the backdrop. All right. Green screen can give you thousands of images. And so when you're looking at the person, it looks like they're in front of the ocean. And now he's going to be doing workshops on learning how to do design and art. And these webinars will be inexpensive. And he will also be able to sell his artwork over the internet. He'll start small and it'll work. And he'll be happy. He'll be doing what he loves and earning an income. That's just one example. There's another person who is very good at turning old furniture that's thrown away into pieces of artwork. A chest of drawers, a couch, a chair. This person's got that unique eye, that gift. And so I said, well, why not do a webinar or podcast where people can learn how to do this, so you're teaching them also, and also make what you do available to other people. So that's happening. Just some simple things people could do. So turning hobbies into income is part of the future. And by the way, put your money into savings, not into spending anymore, and reduce your overhead. It either works one of two ways. Either you have to keep making more money to support an artificial standard of living, or you make less money and you reduce your cost of living. I think that we should all, and I'm doing it myself, reduce our cost of living, downsize, so that we don't have to worry about paying bills every day. We don't have to go to bed worrying, will we lose something may foreclose on, because we're not indebted. So get out of debt. If you have mortgages, in my opinion, sell, because I see a crash in the real estate market. At the very time when everyone's, oh no, apartments in San Francisco and Los Angeles, New York, and Miami and Chicago, they're going sky high. Yeah, that's a bubble. And a lot of the people who were living in those places really couldn't afford to. But because of its location to their work, they chose to. More often than not, we're frequently supported by someone else, a mother, father, paying some of that expense. That's all going to crash. We're living in huge bubbles. And when these bubbles crash, as the real estate bubble is crashing, rents now are being offered at 1/2 to 1/3 what they were before the pandemic. And the rents are not going to go back up again because people don't have the same capacity to earn the income they did before. So there's going to be a shakeout. A lot of people are going to have to move. They'll have no choice. So I'll give you an example. Someone that I work out at the same time, we're not friends, we're friendly. I've known him for years, for decades, lives in my building in New York. And we're the only two real early in the morning, using the gym. And out of the clear blue, about a year ago, he starts a conversation. And he wants my feedback because he doesn't understand why. And he's a financial planner. He doesn't invest people's money, but he shows them ways that they should invest it. And he said that virtually all of his clients are now asking him to sell stuff quietly, such as one guy gave him a Rolex watch that he said he spent $67,000 on in Las Vegas for his wife. And he didn't understand because this guy makes about $5 million a year. And he tried to sell it, and the only amount that it was worth was $12,000. He says, but I spent 67. He says, you don't make money buying and selling jewelry. It's real risky. But why? Why do you need to sell this? He said, because I need cash. Why? Well, because for every dollar I'm making, I'm spending a little over a dollar. My family does. They don't want to change their lifestyle. So what you have is you have in the professional class about 17 million Americans. That's 17 million people are scientists or professors, lawyers, doctors, engineers, and they're not rich, but they want to act like they are. They want to be able to rent a place in the Hamptons. They want to be able to go to the best restaurants. They want to be able to travel. It's part of this kind of bragging rights about look where our kid goes to college at Yale, Harvard, Princeton, MIT, University of Pennsylvania, the Ivy League schools. And that's a lot of money. And then nobody wants to cut back. Everybody wants to act like it's still happy days. So the breadwinner is working harder, more stressed, killing themselves to keep up an artificial standard of living. And now that group of professionals, many of them have just lost an income. You can't lose income for 4 months and maintain that lifestyle. So they're having to dump a lot of stuff on the market. One out of every 5 new apartments in New York that they thought would be sold for millions of dollars are empty. Another 25% of the apartments are bought, but no one lives there. There were investments from out-of-state people, frequently out of the country people. So neighborhoods are now dying at the local level because there's not enough business, walk-in business, to keep them active. But they were promised with all these new apartments there'd be a lot of people. There just are not. I can tell you, living on the Upper West Side, I go down to 57th Street near Riverside Drive to the Landmark Theater. It's a wonderful venue of 6 small, tiny little rooms that show movies, art movies. And one of the theater has, I think, 30 seats in it. And they're always empty. And I asked the ushers, why? It's a Friday night. It's 9 o'clock. He said, because look up outside the building. Empty, 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 dark. Nobody came. So that phenomenon is playing out across the United States. So we're going to have bankruptcies like we've never had before, foreclosures like never before. The bubble is going to burst big time by September and October. So I would get out of the positions that allow you to be vulnerable to that. And the professional class, which has bought so much junk and spent so much money that won't earn a money, they're going to be creamed. So you're going to see an awful lot of people with PhDs and positions of historical privilege, and they're just going to be losing all that. So you've got to reduce your expenses, save money, sell off all your old stuff, reclaim and recycle whatever you can, and then you're ready to relocate. Now, what do we do when we relocate? How do we relocate? Well, a couple things we can do. First, some of you may have to get additional education. The younger generations today are in dire need of guidance because our educational system is limited. We can become involved in our schools as volunteers in order to raise the alarm over our nation's dumbed down educational practices and teaching, but there's another group of people competing to make sure that every kid is indoctrinated with certain biases and prejudice, and that's not good. So engage in social issues. Besides local schools, seek out other community activities to be involved with, whether it's a religious group or nonprofits or food banks or food distribution, voting facilities. Associate with those who embrace more progressive and spiritual ideals. And here are the jobs. By the way, we're 1 hour and 40 minutes into our program. I want to go through the jobs. These are the worst jobs for the future. These are jobs that I would definitely change my curriculum and change if you're in. Textile machine workers, furniture, radio broadcasting, floral design, working in a casino, a legislator, mental machine operator, sales of all kinds, printing and publishing, food server, brick mason, travel agent, mortgage broker, beekeeper, financial planner, lawyers. The legal profession will be the largest profession absolutely decimated because of artificial intelligence. And the people making $200, $300 an hour, they're going to be lucky to make $30 an hour by next year. You see why? The people with the big money hired hundreds of people to take every law book, every review, every outcome ever printed and put it into one artificial intelligence, so that no matter what problem a person has legally, you pay a fee and this gives you the answer, what you should do. Much better than what a lawyer could do. In effect, it's a million lawyers with this mind power. So the legal profession is dead. Postal workers, data entry clerks, fast food cooks, newspaper reporters, jewelers, architects, even detective work. Those are some of the ones that are dead. The future good jobs, solar energy technology, nurse practitioners, software developer, wind energy technicians, physical therapists, registered nurses, data analysis, digital content specialists, mechanical engineers, rehabilitation counselors, personal care attendants, wellness counselors, electricians, plumbers, pipe fitters, carpenters, masons, agricultural managers, school teachers, medical technologists, market research analysts, medical secretary, heavy tractor and trailer drivers, health specialty teacher, accountants and auditors and financial managers. Now, that's not all of them, but those are the ones at the top of the list. Now, for one of the most important parts of our discussion today, where are the places in America and around the world that are sustainable? This took a lot of research to come up with accurate data. Because now I got to think the following. Okay, where there's plenty of water, where you're going to not run into a drought and fires, and where there's good quality land. Where are you not near something that could be a disaster? Are you in a hurricane alley, like down around Oklahoma and clear down to Brownsville, Texas? Are you in an earthquake zone like California, Washington, Oregon? Are you, and also on the East Coast, are you in flood zones? Lots of flood zones. Do you remember just 5 months ago, Arkansas was completely inundated, and Missouri, and farmers lost an entire year of growing because the water was so high for so long that all the seeds they had planted were drowned. In effect, they rotted, and the water drained too late to plant a new crop because it would not be harvestable before the first frost. So farming is not a profession to go into. Now, that doesn't mean you shouldn't be growing food, but not in any traditional sense. That's over. It's done. There's too many circumstances that would prevent you from succeeding at farming. It's one of the most difficult jobs in the world, one of the most thankless jobs in the world, and you're least likely to profit from it. So where you're at is important, but add in the following. What's the likelihood of gangs? There are thousands of gangs in the United States. Some are huge, like MS-13 and the Mexican Mafia. And you look in places like Oklahoma City in Oklahoma, and a lot of places, Bakersfield, California, and Compton and clear down the coast, massive amounts of gangs. Now, since a lot of the communities are saying, defund the police, and some, like in Minneapolis, are defunding them, in New York, defunding them, or much of it, we're seeing spikes in violent crimes, homicides. Do you want to live in an environment where gangs are roaming? Because they're parasites, and 10% of gang members are ex-military. So they're going to be smarter about how they, victimize someone. So you don't want to be in suburbs, and you don't want to be where there's a lot of gang activity, because you run a high risk of being a victim. You also don't want to be in a place where there's high poverty, because if there's high poverty, that's when people make bad choices. And some of those bad choices could really be really bad for you. So we had to take that into consideration: quality of life, safety, sustainability, progressive people. Where are the progressive people? Sure as hell not South Carolina. I wouldn't suggest anybody live in South Carolina now, based upon what I'm saying, but I'll get to that. So it's important to note that there is no state, region, or city that will not be affected by climate change. The entire nation will undergo dramatic changes. So if you hope to find a sanctuary that will be immune to global warming, it simply does not exist. Therefore, there are many metrics and factors that you need to look at to determine what is suitable before migrating to a different region. Besides jobs and economy, states and regions will experience climate change differently. Some regions will get drier, others will get wetter. And if that wet means soaked and flooding, that's not good either. So what I'm going to share now are based upon future climate scenarios in different parts of the United States and regions and cities. And this is all supported by the Climate Change Risk Index. No two sources are identical, but I want to show you that based upon predictive mapping of anticipated average precipitation shows that the entire Atlantic coast, north of North Florida and south of Maine, will be experiencing the nation's highest rainfall. Also westward to include all of Pennsylvania, Virginia, West Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, and parts of New York, Ohio, and Tennessee. Similarly, Washington State, Eastern Oregon, Idaho, Western Montana, and Northwest regions of Wyoming will not be water stressed. If you live in the northern hemisphere and want to get an idea of what your weather over the next couple of decades, imagine the climate 600 miles south from where you live today. For example, Minneapolis will be more like Kansas City. New York City will be similar to Virginia Beach, Virginia. Some cities in their neighborhood regions are already preparing themselves to become relocated destinations as warming accelerates. So there are going to be places you're just not going to want to be. You go outside and it's too hot, you could die from a heat stroke. And state governments vary widely on how much effort and funding is being made to prepare themselves for the future. Oddly, those states that are being most affected and will experience the greatest threats are doing the least. These include 9 of the 10 states most likely to experience the worst impacts from climate change that's happening: Florida, South Carolina, Louisiana, North Carolina, Mississippi, Georgia, Texas, Arkansas, and Kentucky. States that are least at risk also have governments that realize the dangers of climate change and are already preparing themselves. Vermont, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Minnesota, Colorado, Rhode Island, and Connecticut. So that's important. So what we're doing, the 5 metrics like extreme heat and drought and wildfires and inland flooding and coastal flooding. Well, you got some states that right off the bat I would check off as no-go. California, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Oregon, Texas, and Washington State. Now, they're going to experience all 5: extreme heat, drought, wildfires, inland flooding, and coastal flooding. And not, except for northeastern Texas and some areas of Washington State. But then you got to look at the body politics. If I'm looking at New York, and there are certainly places in northern New York that are good, but then you got to look at gas hydrofracking and nuclear power out there, and communities that do not allow you to do what you want to do. That's a big deal, by the way. The one thing people always overlook, do they own the mineral rights to their property? In most cases, it's no. So one day someone shows up and they're going to put an oil derrick or a gas derrick right on your property. But it's your property. It's your property. You don't own the mineral rights. They do. So they win. And you think, how's this possible? You didn't do your homework. That's what's possible. So if you don't own the mineral rights, don't buy it. Next, better make sure that the county appreciates progressive ideas. Upstate in Dutchess County, where I had the farm, no matter what I wanted to do, I had 50 acres. I was at the dead end of the county. They wouldn't allow me to do anything, ever. I don't care what it was. There'll be someone on that local board that says, no. Now, So would I do anything in New York? Nothing, zero, zip, because I don't want some person who has never done anything I've done telling me I shouldn't have a chance to do something I think is important. That's why Texas is the best state in America to do what you want to do, because in the county, there's no zoning. I never will forget this. One of the reasons the property that I purchased down there had not been purchased is because no matter where you look, you see this huge water tank, probably from the 1940s, and it overwhelmed the property. Well, who wants to look at that? So one day I went over there and I banged on it and I said, this is steel and it's hollow. So I and this is before purchased it. And so I called the county and I said, which department handles the removal of an object on property, county-owned building? And they gave me this guy, and I called him. I said, what meetings, blueprints, environmental impact documents do I have to have in order to see about getting the county's permission to remove a building? What kind of building? It was a water tank, I guess, for the county. Sits on this high position. It's this huge tank. He said, just tear it down. I said, well, I understand that. Before I tear it down, I have to have all, no, you don't have to do anything. It's your property, tear it down. Really? So after I bought it, I ran an ad in one of those online, and I said, free steel if you tear down the tank. And 12 guys showed up with torches, and in hours it was gone. That's how it works in Texas. In other places, you better know, can you open a business? I know people who are doing it on the black market, in effect. They're doing it under the radar, but you don't want to live that way. You don't want to be doing everything sneaky. It's your land, and if there's no zoning, you have a right to do it. Other places, everybody wants to inspect everything you're doing all the time. And that's a big consideration. So let's just go in some areas. The climate change by regions, the coastal regions, you're going to get sea level rising around the world, and that's going to devastate coastal areas. Washington, D.C., parts of New England, the mid-Atlantic states, southern Florida, those are going to be underwater. In addition to areas on the West Coast, such as Portland, for a variety of geological reasons, such as coastal rock formation in the Atlantic coast, is expected to be hit much harder by sea level rise rather than the Pacific coast, which is largely it's what is called a basalt rather than sand and less susceptible to erosion from rising tides. Seattle would be drier like San Francisco. In the Northeast, the highest temperature increases are expected to occur in the Northeast, as much as 3.6 degrees Fahrenheit, and that's just in the near future by 2035. It'll also experience the highest rate of ocean warming that will contribute to higher sea levels. Winters will warm 3 times faster than summers. On the positive side, foliage and forest growth will be less affected than most other regions. It's also expected that rainfall will increase and the region's agriculture will be remarkably sustainable. And with warmer seasons lengthening, the growing season will be larger as well as, or longer, and that's favorable. In the Southeast, and while little change in hot, muggy weather, frequent summer thunderstorms during the day, evenings will worsen as the heat increases. Hot weather may gradually increase to an additional 50 days a year. Therefore, more urban residents will suffer from what is called heat island effect. Large cities, due to concrete, asphalt, etc., retain heat longer and become some of the hottest areas to be in. And due to longer periods of extreme heat, the University of South Carolina predicts that hundreds of millions of labor hours will be lost that will have an enormous impact upon the Southeast economy. In the Midwest, being that it's the grain belt, longer and hotter seasons will have a devastating impact on corn, soy, wheat, etc. An increase in crop disease and pests is also predicted. Soybean harvests are expected to decline by over 25% in the southern portion of the Midwest within the next 10 years. And besides crops, temperature-related deaths are expected to be highest in Midwestern cities, Chicago, St. Louis, and Kansas City. They're going to be hot and virtually with no quality of life when you walk outside. At one time, the Great Lakes region was believed to offer a lifeline for the Midwest, but that changed with runaway pollution from farms and uncontrollable toxic algae blooms that are starving water of oxygen. Nevertheless, the northern Midwest, Michigan, Minnesota, Wisconsin, those three, would be recognized as a lifeboat region, and these states are already preparing for an anticipated migration. So we're going to see a lot of people moving into Michigan, Minnesota, and Wisconsin. Then you've got your northern plain area. One of the greatest threats to this region is not climate change per se, but a culture that has been devastating the land with unsustainable agriculture and the fossil fuel industry, poor conservation practices and regulations. In many respects, the great northern plains act as if it were still in the 19th century, and this will worsen the living prospects. Without a coastline, the region depends on snowpack and rainfall and existing aquifers. Therefore, the region will suffer greatly from the woes of water shortages as winters shorten and snows decline as much as 40% in the mountainous regions. The region is also being devastated by the migration of insects and beetles that are killing off huge swaths of forested land. California had over 100 million trees destroyed by beetles, which then makes them susceptible to fires. And California's in for the long drought now. Let me make this very clear. The two areas where 39 million Americans get their water are from the Sierra Nevadas, the mountains range that when the snow melts, they go into a 400 plus mile trip down California, and then the Little Colorado and Lake Mead, and that's in the Rockies. Both of those will be short of water. So you're going to see a lot of people running out of water. Then you have your southern Great Plains. Now, this region is expected to experience large flips and extreme between heat waves, tornadoes, drought, ice storms, hurricanes, and hail. This would be the least place I would suggest that you move to. There'll be longer and hotter summers, meaning more drought. The regions, you're going to have more fires. The region's critical water resource, the Ogallala Aquifer, is rapidly shrinking and may be completely depleted within another 20, 25 years. Therefore, the southern Great Plains may become the country's most water-stressed region. And of the already shrinking Ogallala Aquifer, which is critical to a huge western swath of the region, could be completely gone. So you're talking about totally gone. Texas Gulf Coast will face sea level rise, stronger hurricanes, and expanded range of tropical mosquito-borne diseases like dengue and Zika. It will also experience more intense floods at a time when the region's dams and levees are in dire need of repair and aren't equipped for the inundations of seawater. You've got your Pacific Northwest. Now, historically, people thought, well, it's really cool. Let's go out to Oregon, Washington, Lower Canada over there. Great place, Northern California. And indeed, that would have been true, except not now. I wished it were otherwise. But yes, it's known for being a rainy region. Even more rain is forecast for Oregon and Washington's coastal winters, while its summers will become drier. This is a positive trade-off, since much of the Northwest depends upon melting winter snows that will lessen. Therefore, more snow will be replaced with more rain. However, it will also mean more flooding and more landslides. On the other hand, western Washington, east of the Cascade Mountains, is becoming hotter and drier. Already it has suffered from numerous wildfires during the past decade, and also its body politic is just terrible. Seattle used to be one of the most beautiful and progressive cities in America. Now it's turning into a cesspool of anarchy and corrupt politics, or not, if not corrupt politics, inefficient politics. Let's take a minute and stretch. Everyone stretch. Just take a moment and do some deep bends and get the muscles relaxed. We've been going for 2 hours, and I don't want people to go more than 2 hours without stretching. Okay, you should feel a little better. Get yourself some oxygenation, hopefully a little refreshment, stretch the muscles. So if you live in Western Washington State, east of the Cascade Mountains, it's becoming hotter and drier, as I mentioned, and there's a lot of forest fires that they never had up there now happening. But also their body politics, the cities are running down. And that's going to mean that a lot of people are going to be moving out of the cities. But a lot of what's wrong inside the cities is going to follow them. In the Southwest, climate change threatens all this region's beautiful ecological diversity, as well as 60 million people who call this area home, including 182 tribal nations. I'm talking about, I would not recommend, listen carefully, I would not recommend Arizona, New Mexico, and southern Utah that are already suffering from heat waves and droughts and increased wildfires. In fact, someone who came 20 years ago of how to move back to the land and do a homestead, a couple. A year ago, they called me saying that they had had 15 great years in New Mexico, and then one day they turned on the faucet and the water was gone. And it would have cost them like $60,000 to drill a well deep enough to get to an aquifer, and they couldn't afford it. So they just had to walk away from it. I mean, that's why you have to check your water tables. You have to do the details. So I would not recommend those areas. Now, also, southern Utah is not good either. And the Southwest is rapidly running out of water altogether. As the Colorado River recedes, as I mentioned, there will be increasing drought in Southern California, Nevada, Colorado, Arizona, and New Mexico. In Nevada, I wouldn't do anything in Nevada. Lake Mead, which provides drinking water to Los Angeles and water for agriculture, the region has lost 60% of its volume. In the coming years, temperatures will soar. Droughts, including mega droughts and dust storms, will last years, and that'll become a commonplace. The region is also expected to experience a new dust bowl, much worse than the 1930s. Consequently, agriculture will take a steep hit and cause food insecurity. So those are, again, please pay attention to things that places I'm suggesting are not sustainable in the future, even though they were wonderful in the past. We have to look forward, not behind us. Now, everything I'm saying, you're going to get in a whole series of graphs and reports later. So don't feel that you have to make every single note. Now, climate change's adverse effects and health risks by state. For example, the increase in mosquito days and the percentage of the population vulnerable to extreme heat, the dangerous heat days, increases in days of drought, and increases in inland flooding, increases in wildfires, and the most vulnerable populations to wildfires. And the ones that I have would be Connecticut, Delaware, Idaho, Illinois, Iowa. These are some of the ones that are risky. Kentucky, Kansas, Louisiana. There's going to be some rough times there. So, just suggesting you be aware that these things exist. You can go over the chart for yourself. Every state's listed. And so you'll see the states that are going to have the biggest problems, like Pennsylvania, and the ones that will have less problems, like, Tennessee. So these are, you wouldn't know about, for example, fires, unless you took a look at this chart. Let me just show you the percentages of the population vulnerable to wildfires. Alabama, 57%. That's right at the top. That's a dangerous place. But Arizona and Arkansas also are up there. Colorado's up there. Georgia's way up. And Maine is way up. High up is Mississippi, Montana, Nevada, New Mexico, North Carolina, Oklahoma, South Carolina. South Carolina doesn't come out good on anything, by the way. Texas, Utah, and the worst state in America for fire, Wyoming. Yeah, who would have known? But the charts are there. And also, when you look at the listing for the percentage of increase in summer drought, Alabama, Arizona, Arkansas, these are all over 100%, by the way. Alabama, Arizona, Arkansas, California, Colorado, and Colorado, California, and Arizona are the worst. Florida, Maine, Michigan, Minnesota, Mississippi, New York, and Utah. And the worst of all, in all of America, is Washington State in this particular indices. And Wisconsin's not good also. So each state has positives and negatives. Some state only has negatives. So then climate change adverse events by state, meaning extreme heat, drought, wildfires, inland flooding. And here are some states that have all the above. Colorado, I wouldn't move to Colorado. California, wouldn't move to California. Alabama, wouldn't move there. Arizona wouldn't move there. Arkansas wouldn't move there. Connecticut is good. Delaware is good. Florida is bad. Georgia is bad. Good would be Illinois, Indiana, Iowa. Bad would be Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana. Good would be Maine. Good would be Maryland. Good would be Massachusetts. Good would be Michigan. Good would be Minnesota. Bad would be Mississippi, Missouri, Montana, Nebraska. Bad is Nevada. Good is New Hampshire, probably the best all around. And New Jersey is okay. It's just got terrible politics. New Mexico is bad. New York is bad. North Carolina is bad on everything. North Dakota is good. Ohio is good and bad. There's a lot of reasons I wouldn't move to Ohio. Oklahoma is bad. Oregon is bad. Pennsylvania is bad. Rhode Island is good. South Carolina is bad. South Dakota is good. Tennessee is not. Texas is not. Utah is not. Vermont is good, one of the best places. Virginia is one of the best places. Washington State is one of the worst places. West Virginia is good. Wisconsin is good. Wyoming is not. Now that's just when it comes to the following: heat, extreme heat, drought, wildfires, inland flooding, and coastal flooding. So when you've got 4 or 5 or 5 out of 5 bad, that's just a heads up. Just think of it this way. Think of how many people in North Carolina had never seen flooding until they did just 2 years ago. And now they've had 4 floods that are historical. We're seeing once in 500-year events every year, sometimes twice in a year. So this is the new norm. Also, other adverse effects, for example, high foreclosure levels and high gas hydrofracking and high tornadoes and storms. You're looking at Alabama and Alaska and Arizona, very high foreclosure level, meaning a lot of poverty. And when you have poverty, you're going to have crime. And they don't have water. Arkansas doesn't have water, has crime, has lots of tornadoes, lots of gas hydrofracking, has lots of nuclear power plants. So I'd mark Arkansas as a no. California, no on everything. Delaware is okay. Florida's no. Georgia's no. So you go through the chart, and you'll see for yourself. It's all spelled out there. And this is not political. This is not, selling anything. It's just telling you these are where you're going to have the most problems. And so we have multiple charts. Loss of resources for farming and food produced, and overall agricultural outlook, and it tells you the best and the worst. And then we get down to crime rates. Guess what state has the highest crime rate? I mean serious crime. Alaska, number 1 in America. They have 885 crimes per 100,000 of people. They have a very high death rate, and they also have a pretty high poverty rate. And the most dangerous city is Anchorage. But let me tell you the most dangerous city per state: Anniston, Alabama; Anchorage, Alaska; Tucson, Arizona; Memphis, Tennessee; Emeryville, California; Pueblo, Colorado; Hartford, Connecticut; Wilmington, Delaware; Florida City, Florida. I don't know about East Point, Georgia. I've never been there. Honolulu, Hawaii; Garden City, Idaho. Let's see, Indianapolis, Indiana; Clinton, Iowa; Wichita, Kansas; Covington, Kentucky; Augusta, Maine; Baltimore, Maryland; Minneapolis, Minnesota. Boy, it's bad to the bone up there. And now they're going to get rid of their police department. Well, you're going to see a huge spike in crime. St. Louis, Missouri, huge crime. Helena, Montana, lots of crime. Nevada, really bad. Once you're off the strip, you're in a bad area. And Newburgh, New York, one of the worst cities in America. I filmed there with Gerald Salante. Portland, Oregon, bad. Memphis, Tennessee; Salt Lake City, Utah; Portsmouth, Virginia; Tacoma, Washington; Beckley, West Virginia; Milwaukee, Wisconsin; Cheyenne, Wyoming. So you have to consider Do you want to be near places that have a high crime area because that crime is metastasizing, it's spreading outwards into the suburbs and then into the rural areas? Now, the safest cities in America and the healthiest cities and the climate preparedness cities, number one is Bergensfield, New Jersey, Rocky River, Ohio, Monroe Township, New Jersey, North Ridgewood, Ohio, Silver Spring, Pennsylvania, New Milford, New Jersey, Glen Clove, New York, Norton, Pennsylvania, Huntley, Illinois. Let's see here. Bristol, Rhode Island, Hyde Park, New York, Durham, New Hampshire, Milford, Manchester, New Jersey. So you've got a lot of places, communities. These are not royal, but they're safe and they're progressive. And the best countries for climate change, for those of you who are interested around the world, number one place, if you had to move anywhere in the world, New Zealand. It dwarfs everything. Singapore, Norway, Monaco, Denmark, Finland, Sweden, Austria, South Korea, Iceland, Switzerland, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, Latvia, Finland, France, Portugal, Spain, Estonia, Czech Republic, Greece, Italy, Paraguay, Ireland. So those are the best places around the world, countries. And then the rest of what I have are all these organizations, environmental organizations with the greatest integrity, eco villages and intentional communities. I get them by state. And so therefore you get the list and you'll see, for example, all the different places of an eco village in California and Arizona of all the states. And it shows you how many there are. And some there are a dozen, and some there are 2 or 3, and some states there's just 1. Now, I'll tell you why I think it's good for some people to be in an eco village and others it's not. Because an eco village means that you're all interested in the environment and being as ecologically sound as possible. That means that you might all be on some form of solar or some form of, let's say, non-polluting environmental energy base. But that's all you're sharing. In other words, if you go up to Ithaca, there's a community there, a small community, but everyone's kind of off the traditional grid. But that's all they share. Whether you're meat eater or vegan is irrelevant. And so it's just like being in any community, except you're all being a little more conscientious about environmental standards, which is good. It's for the person that doesn't want to take too much of a risk, just wants to be around some people that they share something in common with. Now we're going to go to the most important part of our discussion. And after that, we'll have I'm going to play this one clip. And if you're on a cell phone and you can get to your computer, definitely you'll want to hear this. If not, when you download the program, you'll be able to, it'll be up on PRN.fm, so you can download it there. I believe that the future is going to be for at least 5 million Americans moving from the suburbs and the cities where they're not able to have a quality of life today, even though they may have in the past, to a rural environment. But it depends upon all these other factors. You don't just want to go out and find a place. You could find farms that are dirt cheap because, well, there's something wrong. What's wrong? Well, they ran out of water. Well, why in the world would you want to buy a place you're not going to have regular water? That makes no sense. Or the soil is just sandy soil. You can't grow anything. Or it's so hot that you couldn't be outside. Like in Arizona, you go outside for any period of time. First, you're going to be faced with America's largest colony of black widow spiders, but also a lot of predators. And you don't want that. You don't want to be having an eye open all the time. It's like living upstate New York. You can't go out and sit on your back porch without a tick coming at you. You go for a walk in the woods and suddenly you come back and you got 4 or 5 ticks. Your dogs have got 10 ticks. You don't need Lyme's disease. And yet people are not paying attention. That comes with that bucolic scene of being in nature. But you got to know where to be in nature. So instead, I'm suggesting that you do things as a small group. As few as 2 people, as many at maximum of 10. And what I would suggest is this, and I'll use my own model as an example. You find a place that is a white elephant. What do I mean? It's a place that was overbuilt, and it's larger than what a single family can handle. And yet it is capable of serving a lot of needs. If you buy a place just for yourself, that I wouldn't suggest. Not at all. Because what happens if you have a tough time with income and you think, oh, if only we had another couple of rooms we could rent out because it's a beautiful environment, but you didn't think about that when you bought it. And you don't want to be buying a place and adding on to it. Then it looks like a Rube Goldberg construction. You want to buy something that's large enough to begin with. So look at the square footage, look at the number of bedrooms, bathrooms, and what can you do to a place if you need to add more. I would also suggest doing something absolutely unique and less expensive. Getting a place that has some hills, not necessarily high hills, but slight rolling hills where you've got, 40, 50 feet maybe, and then build your own Hobbit village, just like out of the Lord of the Rings. I'm doing that now. And you can build these. They're virtually, they can withstand a tornado. Nothing's going to hurt them. And yet aesthetically, it just takes you back to some magical, ethereal place. Whatever you decorate it with inside of the woods and the slate floors or the stone floors or the hardwood floors. And you have your central room where you have your kitchen, and always build a commercial kitchen. Always, no exception. Because with a commercial kitchen, you can then do things commercially. You have economy of scale. You have like 2 large islands with 3 base sinks. You have 8-burner stove, gas stove, and this walk-in refrigerator, a dry storage, and then a freezer. So whatever you're going to do, you have the room. It's set up. Then you have off to each side, you have separate and private bedrooms with baths. Each room can be about 300 square feet. And in the 300 square feet, you could put 2 queen beds, a couch, a desk for your computer and working, plus your bathroom and your closet space. In the main place, you can have your washer and dryers and laundry room. And you can have a central dining room that could accommodate 10 people. This way, you're protected from all environments, plus you can do an in-ground hydroponic house. So it doesn't matter what the weather is, you can grow everything you need and plenty more to sell. And because you're bypassing wholesalers and farmers, you're able to take a product to market and make about 200% more profit on it. And so that's one way of doing it. It takes a little more time, but it's easy to do. And there are companies that will come in and, they're reasonably priced and they'll do it all. Or if you have skills, you can do a lot of it yourself, but it's best to get them because remember the houses are burned, meaning that there's going to be, if you look at it, if you come up from behind, you wouldn't know that anyone lives there because it all looks like a grassy knoll. And only when you're looking at it, you see these beautiful decorative Hobbit fronts with a walkway and gardens. Check to make sure you've got plenty of water and it's not too deep. And you can get water tables checked and then get bacterial tests from the city, county checked. And so you know that no matter how long you're there, you could have water, even bottled water if you wanted to, and sell it. But the key is having space for each person so they have their own private space, so they maintain their sense of autonomy, yet they're working on their own project. And you select people based upon which project they'd like to have. So if you'd like to do, let's say, make brownies and muffins, wheat-free and organic, gluten-free, and fudge, you specialize in that, and then you do your cost analysis until you've been able to perfect a whole line of product. Then you take it to your local farmer's market, you rent a table, make a beautiful sign, and then offer something that's more unique than other people. And for example, if you make lemonade, you get one of these big canisters and you put some chopped up lemons in a little silken sack and you put it in the middle of water and you advertise, organic lemonade, ice cold, $4.95 a cup for an 8-ounce cup. Well, hey, or even a 16-ounce cup, that costs you about 20 cents. That means that you're making hundreds of % profit. And then you build up your practice gradually, slowly, by seeing what people want and don't want. You can make multiple types of popcorn. You can grow mushrooms. That's going to be a big, big business. Big business. Medicinal mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, reishi mushrooms, and portobello and oyster mushrooms. There's at least 20 types of mushrooms you could grow. They're quick and easy, healthy, and don't require a lot of space. And then you can also dry mushrooms. Therefore, nothing's lost. You can grow fresh herbs hydroponically and then dry the ones you don't sell fresh, so nothing is ever lost. Medicinal plants that they make essential oils, they need raw materials. So growing medicinal plants, growing oregano and then drying it, and you can dry it very easily in an overnight dryer at 115 degrees. And they pay good money for these herbs that they then distill into their essential oils. There's at least 100 different oils that you could have your products, herbs grown for. The mints, the sandalwood, the eucalyptus. And then you can also do fresh herbs for restaurants by the tray. Chefs love that. There's a huge market for that, and it's very profitable. The key is that any hydroponic house that you build, and you have to try to go beyond what's being offered in the marketplace, meaning grow vertically, not just horizontally. Grow right up the walls. So you want something you can build that's maybe 16 feet. So you're getting 2 levels of growth. And the mechanics are the same. And it's not expensive. It's a relatively small investment. Freeze drying a fruit is going to be one of the biggest things in the future. You saw the crisis we had where America ran out of food because we didn't think that food just can't be grown overnight. It takes a whole season to grow certain foods like cucumbers, 90 days, etc., tomatoes, 90 days. So all the big stores were buying up everything and immediately selling it. But that meant that then we're going to run out of stuff. And that's what happened, and still are out of a lot of things. So if you picked up fresh food and then freeze dried it, you can store it. It's good for 25 years. And so you have dried peaches and apples and pears, nectarines, every kind of food you can freeze dry. And it requires just a simple label, what the item is, and the date that it was packaged and the date that it expires, which is 25 years later. So a lot of people, knowing what went wrong this time, will be prepared for the next time. And a lot of people then buy frozen food and they pay a fee so it can be stored for them with thousands of other people's food stored in these big lockers. Then when they want it, they go get it. But it doesn't mean it's healthy. Beef stroganoff and veal parmesan, those are not healthy foods. But the average American is not freeze drying healthy foods. So there's a whole new vital market in healthy freeze dried food. That doesn't exist now. So whoever does that, and we're going to be doing it, will be ahead of that curve. And again, you have to have the space to do it. And that's why no matter what place you get, make sure that the largest room in the place is the kitchen. and do the kitchen right. You can do it in stainless steel backdrops, so the whole kitchen is fireproof, and with tile floor, overhead sprinkler system. And then you get in your ranges, your convection ovens, and you can buy all this equipment relatively inexpensively from restaurant supply stores. You don't want just your home blender. It'll break. You got to get commercial blender, commercial machines so that you can do things at economy of scale. At home, you're making one loaf of bread. If you're going to make bread for the market, you might want to make 100 loaves at a time. And you can do that with French brick ovens. I did that. I had the French brick ovens upstate when I was making bread and selling at the farmers markets. There's no limit except to your imagination of what you could prepare. Now, that's one major easy thing to do to earn an income, supply food for yourself. Could you imagine walking into a room and you've got hydroponics of edible herbs? And then also you have 30 different types of microgreens that grow every 22 days. And you have 20 different types of sprouts growing every 5 to 8 days. And then you have vegetables growing every 26 days, 1/3 the time it takes from then putting something in the soil. The soil's that's gone. That's the old way of doing stuff. It doesn't work for the future. And just imagine you could juice things. Hydroponically, you can grow blueberries, blackberries, raspberries, and strawberries, and elderberries. You wouldn't want to grow elderberries. But all these other things you can grow. You can grow avocados indoors. I've done this. So then you could make organic juices and sell them fresh at the market. You can make hibiscus. You can grow hibiscus and then have hibiscus tea, iced tea. And hot weather people love healthy drinks, sweeten it with stevia. You can bring in bee colonies so that they pollinate all your landscaping. So these are simple. Now that's just one project. Another project could be, having some in the Hobbit village, if that's what you chose, or adding on, but also do it architecturally in unison. One of the things that we learned from the great Lorenzo Medici, the great Lorenzo de Medici, who was the sponsor of Michelangelo and Da Vinci, etc., and Raphael, was always build something with symmetry, balance, and beauty. So if you have one wing on one side, have a wing on the opposite side, equal. Do something as if this is going to be a piece of artwork, whatever you construct. And I don't recommend that you go and buy something that looks beautiful, because what you're doing, you're going to be paying twice what you should, because you're paying for someone else's dream instead of creating your own. If you want to buy something that's simple and then reconstruct it based upon what your own ideas are, that's what I did with the Healing Springs Ranch. There was a little tiny house there. I just tore it down and I built something that was beautiful, a 20,000 square foot hacienda with a lake in front of it. So that's what you want to do. And if you have people who are willing to either have their own project, and that person heads that project, and then you share in the income from it. Because when you're all living that way, you don't have your rent. You don't have your mortgage payments. You buy it, you pay for it. Don't finance anything. And then some people will be responsible for caring for the grounds, other people for cooking. So each person has a different responsibility. And as long as you've gotten the right people in on the project, you've got a perfect, intentional community. They have quality of life. They're around like-minded people. They have their own sense of independence and autonomy. And yet they're sharing the strengths of what they have in common. So it has to get away from the me generation to the we and sharing something together. So that's what I would suggest. Now, it doesn't matter where you are to do this. The same principle works. An intentional community, no matter if it's here or any place, works the same way. Now let's go back to what I said originally about the castle. I'll bring that full force now. Right now, I'm looking at probably 80 different castles or villas, well, they're not called villas in France, And I'm looking at things from $400,000 to $1.5 million. And these would be intentional community. They are magnificent. One of these places alone would cost $100 million if it were in the United States. But over there, the euro has dropped. It's lost a lot of its value. And young people don't want to live in these places. Their parents have for generations. They don't. They want to live in the cities. So they don't want to maintain them. And there are turnkey places that, unlike my friend, you don't have to go and start from scratch and build the whole thing. Taxes are low. One place that had 20 bedrooms, for example, magnificent. I mean, it was just like out of a movie, of a period piece. It had that grandeur to it. It was just breathtaking. Taxes were $6,000 a year. Now, of course, there are limitations. You have to be able to speak the language. Someone has to communicate. And you have to have people who want to be there for part of a year. So I'm looking at the future for those who are more conservative in their financial dealings. They have some extra money and they would like to go and live in a place for 3 months a year in a wonderful culture and learn and enjoy it. And so, again, you open up yourself to other cultures and other parts of the world, and you get there and you enjoy yourself. I remember how much fun it was in France going daily down to the farmer's market on these old cobble streets that were hundreds of years old, and watching people with their bicycles come up and just buy everything fresh. And every day they wanted everything fresh. They would smell everything and touch everything, and they knew what they were buying, because there's no such thing as a bad meal in France. Everybody knows how to cook, much like in Italy. So being able to be a world traveler, meaning being able to get out and go to another culture, that's the future also for those who could afford it. And considering what can be purchased, the value of what can be purchased versus the price, you're getting a lot more value than what you're paying for if you do it as a small group, 2, 3 people. Historically, everybody just did everything for themselves, but then you're sitting with a larger place and what you need, and you don't need it all year, but it's a thought for having a plan B. So look around, you can go up and you can look at our property for sale all over the world. The countries I told you are the best places to go. Look there and you'll see that the prices are not expensive. The places are huge and they're beautiful. And there's a sense of history and elegance and just the sweep of nature looking over vineyards. And it's just magnificent. And there are hundreds of them in each country. So that's something for you to look at. And in the United States, there are places that I would have, thought were terrific in Colorado, but then you start looking at all the limitations and you think, no, that day has come and it's gone. There's time now for other places. But then let's just say that you're ready to go. What tools do you need? Well, you need to have direction. You need to have purpose. You need to have a support system to do it. Now, maybe you don't want to do it with a group. Maybe you just want to do it for yourself or you and your family. That's fine too. But whatever you do it with the idea that no matter what you purchase, you can earn an income from it. So if you have extra rooms, use those in case you want to rent them out for someone who wants to come and enjoy, some time in nature. As people used to pay Amish farmers to go and work on an Amish farm for 2 weeks. And it's the Amish don't have much of a sense of humor, so you go there, you go to work. But I'm talking about the people who want quality of life, going to a place and enjoying it, relaxing, de-stressing, appreciating it, nature green time, and then coming back. That's also a possibility. But I believe that as many people want to go and buy a place just for themselves or their families, and that's fine, I find that it's much more invigorating, much more interesting to be around people that you can have conversations with. People who are up on the upside of their being. They're not negative, they're not down, they're not in their crisis. They're not bringing you into that dark place that they've lived in so long that they forget that there's another place to live in the bright side of life. Now, before we take a break and go to this little talk, now those of you on a cell phone will not be able to hear it. It's about 10 minutes long. So you might give yourself that chance to take a snack, go to the bathroom, stretch again. But for everyone else, you really got to hear this. This is very, very, very important, because this shows you who you should not invite. And you got to get to know the people that you want to be with. And you've got to be able to be confident that it's a fit where you're harmonizing. Right place, right time, right ideas. You're the right person. You got a right support system. Because if any one of those are not working, it'll fail. And more often than not, what fails is the people. You got the wrong people. People thought they wanted something because they're so miserable where they're at. So they're thinking, hey, you seem like a bright and upbeat person. I want to be where you're at. And then they bring all that negativity with it. It just spills out. Now, every day, instead of getting up and working on your projects, instead you're dealing with their crisis. Well, that's not the purpose. These are not therapy places. This is not a place to come and dump all of your anger and rage and resentment, etc. This is a place to come and grow. Like I'm adding a little village, hobbit village, where I'm going to have a glass blower, a weaver, a mason, or a pottery person, and I'm going to have cameras set up so the person can do their projects, but they can also once a week do a class. They'll earn an income from it, and they can also sell their wares. So this way, they have a low life or a low cost of supporting their life, so they don't have to be making a lot of money, and yet they're in control of their life. They're creating their own days. So I may be a little bit more ambitious in my ideas than most people. That's just simply because of the nature of my energy. And but you can do as little or as much in your ideas as you want, but just harmonize, get to know the people that you're working with, and work with them for a period of time on a project before you do this. Before you invite someone to be a part of what you're doing, spend time seeing how they handle a project. If they can't handle the project, if they can't put it together, there's always excuses. It's not a fit. It's not a judgment. The person can be very nice, but you don't want just nice people. You want functional people. People can get something done. People don't have to be motivated and told what to do. They're self-motivating. That's the right people to have. That's where you're harmonizing at the high end of your energy. And it might take going through several examples. It's not going to happen just automatically. A lot of people are desperate. When people are desperate, when they got to have a place to live and they don't have any money, they're going to say anything. But there's where you have to use your intuition, and then you have to do a little project unrelated to where you're ultimately going to go. But it should take most of you somewhere between 3 to 5 months to look around the world, look around the United States. Wonderful places, wonderful people. I love the American public. Unlike others, I do not believe we're in a systemically racist people, that all people are racist. That's nonsense. That's childish. Most people are not. We've been, since the civil rights movement, which was very inclusive, and we all worked together because we didn't want to see the suffering of those who had. Today, you have millions of people working together, living together, friendships, that a person's race is not their identity. The quality of Martin Luther King's statement was, judge a person by the quality of their character, not by the color of their skin. So you don't want hotheads who are going to be judging everything and putting you under a microscope because they're the perfectionists and they know what's right and they're politically woke and you're not. That's not going to work. So if you've got these differences, okay, fine, then that's not someone you're going to bring in that project, because there are a lot of people who are just good, decent, honorable people. And we haven't heard from them yet. They're the silent majority out there. So have the right people and be very conscious if it's a young person. There's some very nice young people in this country who've had good parents. They've had people guide them, and they paid some attention to some of the more important life lessons. But if you get one of these baby boomers, one of these millennials who feel entitled, they're undisciplined, they're unappreciative, you're going to have a problem. So be very conscious of the people that you bring in, all right? Now, I'm going to ask, and then I'm going to take questions after this. We're going to, and remember, everything I'm sharing with you, all the list of books, all the list of references and resources for sustainable living, homesteading, all this you're going to receive. So you can have lots of time to do your research. And then also, I would suggest, if you have the money, buy yourself a small, not large, RV, one that you and maybe 2 people can stay in, so you can travel around to see the places you want to be at, spend a little time there, and you're mobile and you don't have to worry about a motel and bed bugs and coronavirus. And also it gives you the chance to be able to travel when you need. If you don't want to fly someplace, can't afford it, you can drive someplace. So an RV is a good investment. Now, the best places to buy RVs would be in Fort Myers, Florida. It's the RV capital. They make a lot of RVs out in the West Coast, but you want one that has low mileage and is, like 20,000 miles and has had a single owner. I wouldn't buy one of the big ones. There's a temptation. Oh, look how long this is, 40 feet. No, you don't need that. The newest ones, brand new ones, are around $80,000, and they're like Mercedes-Benz makes one. It's beautiful inside, very high. You get high mileage and ease of driving. You can park almost anywhere. So take a look. Depends upon your resources what you want to spend, but that would be, for those of you who have the money, that would be a suggestion for you. All right. So we're going to now, Glenn, we're going to go to that segment where people can watch it over the internet or listen to it. Even if you listen to it, the message is still powerful. And if you're not listening over prn.fm or over the internet, Glenn, do you want to give people instructions if they want to listen over the internet before we take that break and go there?
Hey my friends, it's Daniel Alley, and today I want to talk with you about 7 types of people that you cannot change. Look, you might be a good person yourself, but you know in your life that there's people that you cannot change no matter how hard you try. They're ignorant, they're stubborn, they will never change. So I'm going to share with you 7 types of people. Once I get through this list, you're going to say to yourself, wow, now I understand exactly what I need to do and how I need to think in order to deal with these people effectively. So listen up. The first type of person you can never change are victim-minded people. Now I'm going to tell you straight up that these are the majority of people that you'll interact with. They blame other people, they make excuses, they're naysayers, and they always have something negative to say. You see, most people study the news. They study negative interactions. They dwell on the negatives, like worries, fears, insecurities, inadequacies, and other negative thoughts. Look, my friends, I want to tell you straight up that if you're dealing with a victim-minded person, someone that's always criticizing, complaining, and condemning people, places, and things, then you need to avoid this person, and you need to understand that there's nothing you can do to really help them, because they're not willing to change. They're not willing to accept responsibility. They're not willing to say, you know what? It's my fault. I have to do something about it, and I need to become better. You see, my friends, you have to understand that if you're willing to change, then that's a start. If you're willing to grow, if you're willing to do the work, then you have to focus on you. Just understand that you need to work on your mentality, and eventually your reality will change as well. Don't worry about the person who has the victim mentality. The second type of person that you cannot help at all are self-righteous people. You ever met someone and they always think they're perfect? They think they know it all. They think that they're better than you. And if you interact with these people, there's nothing you can do to convince them that they're not. You see, these people are filled with ego. They're filled with pride. They feel like they're better than other people because they have deep insecurities that they've never faced themselves. When they look at other people, they believe that other people are bad and they talk down to them because in reality, that's how they feel about themselves. You see, what you see in other people is really what you see in yourself. And if a self-righteous person thinks that they're better, that means that they believe that they're worse than the person that they think that they're better than. You need to come to a conclusion that a self-righteous person is completely selfish. They're unwilling to change because they don't even think that they have to change. They don't even believe that anything is wrong with them. In fact, they believe that they're God or that they're one with God. So much so that if you keep on talking with them about what they're doing wrong, they're just going to shun you. They're just going to tell you that you're wrong, and they're going to make you feel like you'll never be good enough to even help them. So just leave them alone. The third type of person you can never change are desperate people. I mean, think about all the desperate people in your family. Think about some desperate friends that you've had in the past. People that are willing to do anything and everything in order to tarnish their own reputation or the reputation of their employers or their friends or their family. You have to understand that desperate people want maximum gain, but they want to put in minimal work. So whenever someone says that they want a quick fix or they want to join a company because they want to just make money, you have to understand that that person only sees the glory. They don't understand the story. They don't understand exactly what they need to do to become the kind of person to work at that company, or to get promoted, or to start a business, or to make great gain that will last them in the long term. They want a quick fix. They want magic. They want to just pop in the air. They just want to see it come to fruition. That's why millions of people play the lottery. They believe that if they put in $1, they're going to get 10 million or $10 billion. They're desperate for money. They're desperate for change, but they're going about it in the wrong way. They want a millionaire banging on their doorsteps, willing to give them a big check for whatever amount that they want. Desperate people are very easy to recognize. They're always sweating. They're always begging. They're always looking for a way to swindle someone or manipulate a person. If you see desperate people in your life, try to stay away from them. You don't want anything to do with their baggage. The fourth type of person that you can never change are deceptive people. People who are always lying. They're always cheating. They're always stealing. They're always manipulating. They're always seducing. They're always flattering. If you know these kind of people in your life, then you need to watch out. Because these are the same people who are two-faced. These are the same type of people who will backstab you. These are the same type of people who will make sure that they will burn the bridge and make sure that you get the bad side of the deal. So you need to understand who they are. Now you might be asking, how do I know if someone is going to deceive me? How do I know if someone is lying? How do I know if someone is cheating? How do I know if someone is going to steal, or if they're manipulating or flattering or seducing me? Well, usually you can tell by their mannerisms. Usually you can tell by the way they speak, because what comes from their heart will usually come out of their mouth. Usually they'll talk about their plans, and so you have to be perceptive. You have to understand exactly who you're dealing with and make sure to ask them the right questions. You see, you cannot answer your questions about this person. You have to question your answers about this person. You have to make sure to understand their intentions by asking yourself, why is this person here? What are they really about? Because every single person has the motive, what's in it for me? And it's okay to have that motive for yourself. But if you know someone that's really close to you in your life, that's only trying to take, and never give, then you need to be smart about the people you're surrounding yourself with. Now, the best way to understand the people around you is to check yourself first. Because if you know for yourself that you're honest, that you're filled with integrity, that you have the perfect character that you need right now to get to the place you need to be, then you'll understand exactly how you think. You'll understand exactly how you need to react. You'll understand exactly who you need to kick out of your life and how to deal with these people that you're interacting with. The fifth type of person that you can never change are disloyal people. Now, I've had a lot of people who've worked for me in the past, And the biggest way that I've discovered who are really disloyal is whenever they say that I'm the most loyal person that you know. Most people who are very loyal don't normally say that. They don't normally preach about how loyal they are and how long they plan to stay with the company. They just stay with the company. They just stay by your side. You can usually trust them because they're not always telling you about how much you need to trust them. You just trust them because you feel their vibe, you know their spirit, you know they want to help, you know they have the right intentions, you know that they're loyal, you can see it with your own eyes. Now you might be asking, well Daniel, how do I know I'm dealing with a disloyal person? Well, it's very simple. All you need to do is ask yourself, can I be around this person for the next 5 years? What about 10 years? 20 years? 50 years? Put it through the timeline and try to see for yourself and imagine if you can actually go the distance with this person. If you're still not sure about this person, then you need to ask them about their goals, ask them about their motives, ask them about their ambitions, and usually there'll be some kind of signal that they're disloyal to you. Now on the other side, there's a chance that you'll find out that they are loyal to you. But in the end, no one really knows. All you can do is ask the questions. All you can do is make the right judgment. But you never want to make the wrong assumption, because misjudgment is the thief of all opportunities. And if you end up firing or getting rid of someone that's loyal in your life, you're going to regret it for the rest of your life. So make sure to understand exactly who you're dealing with and see if they pass your loyalty test. The sixth type of person that you can never change are doubters. You see, there's a lot of people that are very skeptical. They think everything is a scam. They think everything is fake news. They think everything is farcical. So you need to understand if you're dealing with someone that's very doubtful, that you cannot be around them for too long. Because eventually their doubts will start to rub off on you. They'll start asking you, well, how do you know it's true? And then you'll start questioning your own beliefs. You'll start questioning your own philosophy. You'll start questioning your own truths that you've already accepted months, years, decades ago. So make sure to reinforce your faith by asking yourself, am I surrounded by anyone in my life that is filled with doubt? If you are, make sure to check them out and cast them out of your life if possible. Now, if someone is really close to you, maybe it's your spouse, maybe it's your kids, maybe it's family members or close friends or coworkers, and they're always doubting, then you need to use this as research for what you need to do. Because usually when someone is doubtful, they'll tell you exactly what not to do. So for instance, when I started my business, someone was telling me, oh Daniel, if you start a business, you're probably going to fail, and they gave me all the reasons. They enumerated it all. And then I realized, you know what? This person's absolutely wrong. I need to not take their advice and do exactly the opposite of what they're suggesting. And I did that, and it changed my life. So if you have any doubtful people, make sure to do what I call the opposite equivalent, the exact opposite of what they recommend. If you do it like I did, it can change your life. The seventh person that you cannot change are quitters. Look, quitters will always quit. They will always have the loser mentality. They will always be inconsistent. They will always tell you that they're going to do it, but they never will. And if you see that there's people like this in your life, then you need to understand who they are. You need to say to yourself, you know what, this person's a quitter. They've quit all these jobs, they've quit all these opportunities, they've quit on themselves. There's nothing I can do to push them even further. Now you might be saying, well Daniel, you can't quit on quitters. I'm saying that's exactly what you need to do. If you know that there's someone in your life that you're very close to that is always quitting on everything they start, then you need to give up on them. You need to say, you know what, I've tried my best, I've given it my all, it's time to let them go. But only do it if you know you've done your best. Don't do it if you've made a subtle attempt. Don't just quit on them if you know that you've just only tried to help them a little bit. Only quit on them if you know that you've given it all that you've got. And for those who are watching this, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So if it's time to quit on a person, make sure to do it right now. But make sure you do it in a civil way. Write a letter, send an email, make a phone call, make a personal visit, and end the relationship if you can. Alright my friends, I just shared with you 7 types of people you cannot change. If you like this video, please subscribe to my channel and share this video with the type of people you can change. If there's anyone in your life that you know can be influenced by this message, please pass it along. Again, this is Daniel Alley. Please check me out on Instagram and hit that notification button. Leave a comment in the section below saying yes if you're ready to make great changes in your life. Alright guys, I'll see you on the next video.
listening is going to get a complete, I think it's like 47 pages of all the charts that show the best places and least best places to live based upon the metrics, whether it's water or health or crime or unique weather events. And then there are places like Hawaii that might be nice to live, but it's very, very expensive and very overpopulated. When I was in Hawaii last, Honolulu, it's a 7-mile ride from the airport to the hotel I was in. It took 45 minutes because it's bumper to bumper traffic and overbuilt. Everything that was once a unique monument is now just cluttered with people. So you got too much expense and too little places to go. So it wouldn't be a choice. And so anyhow, all the information on hydroponics, what are the best ones, where can you go and get them, that's all in the reference. I've got dozens and dozens and dozens of references for you to go on homesteading, hydroponics. And by the way, on the internet, there are thousands of stories about how to buy an RV, best places, and what type. And the lighter the RV, the more mileage it's going to get. Try to get one that's also capable of running on not just fuel, but also electricity. They're hybrids. They exist. And even solar panels on the side of some that help also for some of that mileage. So anyhow, the information is there. It's just going to take some time and effort on your part. I've spent thousands of hours collecting all this information. Now we're going to go to our questions here in a moment. We're going to start our questions, be happy to address them. And then we will go to the film, and then I'll be there at the end in case there are any final questions about an hour later, because we've been going already 3 hours, lots of information shared. And I've been going through a lot of places, and I realize I told you at the beginning, don't worry about taking all these notes because I have a lot to cover. But I'm just showing you some of the best and worst places to think about getting there, but also what mindset you have to have, and also what kind of people. You don't want to be going anywhere with anyone who has any of those 7 qualities, because that'll undermine the beauty and wonder of the experience, and the creativity and uniqueness of the experience. And you don't want to be making the next move in your life with drama. You just don't want to. Drama people, get them out. If you have to say goodbye to friendships or other people, it's time to say goodbye. And because when you say goodbye to one toxic relationship, you open yourself up to a high quality relationship in its place. And that's important. Don't make my mistake. And I made a big mistake. I made it for probably 3/4 of my career. If a person said they wanted to get healthy and wanted to do something, I gave them 100% of my energy and effort and resources. And rare was the person that followed up on it. You know, you find a lot of people in your life for different reasons, but very few to really grow. So also, one of the things you can do when you're in a small community, you can work on social issues. Now, just in the last year and a half, I've written 74 articles challenging Wikipedia's legitimacy. I've written 12 articles on 5G. And the more you're in suburbs, and the 5G is going to be far less invasive in rural America and electromagnetic frequencies. And when you're doing your homework, you look around, you look to see, is there a nuclear power plant? I want to know that. Are there gas hydrofracking? I want to know that. Texas is a big state. There's lots of hydrofracking in Texas and oil wells in Texas, but Texas is a huge state. And therefore, what's in much of the state that I wouldn't live in isn't where I do. In the Northeast section, where there's water and unlimited water and beautiful environment and green and mountains, it's in the mountain area. But that's only about 10% of Texas. The rest of it is non-sustainable in the future. So, you have to look not just at a whole state, but if there's a section to the state that might be compatible with your needs. But again, you're not buying a house just to go and enjoy it. You're buying something that you can also have a different lifestyle from, because a lot of people are having to change their lifestyle. And by the way, for those of you who are living on your 401ks, they're now turning over your retirement funds and 401ks to BlackRock. This is a group of absolute capital vultures great white sharks, and you're the nosebleed, and you're going to see that decimated. For decades, they wanted to get their hands on your 401ks. Now they have. So I would make sure that my future is not dependent upon anything that is a fund that could be depleted. Also, the last thing before we go to our questions is, what about senior citizens? Now, you got to listen very carefully to what I'm saying. There shouldn't be an age outside of, children, adolescents, and teenagers where you're trying to see if a person will fit. In fact, the older you are, the more you should be able to positively adjust yourself to a new environment because you have the wisdom of a lifetime of what works and what doesn't work. But I just finished 2 anti-aging studies. I had people as old as 95, 81, most were probably around 75. And they were all tough, resistant, argumentative, highly opinionated. And it was not a fun experience for me. A health support group is a lot of fun. Meet a lot of wonderful people. They're coming to relax and enjoy and de-stress. There's no fixed schedule. They can do what they want. They eat great food, drink great juices, have yoga, meditation. It's just delightful. But until you work with senior citizens and you see how demanding they are, how opinionated they are, how resistant they are to change, you can't appreciate what you're up against. And then I ask myself, would I want this person in my life as a friend? And the answer would be, with a few exceptions, no. I even see my friends. I just had a friend who passed recently, Barry Farber, the great broadcaster. Barry and I have been friends since 1970. Now, you talk about an intellect. He could speak, write, and read 32 languages that I was aware of, including 2 in China and Japanese, Russian. And he was just one of the most phenomenal human beings I'd ever had the privilege to meet. We never had a bad conversation, and we had thousands of conversations. He used to call me and say, let's go for a walk, and we just talk. And he was delightful. Barry was one of those people that at age 90, he was still as open and refreshed by life as if he was 16. That's a senior citizen. It's exciting. But I've always known people much older than myself who were wonderful, the great Renaissance artist, if not the last one in American history, Paul Swan. I was 23 when I met him. He was 85. Until he died about 6 years later, it was just a marvel to be around this person who didn't recognize his age as a limitation. Dr. Linus Pauling, Dr. Abram Hoffer, Dr. Emmanuel Revisi. When he was on, I helped save his life once when he had an infection. Nobody in the hospital, his own hospital, couldn't cure. I went to work and we broke the infection, and he was very appreciative. And then that was when he was about 75. But when he was 102, and I got word that he was at the hospital, I went to see him, and I says, I can save your life. And he just looked at me and he held my hand and he said, Gary, he said, I'm 102. I've done everything in this life I want to do. So I'm ready to say goodbye to this. And it saddened me because every single morning when I left the Institute of Applied Biology to walk home from the east side to the west side, I would stop off on Park Avenue and 91st Street and talk with him early. And every day he had new ideas. He was so refreshing to be around because he was so upbeat and positive. Sarah Dona, the grand dame of radical feminism during the 1920s, 30s, 40s, and 50s. I was fortunate enough when she was in her 80s and I was in my 20s. She was my first job in New York. I worked as a ghostwriter. And some of the greatest, most famous authors in America wanted her or their publishers to edit their material because they weren't good writers. They were limited in their capacity to write, even though they might have good ideas. And she did all the polishing. And so I worked with her. And each evening in her salon at the Bancroft Hotel on 72nd Street, there would be a group of people who were all great writers and thinkers and social activists of the 20s. Mind you, this is 1970. 67, 68, 69, I should say. And I'm not talking because I was too illiterate to be in that group of heavyweights, but I was listening as I was editing to some of these great minds, Louis Herbert and Thelma Nuremberg and Melvin Walden and Sarah Dona. Her name was Helen Sevron, that she wrote under. And I'm listening to them feeling left out. Nobody was asking to be a part of the anti-war movement against Vietnam because they were old. And they were angry about it. They were saddened by it. And I thought, what a gift I have, young, naive, and to be around such intellectual titans. And I just felt privileged by that. So jump ahead. I've had the benefit of being around a lot of older people who are just wonderful human beings. Then I work with a lot, and those who had a problem with health, who had to make changes, those are the most resistant. The most people that I've helped in my career have been younger people, younger in their 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s. The most difficult people to get to change are the older people, 70 and up. Now, some will, but only a small percentage. Now, what was important is at the end of that anti-aging retreat, everybody had phenomenal results, because at some point, and in one guy, he was driving back to the airport to come back to Florida from Texas, and he said, Gary, he said, I've just woken up to this lecture that you did last night when you said truth or lies. The lecture was Truth or Lies. And you can see all these lectures for free. I filmed them. About 40 of them are up on prn.fm. Just scroll down, you'll see the lectures, self-empowerment lectures. And he said, why in the world did it take me all these decades to finally realize I've been living lies? And we had this conversation, and it was cathartic to him. Now he's a totally transformed human being, totally transformed. So he's one of these senior citizens that would be wonderful to be around because he's got the total experience and wisdom, but now he's focused upon the truth of everything instead of trying to bring everything back to the conditioned and pasteurized, sanitized, blandardized self that he lived through. But everyone got their catharsis at some point, generally in the last few weeks. But how often in these people's lives will they have an opportunity to be with someone who's guiding them every single day from 4 a.m. till midnight? It was up 7 days a week for 3 months to be with them, to answer their questions. You don't get that every day in life. You never get that in your life. But these people got it. And to their credit, they all changed, but only after so many lectures that should not have had to have been held about what's wrong with people and why are they resistant and why are people stuck in the delusion and illusions of their existence instead of the reality. But when they did get it, they made great progress. So my answer is this. There are places, lots of places, any place that a younger person could go and enjoy themselves, an older person should not feel that somehow they shouldn't participate in that. But you've got to stop acting like an old person, because nobody wants to be around an old, crotchety, crouchy, angry, opinionated person. All right? Nobody does. So ask yourself, why don't you have friends unless they're like you? And would you want to be a friend of you compared to what you were 40 years ago? So we got to realize that a lot of the stereotyping that young people feel about older people is actually true, at least in part. But that doesn't mean you can't change. You can. The difference is I would have helped everybody, no questions asked, for much of my career. Today, I won't. Today, you got to show me you deserve my time and attention, my insight. You got to show me you deserve the energy and that healing, or I will not help. I'll find someone who will do something with it. Because look at it like this. Let's say there are two people, and they're both going to take 3 hours of your time. One is going to take that, change their own life, learn, and then share it with other people. The other is they're not going to do it. They're going to make excuses. They're going to be angry at everyone, and nothing's going to come from it. Which one should you help? If you're bound by guilt, shame, fear, and insecurity, you're going to help the one that's not going to do anything with it because it mirrors your own reflective, insecure self. If you care about yourself and honor yourself, you're going to help the person that's going to make it a better world for other people, the person that passes it forward. So remember that when selecting people to be with in the future. All right. Now, let's take some questions here. I'm going to run through them as quickly as I can. Let's see. It's not easy for Americans to retire in the United Kingdom. You can Google it. Ireland is a little easier. I wouldn't move to the United Kingdom for anything. I've been there 40 times. I love the people. I can't stand the government and its rules. It's insane. 90% of the old estates have had to been broken up because nobody could pay the death taxes, which are crazy. I'll never will forget visiting a castle when I was there. And it was a wonderful tour, very interesting, how people lived, what they ate, their hygiene, everything I found interesting. But then when everyone was out this little food shop buying their lunch before we went to the next place, I saw the woman who was the tour guide, and she was walking around the back of the house. So I just had to see. So I walked around the back of the house and I knocked on this little door. She came to the door and I said, "Ma'am, this was your house, wasn't it?" She said, "Yes." I said, she says, "I'm able to stay here because the state has the United Kingdom has this, and allow me to stay here. I have a little tiny apartment. I have a kitchen." She invited me in. She had a kitchen and a bedroom. That's it. Why? Because when her sister died, she couldn't afford the huge amount of taxes. And so this is what's happening. So United Kingdom has a lot going wrong with it. I wouldn't even get into colonialism and the destruction and Winston Churchill and racism and all the people who died in Bengal and other places because of it. Just say it's 0 on my list of places that you should move to. But Ireland, now that's a different story. Ireland is one of the most progressive, healthiest, beautiful environment, and really nice people. Not because my own family comes from Ireland and we're part of the struggle and came here indentured, but rather you look at the Emerald Isle, and you see great possibility. They're open for ideas. Real estate has been historically very expensive, but now it's not. The cost of living in Ireland is very reasonable, and they're very open to ideas. So Ireland would be up on one of my, yes, Ireland and Scotland both. The Scottish people, the Irish people, they're both terrific people in great places, healthy, clean, and very smart people. Yes. Okay, question. What region of Spain would you recommend? Okay, at one time, I would say around Barcelona, now it would be San Sebastian, Madrid. All of Spain now is in a severe drought. I mean, so severe that hundreds of years old olive trees and orchards and wineries are gone, dead. And there's only small sections of Spain that are still viable because they have aquifers that still work. The Spanish people are easygoing. It's a very slow lifestyle. You can take an hour and a half to eat a dinner. They're highly educated. They're very politically savvy. There are lots of, they're not afraid to protest. They're not afraid to show you what they feel. They don't hide a lot of their feelings. They're very open and honest and very gracious and very cultured. Spain is a great country. Madrid and some of the larger cities are beautiful, but they're not sustainable. And you'll see it in the gardens. When last time I went through all those cities, I would see these one-time beautiful gardens dry as a bone, dead. So there are maps that you can get to show you which areas of Spain are still sustainable. So you have to look at the current grid. All right. Gary, any idea retiring or living in Malaysia? Oh, God, yeah. No. Oh, civil strife, poverty, corruption of the government, genocide. No. Nope. Whole lot of reasons I wouldn't live in Malaysia. Not because of the Malaysian people. They're not the problem. Is it better to rent a house in one of the good areas to live in the United States or Europe? I would start off by seeing what are your financial resources, you personally or anyone else you're going to do this with. And And then what you do, you just sign an agreement that if anything goes sideways or someone decides this isn't for them, which can happen, the person gets out what they put in. That's it. That way you stop greed. You stop saying, well, we bought it at this price, but now it's worth this price. You got to pay me that price to get out for your 50% or 30%. No. It shouldn't be about greed. It shouldn't be about how you're going to monetize it, because that's taking that capitalist mindset in. You have to take a humanitarian mindset in. And that is, whatever we bought, whatever money I put in, if I decide to leave, you will pay this back to me over whatever period of time you agree upon. That's a humane way of doing it. I wouldn't rent. I would buy if you buy right. And generally, that's buying 50% of what the current market is. And you've got to look not for foreclosures, but rather you have to look for people who no longer can support themselves because they're not aware of how to repurpose their land. You're coming in to build a hydroponic house. Start with a small hydroponic house. We started with one that are 20 feet by 8 feet, 2 of them. And they were about, I think, $6,000 each, not very expensive. And they grow about 435 plants between the two. And then you see what grows and what doesn't grow, and what grows and what you need. They came without fans. Okay, so we got fans so it exhausts. Put a thermometer on so it controls the temperature. And then once you see what's growing or not growing, then you keep a chart. How long does it take to grow this, and this? And how bountiful is it? And how does this compare? And then you do something smart. And that is, you don't sell a whole head of lettuce. You take the outer leaves off of 10 heads of lettuce. Now you sell a package of lettuce in cellophane with a ribbon and a beautiful little calligraphy card that says, Boston lettuce. People will pick that up always. I mean, I've done this always, and buy that over just buying a head of lettuce. So you have to be creative. And I'm not going to give you all those ideas. You can get, I'm sure you have your own ideas. But then once that works for 3 months, 4 months, then you go to a larger unit that can give you 1,000, 2,000 heads, because that means if you're getting $3 a head and you got 3,000 heads, it's $9,000 a month. And let's say you share it. The person puts up the money, gets 30%, and then the place itself gets 20% because that's what's paying for all your utilities, so nobody has to pay rent. They're living free. So just imagine, and then the people working it, each person gets 10%. So you got 3 people working, they each get 10%. Now, everybody's profited from it. It's costing nobody anything to live there, and you're growing your own food, and you're doing something creative that helps other people. That's a terrific way of living. You can't imagine the joy that I've had when I was watching people, and I turned over a garden. I built a garden, a big garden, and then you can't grow in Florida. That's stupid. In the summertime, nothing grows. You're right. And then I just went out and put a shade cloth on it, 70% shade cloth, and I grew everything. And so I was the only one that had anything fresh grown. And I put only fresh grown local organic produce. And I had lines waiting to get, $2,000 in a Saturday morning. It was nothing. Some of these farmers markets, some of the people were walking by $10,000, $15,000 in a morning. That's right. See, it's a whole different economy. People are just not thinking off the grid, but you have to educate yourself. You have to go slow, make your mistakes, and everything you're going to do is going to be a mistake. So just accept that. Don't feel bad. It's just part of the learning curve until you get it right. And then you go for a big one. And you use your profit from your first 2 ventures to build the big one. The big one should be around 10,000 heads at a time. Well, if you're doing 10,000 heads, that's $30,000 a month. That's over $360,000 a year. You've got a nice operation, and then people get used to you. And that's just one project. You see, on 2 acres of land, you could do 20 projects. And each person you should have only one person controlling a project. That's their project. Everybody else, who they get to work, help them. Local people, for example, they're happy to come in and do something like this to help out, make a little money. And the people you send to the market have to be the ones with the nice personalities, meaning no one from New York. Right. Yeah, what do you want? Buy the damn lettuce. Give me money. Or I'll punch in the mouth. No, get people who have nice personalities, right? Who are friendly and upbeat. And people like that. People like, being spoken with in a kind and upbeat way. So I would not rent. Okay, was Singapore mentioned? Yes, it was. Singapore has a lot of positives. It is still under control. Remember, you got to look at that. And I wouldn't move there because of the Chinese control over it. So there are places I wouldn't move to because of who controls it and the ethics of supporting dictatorships. Which water filtration system do you suggest? Reverse osmosis is the one I would suggest. I have reverse osmosis. Both of my tanks, one for the animals, one for the house. They were about $12,000 each. And because I bought both of them, I said I want a lifetime service and guarantee. So every month they have to come and service them, and I get nothing but pure, clean water. And I build it on a concrete a foot above the ground with all the piping above the ground. The trouble is everyone else makes it at ground level with the pipes going from the ground down into the well. So when it floods, your well floods. This way, the well doesn't flood. And so I haven't had a single problem. What region of Ireland? I prefer Cork, the south section of Ireland. It has much better temperature. Okay? And we don't know about their vaccine future in Ireland, but they do have a very vigorous, don't call it anti-vax. That's wrong. Nobody's anti-vax. I haven't met an anti-vax person in my life. I'm not anti-vax. I simply want the freedom of choice. If I'm going to choose a vaccine, I want proof that the vaccine is safe and effective. I don't want anyone experimenting on me. I don't want anyone profiting off of me at the cost of my health. So if you gave me a vaccine that was safe and effective with no side effects, no one dying, no one end up with paralysis, brain damage, autism, that would protect me, I would definitely consider it. Who wouldn't? But that's not what we have. So I believe in the freedom of choice. And there's a big freedom of choice movement now in Italy, in Chile, in Brazil, not in the United States yet, but it's growing because the New York Times, Washington Post, CNN, they're all pro-vaccine. They're all corrupt. But fortunately, the public is learning. I've written 52 articles why vaccines are not safe and effective. They're free. Download them, share them. What's the best place to live in terms of avoiding forced vaccination? Well, I would take a look at places like Texas. I would definitely say no to California, Washington, Oregon, and New York and Pennsylvania. Those 4 states are pro-vaccine, mandatory vaccine. And when the COVID vaccine comes, which it will be mandatory and there'll be severe punishment if you don't take it. So try to go where people in general believe in freedom of choice and they still honor the sanctity of making the choice over what goes in their body. Let's see here. What's next? Is Quebec, Canada a good place to live? Yes, it is. Yeah, it's got a lot of good stuff going and wonderful people, especially if you speak French and the specific dialect of French. And Montreal is the same. There are a lot of English-speaking people there, but the environment's good, water's good. Yeah. Let's see, what parts of Ireland, I mentioned that. France, of course, everyone wants to live in the south of France, near the Riviera. Great idea, wonderful place. But also Normandy, you're getting almost the same weather you get in Britain, lots of rain. It can be cold, but you don't look at that. You look at the beauty of the environment. And so I would say most of France is doable. I have 5G now in New Jersey. What is my option? Well, your options are, you better get the articles I've written and the videos under testimony, under oath, what's wrong with 5G by some of the world's greatest authorities like Dr. Deborah Davis, and take that to all your neighbors and give them the articles and give a link so they can watch the videos and just say our health and our future depends upon us challenging this, and challenges at the local level. All right, that's the only option you have, because once you're in a 5G grid, your life's in danger. Gary, I'm thinking to go organic farm in Nicaragua. Is Nicaragua a good place to move? It was. I would not suggest, in fact, I'm not suggesting any of the places one time I would have suggested. I would have suggested, certainly I would have suggested the east coast of Africa, going clear down. I would have suggested much of Colombia, but now narco-terrorism is everywhere. I mean, everywhere. And as a result, one day someone could come on your property and say, here's a check, and it would be a lawyer, and the check would be for your property, legal documents. And you say, well, I'm not moving. Yeah, you are. Today, you have a chance to sign this, get a check. Well, this isn't worth half of what my property is worth. That's the amount that you're going to receive. And then you ask, well, what if I don't? Do you value your life? That's what's happening all over. And why? Because drug cartels want to launder their money, and they do it by having front groups with lawyers buy property so they have a legal deed, a legal transfer. They use those as safe houses, and they stash money in these places. They use them for all forms of nefarious reasons. And if they like what you're doing, you're a target. And then you have your extortionists, you have your kidnappers. When you travel to these countries, you have to give your passport, you have to give your ID, and they run a computer check and see if you don't have any money, do your parents have money? If they do, you're a target. So no, not at this time. What about French-speaking Caribbean? I'm not mentioning a single place to move to in the Caribbean. Didn't you all see what happened to Puerto Rico? Didn't you see what happened with the Category 6 hurricane to the Bahamas and all 700 of the islands, the Bahamas chain? Have you heard a single word about the entire capital being just leveled? No. There's no place in the Caribbean that is now considered hurricane-proof. And the hurricanes that are coming now are very big, very powerful, very slow-moving, 1 mile an hour in some cases, and dumping huge amounts of water. So why in the world would you want to be any place where you have a chance of losing everything with one storm? And remember, these are islands. They don't grow their own food. They don't have any of their own building materials. Everything has to be imported. So you're going to pay an astronomical amount to build anything and wait months to get it. So no, none of that is mentioned. Around how much time do we have before the bottom falls out of the U.S.? It's falling out now. But understand something, and this is not political, but here's what I believe is happening right now. I believe that in order to get Joe Biden into president, and he is unfortunately, by the way, tomorrow I'm going to talk about his racist background and being against Civil Rights Act and other things that they're conveniently overlooking. But he's not the object. It's Kamala Harris or whatever woman they choose. They're going to be hardliners. It would be as if Hillary Clinton were back into a position of power at the State Department. If she were president, the deep state will have won, and therefore our rights will virtually disappear. And you will see more draconian laws passed, including what speech is punishable. For example, right now in some countries, if you mention anything negative about Israel, it could be considered a hate crime. And yet Israel is an apartheid state. It has the largest open-air prison in the world. And apartheid is racist. Apartheid in South Africa was racist. Well, apartheid, of any race is racist. When you keep nearly 5 million people hostage, take their lands, then you can argue whether, I don't care about your arguments. All right. I don't care about, well, God gave it to this, God gave it to that. That's irrelevant. If you want to have an honest historical look at what has happened, then do the honest historical review for yourself. I have many times. And so is there going to be any sanctions? No, but there will be sanctions against you if you bring it up. All free speech, all investigative reporting, all exposés are being wiped off all social media. You can't get even a positive article about how to treat people with COVID naturally, it'll be banned. That's the pharmaceutical control over the internet. And this is just beginning. Now, I don't like anything about Trump. I don't think he has any redeemable value. There's my own personal feelings. You could have different feelings. Trump got elected because of a protest vote, because of all the people who were betrayed. And that's what all the statistics show. And don't look at all of his followers as redneck, racist, hillbilly, misogynist people. They're not. Only about 5% are. That means 95% of 63 million people are just regular, decent people who've been betrayed, unionists, other people, where Appalachia, the jobs didn't come back in other places. People have been exploited, and they just got tired of being exploited, being promised and never delivered. Well, now the deep state has been exposed. When was the last time anyone who was a legitimate liberal would say, yeah, let's have someone who was the head of the CIA and the head of the National Security Agency, Clapper, and his colleague run the commentaries on CNN and MSNBC? We would say, but that's biased. You can't do that. That's what's happening. So everything is coalescing. And I believe they're treating COVID, they've weaponized COVID for political reasons, because the real action with COVID could be answered and corrected very simply, very easily, without all these deaths. But they are politicizing all this, and that's why the United States doesn't have much time. Our economy is dead, but no one realizes there's no pulse until the quarantine is lifted everywhere, and you see how few jobs reopen. In Manhattan, 40% of the people will not reopen, and 11% of the people who do reopen will be closed within 90 days. And if there's a second wave, which I believe there will be in the fall, and there's another quarantine with another shutdown of businesses, that's it. Our economy will completely collapse. We're already in inflation, and we'll go to hyperinflation. You can't print money fast enough or in great enough amount to buy yourself out of this. That's not going to work. This is not 2007. So you're looking at $15 trillion. It's going to be lost in this economy and jobs. Then what do you think all those unemployed people are going to do? So that's it. Okay. Hi, Gary. This is Wendy living in Florida. Please tell me any sustainable states in the United States that have great Florida weather, no snow, and within 20 miles of a beach. Well, in order to have the weather, you would have to have where it's going to be very hot. So you're going to have to accept that where there's a beach, there's going to be erosion, algae. Look at what happened. It used to be just 2 years ago, you would have an algae bloom for about 2 weeks. It would come off Lake Okeechobee, and they would open up, the Corps of Engineers would open up the gates, one to the west, one to the east. It would end up coming out around Port St. Lucie and on one side, and up around Sarasota on the other side. Now this past year, I filmed it. The entire state, all around the state, had blue-green algae, some of it going out 40 miles. Dead dolphins, dead manatees, turtles, billions of fish, all dead. The stench was terrible. And then all the people who had bought nice little homes, or not big homes, small little homes, in a small little area, you can drive the whole area in 10 minutes, which is Marco Island, one of the most beautiful destinations in America for the last 10 years. Everybody has a little canal in the backyard, so they have a little boat and they go out to the Gulf. Well, now all that water was toxic, so the air was toxic. People were coming down with upper respiratory tract infections. That's the new norm. You're not going to have clean water all over Florida. You're not going to have the ability to go out and fish or swim as you did. In fact, I filmed thousands of people, not even a year ago, up in North Naples on a beach, and not a single person in the water. And you could smell everything, and your eyes would burn. People had all these rich homes and couldn't go in the water. That's the new norm. So you got to look at the other states that have a beach: Alabama, or Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama, Texas. None of those are sustainable in the areas that you're talking about. So you can have warm water. You just can't be within 20 miles of a beach. All right? It's just that simple. Okay. What is the number one state that you would recommend with regards to quality of life? Quality of life, right now, it would be a tie between New Hampshire and Vermont. both not heavily populated, both very clean, both not that expensive. Those would be two. What about Zakopane, Poland? I'm sorry, I don't know anything about Zakopane, Poland. Would you talk about Finlandia in the 60s and how it's doing now? I don't know how it was doing in the 60s, so I can't answer that. When consciousness is improperly flays energetically with the physical dimension as it is at birth, well, you're asking me a question that's nothing to do with this, Joshua. Does Mexico have any states that is good to retire? Yeah, no. Haven't you been paying attention? 200,000 people known to have either been disappeared or murdered, beheaded, hung from the whole of Mexico is corrupted. Not the people. The people are just decent, honorable people. The government is corrupt and narco-terrorism reigns. 7 different drug cartels control every state in there. They have control over everyone. In fact, just day before yesterday, the top police in Mexico City, they had a whole group of, I think it was 30 people came to kill him, 30 assassins. He escaped with his life. He was injured. 2 of his bodyguards were killed. He's the top cop there. That's what the drug cartels do. So everything is a problem in Mexico. Moving overseas, pets, dogs, cats. If you, of course, wherever you're going to move, you're going to have to take your pets. But remember, you've got quarantines that can be several weeks. Moving them into a country, you have to have anywhere to get on a plane. You have to have a pet health certificate within 10 days of the flight or the travel. But that's doable. How long do you say people living in Florida have before they have to move? I'm in Ponce Inlet. Well, listen carefully. There's a beautiful place, and I mean beautiful, has this huge tent. It looks like something that you would see in a safari in Africa, right? A big, like khaki color and all your dining table and chairs. And it was used with exotic animals, giraffe and whatnot, as a place where people came to Naples who would then go over and spend an afternoon, you know. And the fire hit and burned the entire place down, and the man was chasing after one of his animals, so it didn't die, and he got 3rd-degree burns, almost died. And who would have thought? The day before, nobody would have thought. The day before COVID, nobody would have thought. Now, I had prepared for a hurricane, everything I could reasonably do. Storm shutters, backup sandbags in case it flooded, though I'm not in the flood zone. Backup water, 500 gallons of water backup, 5 gallons of water with each bathroom, requires about 3 gallons to flush. Backup water to stand in a shower in case electric goes off, you shampoo and then pour another gallon over your body to clean off. Food, a year's worth of food. And by the way, I just gave, this is just an aside, and I'm only saying this to motivate you to do it. But 2 weeks ago, a truck showed up. It was called the Daily Bread, and I gave them 600 pounds of new organic frozen food. Hence, it wouldn't go bad. Fruits and vegetables and potatoes, etc., and squash. They were very appreciative, and I gave it because that was food that I had stored for the last 12 months, and I didn't use it even with the coronavirus. So I gave it because homeless people or other people in need should have an opportunity for that. Then last week I bought a truck. I looked at about 30 trucks over the last month, and I saw one, and it had one owner, and it had about 100,000 miles. And I drove it, and I looked, and then I told the guy, he wanted 5,000. I said, I'm going to buy this. I'm going to fix it up. Oh, there's nothing wrong. Well, that's what you say, but I don't know that. And so I took it into a shop, and they run the whole diagnostic. They said it needs new clutch, needs new radiator. It came to $1,000. So I said, I'll give you $2,000 because I'm passing it forward. And he said, okay, well, that's a noble thing to do. So he dropped from 5,000. He had been 7,000. He dropped to 5,000, and I paid 2,000, and I fixed it up. Now, I'm giving it to a group to give it to vets, because vets, homeless vets in particular, have equipment, have skills, but they don't even have a vehicle to get their stuff to where they can work. And as a result, hence they're out of a lot of work, because there are places you have to take your equipment. If you're a welder, you have to take your welding equipment. So, all right, that's one gift I'm giving. How about some of you buying a truck, do your homework, get one, have it diagnosed, see what's wrong with it, offer an amount that doesn't break the bank. Generally from 2,000 to 5,000, you can get a good truck, and make sure it runs right, and then donate it. You'll get a tax write-off of 50%. And then there'll be another human being who will have a gift that can help them. And that's the key. Pass every gift that you have in life forward to help other human beings. We could do that. So other people who are wondering, how am I going to work? I'm hungry. I can't work because I've got my tools. I'm a mason, but I don't even have a car. So we need to donate cars and trucks. And hopefully in the next year, I'll donate several more. But let's do things to help other people. Is Belize a place to move to and create an organic farm? It was, but I wouldn't trust what's happening there now. So you have to ask yourself, how many times are you going to be Christopher Walken in the end stage of The Deer Hunter in a Saigon bar, putting a gun to your head and gambling your life? It is inevitable, absolutely inevitable that a Category 4 or 5 hurricane is going to hit Florida in the next 24 months. It could any time. And when it does, will you be able to sustain it? Or will you have damage that will not be repairable? So I would be looking now. What region of Mexico would you recommend? How about none? Europe has already had 2 world wars. I'm concerned about that. They're not going to have another one. That's not an issue. Are there any countries in Africa? Nope. There's one country that I would recommend everybody go to, Libya. The longest lived population, the wealthiest population, the most rights of any country for women, especially Muslim women. If you insulted a Muslim woman, you could go to jail. Most of their parliamentarians were women, highly respected. The greatest water project ever done in the world was Libya and Gaddafi. And clean environment. It was called the Paris of Africa. 54 countries in Africa. It was number 1. Highest literacy rate. They had more people educated than the United States or Germany. How about that? No debt. Nobody had debt. Free tuition, free health care, gasoline 27 cents a gallon. And if you couldn't find work, whatever your work would have paid you, you were paid that until you found work. How about that? And yet to Obama, he was a person that had to be killed. Hillary Clinton definitely killed him. And so they did. The French actually did that. They were in on that expedition. Sarkozy, could it have been because Sarkozy got a $60 million loan from Gaddafi? Didn't want to pay it back? Who knows? He's a character I wouldn't respect. In any case, that's the only country. The rest of it is melding down. Would you recommend any countries in Africa or the Caribbean? I said no to that. What are the top 3 places you recommend your choices live in the United States? Well, I mentioned East Texas. I would also suggest Illinois, Michigan, Wisconsin, Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, Virginia, West Virginia. But those are places then you have to look in the state itself, because there may be a nuclear power plant in one place or hydrofracking in another place, and it may not have water in one place or high crime in another place. So you have to be very specific. I'm just giving you the states. Would it be important to live within a certain distance of a hospital? Yes, about an hour and a half. Is Barbados a good place to move? Barbados, Barbados of all the area islands, Jamaica and Trinidad, Barbados, all kind of grouped together there. It would be the least interesting one for me. Between Vermont, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and Maine, which do you feel is least likely to have racism towards an African American family? I don't see any of that. Again, right now, everybody in America is supposed to be racist. It's not true. It is not true. For someone who's a world traveler, for someone who's met hundreds of thousands of people, racism exists in individuals, but the laws today, the historic efforts that we've made, you have greater opportunities today as an African American or Latino than ever before in our history. So when people try to make everything about racism, that's because they're trying to show that they want that block of people. They want the African American community, Latino community to vote for Joe Biden. This has now been weaponized. A legitimate grievance, legitimate, and I've said that 1,000 times, march and protest and peacefully for what you want to see change. But you go anywhere, you're going to see people living together, playing together, friends, relationships, families, that are not caring at all about what your color, your skin is, or your ethnicity, or your religion. They don't care. If you're a nice person, you're in their life. If you're not, you're not. But boy, these people are playing this hard, and they're making a mistake. And they're making some big mistakes. I don't want to go into this now. I am in my commentary tomorrow. But I don't see racism, systemic racism in Vermont, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Maine, where you have individuals. Yeah, you can have individuals everywhere. Mind you, there are police departments that are almost 100% African American. Do you think every one of those African Americans are racist against other blacks? No. You can't judge 800,000 people by the people who are completely ill prepared to be a police officer. I've had some of my best friends who have been in the police, and these were decent human beings. One guy retired without ever taking his gun out of his holster after 24 years. He talked out situations. You can condemn the police all you want, as if they all should die. And I keep hearing that, die, pigs die, and all these slogans. And that is so wrong. Those voices are not the voices of reason. These are not the voices of tolerance. These are not the voices that want to see peace and want to see honest change. Clean up the whole justice system. The police are only one part of it. The entire justice system is corrupt and wrong to the bone. And so make change, but don't alienate every single person in America because of it. Don't live based upon a fear that is not realistic. Now, if this was the 1950s and the early 60s, and if you were in the South, you bet. But not today. Do we have stupid people? Everywhere. Everywhere. Do we have bigotry? Yes. But what is behind all of this? Income inequality, lack of opportunity. And the people who are in power continue to cede power to those in their circles. And we're just not in those circles. If I don't work today, I don't have $1 to pay my rent or buy my food. Nobody have I worked for in 50 years. So I have to be responsible for what I do for myself. Other people, they never have to worry about working because there's always going to be someone in some position taking care of them. And that's why we have income inequality today. Landlords don't care about you. Is it because of your race? No. There was a time when it was redlining, where blacks couldn't get mortgages in nice neighborhoods. They were kept out. That was called redlining. Today, it's illegal. Bank would be sued into oblivion. So you see, you can't use everything that happened from years ago and apply it as if it's automatically applicable today. It is not. You have new generations who are far more sensitive and far more aware, far more humane, far more spiritual. So we have to address our problems with a different, more mature, and more spiritual and humanistic mindset. Couple more here. What is your feeling about the barn minimum type of housing. Well, bell housing is great. There's whole webinars on doing bell housing, doing berm housing. Every kind of housing you'd want to do. You have webinars you can download and see all this involved, see the construction. But remember, you want something that's aesthetically beautiful because you're going to wake up on it every day. And you want to be able to walk outside and see beautiful gardens that you can grow. And you want to see a pond with koi fish in it, but you have to be smart how you do it. You know, you can have a paradise if you want. The only thing that's limiting is your imagination. I'm 62, renting in Manhattan. What's my best option for renting in the USA? Well, how about anywhere in rural America? You could rent a house in rural America, a whole house, for about $800 to $1,200 a month. Nice houses. What is best sustainable state for vaccine choice freedoms? Go to our website, prn.fm, and download the states that are fighting against this. Edgar Casey said Virginia Beach would be a safe city, unaffected by the earthquakes. Virginia Beach is affected now by global warming. Croatia, nope. Costa Rica, overrun by narco-terrorists. One of my friends had a big property there, big resort, was threatened by a mob. Also, do you give consideration to where African Americans can feel safe and less stress? All the places I've mentioned, I see African Americans. They're living there. And you talk with them. And in fact, there was a African American who was helping with a injured horse, a neighbor. I had to talk. No problems. No problems. People respect you and your right to live the way you want. Now, if you go in there and cause trouble, whatever it may be, you could cause yourself problems anywhere. But people want to live peacefully together. It is not the natural norm for people to be living around people they have to fight. That is not the normal case. You would know that by listening to the media, but that they're wrong. Gary Wendy, please help any sustainable states, U.S. that have great Florida weather. I mentioned that already. Any states that have not pushed installation of 5G towers everywhere, your rural areas are almost all diminished or none of the 5G. Very, very little. Again, the 5G is where the city and suburbs are. Bulgaria, nope. Romania, Bulgaria, Hungary, nope. Costa Rica, no. Let's see, should one take out 401k? I cashed out my 401k because all of them are losing money. And it's better that you control your money than paying someone else to do it. That's my suggestion. How do we get sustainability such as water tables in areas such as Rhinebeck? Simple. You go to the Water Commission, you go to the city, and they have departments. One of them will give you all the information you want on the quality of your water. I mentioned Africa. Is Greenwich, Connecticut a good place to live? Well, if you're very rich, it's very expensive up there. Chattanooga, Tennessee, that's not a bad area. Outside of Chattanooga, not in it. I've also mentioned Canada, right across Canada, but you got to stay away from the tar sands and in lower Canada rather than northern Canada, because northern Canada is going to get hit with two things simultaneously. Really warm weather, and then all those forests are going to begin to dry, and then you're going to get manifestation of beetles, and you're going to get fires. How about the Caribbean islands? I mentioned nope. And what city in North Utah would be a good place? Do you know if the zoning is similar to Texas? No, the zoning is not the same as Texas. One of those unique places that have homestead laws. So when you own a property and you own it as a homestead, your taxes are controlled, and you can't be sued and have your assets taken away from you want to lean except for taxes. But it has the best zoning in the country. What about Billings, Montana? Again, you're up there around hydrofracking. Any place in the state of Virginia, the whole Shenandoah Valley is good in Virginia. Do you think it's better to find a place that has well water? Absolutely well water, but you've got to test your well water to make sure there's no arsenic in it and other parasites and bacteria, because a lot of wells have been polluted by industrial chemicals that have been used and agricultural chemicals. So a lot of wells are polluted. My water comes 820 feet down in one of the largest aquifers in America. I have trillions of gallons of water, and it's pure. I perform community service several months every year in Puerto Rico. What is the future of Puerto Rico? Well, this is tricky because Puerto Rico is going to get hit with almost every storm that comes, and their infrastructure is virtually wiped out. The help they've gotten from the United States is anemic and pathetic, and there's nothing that anyone's doing in the United States or the corrupt politician in Puerto Rico to do what they should do, and that is to build all over the island, in the interior of the island also, to build desalinization plants. They have water no matter what hurricane comes, because that's one of their big problems. To build solar stations, hydrofracking. The homegrown vegetables using hydroponics at a local community level, where let's say you have 100 people living in one little community in Puerto Rico, you then build a hydroponic that is built to withstand a hurricane. And you do that by building a berm. You have elevation, so you're not going to get flooding. And then you build the whole thing as an underground bermed on top so the hurricane can't touch it. And then you run your electricity through the solar cells and have a backup off the grid, because the grid's going to go down at every time it goes down. So you have backup electricity. And then you also have backup propane. Get 1,500 gallon tanks, like 10 of them, and you can keep that hydroponic going for a year if there's no other electricity. This is what they should be doing, and they're not. Gary, my husband and I love New Hampshire and Vermont. Beyond sustainability, we are worried about our Agenda 2030, mandated vax, cashless society, control grid. All that, by the way, is real. It's not a theory. My husband feels moving out of the country, possibly to Guatemala, may be best. No, Guatemala is not best. You've got so much narco-terrorism that is taking advantage of one-time pristine and beautiful environments. If you want to go where there's not narco-terrorism, Ireland, Scotland, France, Portugal would be good places. What are your thoughts? And Czechoslovakia is good also. What are your thoughts about staying in a country versus leaving? I will stay in America until I must leave, but I will have a plan B to leave. Any suggestions in how to protect home and self against 5G? Yeah, stay away from it. There's no way to protect yourself once it's near you. No way. Where would you recommend a 78-year-old disabled woman go to live? Well, I would go to where there is a community that can help someone who is disabled or limited, and then judge by the quality of the environment and the people and the diet. And as long as you have those issues matched, then you should be fine. Which city in Texas do you recommend? The most progressive city in America is Austin, Texas, but the largest, most progressive city in America is Dallas. You won't find a more hip, aware, can-do, positive, uplifting city than Dallas, Texas. It dwarfs New York. It dwarfs LA, dwarfs San Francisco. Not even the same universe. Dallas is 100% better. Good school, views on good schools, good private schools, yes, I support, but I would support homeschooling over a bad school or a bad curriculum. The Bronx, you're kidding. Not very sustainable. I wouldn't recommend trying to put a pup tent outside. Would you recommend the mountains of East Tennessee? Yes. Psychologically, how does an individual prepare for living off the grid, hence relying so much on the grid for most of our lives? Is there a spiritual component? Yes. And what I'm going to do in a few minutes for the end of our program, I'm going to play you an hour video that I did on how to rebalance your life. Because if you can rebalance your life, you can adjust yourself no matter where you're going to go. It'll make everything easier. Gary, what do you think about Earthship Home? Nope. Why did you have mixed feelings about Ohio? Because the crime in Ohio is astronomical. The worst city in Ohio is Canton, where the Hall of Fame is, Football Hall of Fame. And I think it's football or baseball, I'm not sure. And it's not a booming community. There's lots of unemployment and lots of pollution because of the chemicals that have been used historically there. Wouldn't be a place, it's not a progressive group of people. What about Portugal? Good. How about Japan? Absolutely not. You still got Fukushima. The water's polluted. They're moving people back into Fukushima. How stupid is that? And I find much of what goes on in the Japanese culture to be a hierarchical order, a misogynist order where women are not treated with respect. And I don't support that. And they've been highly racist throughout their history. Please talk about about the threat of radiation in different areas. I mentioned that. I mentioned that you have to look at where there's nuclear power plant near you. Is Bermuda an acceptable place? Nope. It's not. You're spot on about racism. Please, it's got to stop. Okay, thank you. Is Canada a good place? I mentioned that, yes. What are the pros and cons of living in Connecticut? Well, Connecticut's not the most progressive state. It's a quality of life state. It's very expensive. And you're also near nuclear power plants. And it's if you remember the Cary Grant, Myrna Loy, Douglas film, Mr. Landings builds his dream house. It's kind of like what it's like. You start to buy into something you think is great, and then suddenly everything that goes wrong, and then you're spending all the money that you thought you would never have to spend on it. Everything is overpriced. That's my feeling. And then you've got massive unemployment because all these industries have been closed down. A lot are not going to open back up again. Wouldn't be my first selection. I mentioned Uruguay and Argentina. In fact, one of my friends had a conversation with me 6 years ago. He was a part of a large community, very progressive. He built it because he had sold his computer company for a lot of money. He was there for 2 years, and the narco terrorists came in to take it over, offered to buy it, and he had no choice. He had to get out. You mentioned what do we do with investments? Invest in yourself. I would rather invest in being a part of something with a group of people that we have first communicated our desires and we harmonize that. Then we communicate and look at all the different locations and however long it takes, and you harmonize that. And then you have a plan that, those who put up money get a title, and those who don't get to share in the rewards of living there, and you harmonize that. That's what I would do if I had 401k that I was going to spend that on. I said Colombia, South America, not good. Do you believe that reparations are due to African Americans? What question, Marilyn, is that for this discussion? That's not the question that you should be asking here. This is about sustainability. Why did you have mixed feelings? I told you that about Ohio. That's another one on that. And Arlington, Virginia is next door to Washington, D.C. I wouldn't recommend that whole area. It's also going to be underwater. Albania, no. Albania is one of the countries that are leading in sex trafficking of young girls. Very vicious. Even the Russian mob is fearful of the Albanian mob. Not good. Best states for children. Well, any state's a good state for children if it's good for you. You want children to be able to be outside, green time, play, Not be afraid that, you can't walk your kid to school because, they can be abducted and you can be arrested and fined as an unfit parent, your kid taken away if they have to walk more than 3 blocks alone. What stupidity is that? So when you're out in the rural area, there's a whole different way of looking at life. Is it now a good time to buy a house? Nope. Don't buy now. We're about to go into, I believe, a crash. How do I locate my little farm far enough away from a nuclear power plant? Well, first of all, don't have a farm near a nuclear power plant. That's as simple, because if there's ever a breakdown or malfunction of the power plant, it starts leaking electricity, that 10-mile safety zone is stupid. Do you think that the nuclear radiation is going to stop at 10 miles because some bureaucrat said beyond 10 miles is safe? No. If it's 12 mile an hour winds, which is the average mile an hour winds, in a day, you could be 100 miles away, you're going to be polluted. Any states that will be great for farming and raising children despite global climate change? All the ones I mentioned. Is New York State safe? Some parts are, but you got to be way up at the north end of the state for that to be. Otherwise, anything lower, you're running into hydrofracking, you're running into nuclear power, you're running into politics, you're running into zoning. In fact, I went up to Woodstock, and going to Woodstock, I drove up New York State Thruway. And as I'm looking over to the left, I see a place that had been purchased by a physician friend of mine, $4 million. And he was going to make this beautiful 100-acre place with a 20-acre lake. It was an old resort. He was going to make it into a holistic medical center where people could go and get treated. And he bought it and fixed it up. And then someone from the zoning board comes and says, the local community has decided they don't want you here. So he spent hundreds of thousands of dollars over the next 2 years fighting him, and lost of his investment, went broke. Yeah, that's New York. Would gold generate enough income for retirement compared to other investments? Never invest in gold or silver because it's an available currency. Gold is a reserve currency. It's there as a backup reserve against anything else, against T-bills. Silver dimes would be a tradable commodity. Selling my house now in Long Island, where's a safe place to keep money? Keep it in, I would invest money in T-bills because the United States government's not going to, default on its treasuries. There's trillions of dollars out there in that. Treasuries, though you'll get no interest, it's a negative interest, gold and silver. And I would keep it in a storage locker, not a safe deposit bank, because anything in a bank, when the banks fail, they get all the money in your account. What do you say about South Carolina? Forget everything about South Carolina. Cyprus, Crete. Crete's good. Crete, I would say yes. And Cyprus, did you see what they did? They took everyone's money and everyone's savings account without their permission, and they confiscated it, right? Above a certain amount. So thousands of Cretes ended up broke. Orange County, California, what the hell is that good for? Just what you need to be around a lot of rich Republicans. What could possibly go wrong? You're in an earth fault area. You're right up against global warming. You've got toxification of the ocean from Fukushima. Everything is polluted from the fish to the seaweed. And you're also near the Diablo Canyon nuclear power plants. Even though they've been decommissioned, they're still capable of pollution. Yeah. And traffic that is impossible. What could go wrong in Orange County? Also, what about building on land that is not too expensive? Is building going to be a problem? No, it's not. No, it's not. But build out in the county where you don't have zoning. You got to check your zoning, got to check your water, got to check your soil, got to check for any kind of land that can be considered land that would be swampland. You don't want that. And what about Alaska? Think of Alaska, okay? Alaska is great for grizzly bears, wolves, salmon, eagles, and foxes, not for people. Why do you think there's so much suicide? Why do you think it's number one place in America for, shooting people and crimes I mentioned at the very beginning. Poland's got a lot of pollution and political problems. Southeast Asia, like Cambodia. Well, remember, when you're in those countries, you're in their culture. You better study their culture. Study Thai culture, Vietnamese culture, Cambodian culture before you even think about going there. There's pros and cons. It's not expensive to live there. You can live beautifully in rural areas, providing you understand how to earn an income. And the hardest thing that any American has of going to these countries is that you're not on a favored status because of our bad reputations, because of the Vietnam War and the secret bombing of Cambodia and the funding of Pol Pot and the genocide of 2.5 million Cambodians, and the ugly American, that would come in, get Graham Greene's ugly American. So when you end up looking at how they look at us, you're not easily assimilatable into their culture. But there's nothing wrong with their culture. It's nice places. I mentioned upstate New York. And how long do we have to absolutely get off Long Island? You should have gotten off Long Island for a long time ago for a lot of reasons. The sooner you get off there, the better. Germany's okay. Germany has a lot of good stuff. Australia, are you kidding? Australia is a dust bowl. I mean, it had the worst fires in the world. They're running out of water everywhere. No, it's been mismanaged and it's got a fascist government. Vancouver Island's good. British Columbia is good. Yes. Would you buy gold and silver coins? Yes. Low denomination is silver, dimes. Las Vegas. What do I think of Las Vegas? I think Las Vegas has as much value as watching them bring out Wayne Newton from an ICU unit with a hair that's 4 feet high, singing Don Shame one last time. That's what I think of Las Vegas. Jesus, there's nothing real in Las Vegas. And it's got a very high crime. You walk 1 block off Sunset Strip, you're in a ghetto, and it's bad. Yeah, their economy doesn't trickle down to people. They just make a living. The people in the casinos, the largest casino group went bankrupt and had to be sold. Any place to buy land that will be a good start for Small Echo Village. Any of the places I mentioned, Nepal has the highest happiness index in the world, but it's a rugged area and they had a devastating earthquake and still haven't recovered from it. Montenegro, that's a good place. I would agree with that. And what about Indiana? You don't want to drive, for, 6 hours across a state that's as flat as a pancake, where agricultural chemicals are in every single square inch. No, people are nice. I wouldn't move there. Would move to the Philippines, run by a crazy nut dictator, and it's very poor. Ecuador, same. France, this is a good time, but it'll be even better within the next 6 months to look for property in France and look high, because you'll pay low for high quality property you'd never own anywhere else in the world. And Northeast Texas, that's the best place. And Argentina, no. And do you think New York City is unlivable now? Yes. 51% of all the people living in New York City are under the poverty level. The people who live there can't afford to enjoy the culture anymore. I love New York. I love the people in New York. But I don't like its corruption. I don't like its gentrification of neighborhoods. I don't like its pushing people because of their income out of areas to give it to, aspiring other people who can pay high rents to buy high-end items. No, and also they've tamed the uniqueness, not completely, but a lot of their culture. That one time they had the greatest culture in the world. Not today. So New York used to be a wonderful place for a long time. Now it's not. If you're very rich, yeah, it can provide you everything. France has a lot of nuclear power. They're decommissioning a lot, but you have to look at where those power plants are. They have not had problems in the past. They have a different type of nuclear power. Nigeria, Nigeria is in turmoil. Massive amounts of civil war going on in Nigeria. Southern Pennsylvania is very polluted. Ithaca, nope. Finger Lakes. Finger Lakes would be good. It's very far away. It's 5 hours from New York, but it's a clean, pristine area that's not expensive. Do you like condos or townhouses for older couples? I think a townhouse is better. Slovenia, not bad. New Jersey, if you're in central New Jersey in the horse country, it's good, but it's very expensive and the taxes are high and the politics are all corrupt. I had the nicest, oldest house in Lake Apacong and I gave it up. 1990. I was there 5 years because everything was a hassle. Everything. For why? Wyoming, too polluted, too susceptible to burning and hydrofracking. Nope. Peru, nope. Bali, nope. Wisconsin, yes. Northern Wisconsin, living in Seattle, I agree it's pretty messed up, but have you visited more rural communities north? Yes, I have. And there are some pretty nice places out there. Again, I made a mention, east of the mountains is like a different state. But right now, you've got to decide where in the state you want to be. But remember, no matter where you're at in the state, you're still dealing with the same body politic, which is utterly corrupt. Is England a good choice? Nope. What about Stone Mountain, Georgia? Nope. Idaho? Nope. All right, so that's all the questions I can take at this time. That's a lot of questions. But remember, you're going to all receive all the information on all the charts so you can study these charts and see for yourself in a calm and relaxed manner the best and worst places to live. It's all laid out. All the resources, the books, the articles, the videos, all that in every category is laid out for you. All that's been done. What we're going to do now, since we're 4 hours and a half into this, is we're going to do one more hour. But this could be one of the most important hours. And this has to do with how do we actually prepare ourselves emotionally or spiritually to make that move? Because if you don't have this part of your journey right, then whatever you do, it's going to misfire on you. You got to get your emotions right. And before we go to this in a minute, and again, some of you won't be able to hear this if you're listening over a cell phone, but you can certainly download this. You can get this by going to prn.fm, scroll down to motivational videos, and there it is. In any case, I'm going to give out Luann Panessi's phone number. I don't know if Luann is not on now. By the way, one says here, grow weed or sell weed. You can grow hemp. Hemp is a wonderful product. It grows faster than trees by a large margin. It has essential oils, high quality protein. You can do 100 times more with hemp than you can with weed. And it is sustainable. So I would definitely support that. Austin is running out of water, unfortunately, and it's gotten too expensive. Progressive, yes, but way too expensive. In fact, a lot of the people who are from Austin, who've lived there for decades, including one of the top health people there, they invited me to do a lecture some years ago, and I went, and they didn't expect 1,800 people. So I had to do 2 lectures. And then we went out afterwards. It wasn't that late to get something to eat because I hadn't eaten all day, and I'd flown in from New York. And they took me to this macrobiotic restaurant. They were very nice. They had just closed, but they opened up again, and every seat was packed. A lot of people joined us. And I looked at the menu, and it was not a progressive menu. And I said, is there no vegan restaurants? So it's progressive in the sense that they're open to ideas, but not necessarily engaging it. But now that person told me that the fires from 2 years ago burned down the most beautiful place in Austin to see, and it's gone. And the people who used to be able to live there now can't afford it. So they're moving to Northeast Texas, where there's a big art community booming. And also that was true of Sedona. It was true of, that I wouldn't move to Sedona now, and they're losing their water. And it was true of, I went to do a lecture in Santa Fe, and there's a place called 10,000 Winds Spa. And it's got all the nice view of the mountains, and they got like 20 masseuses there. So I was getting a rub down because I was going to do a 3-hour stand-up lecture, and I've been on a plane all day. So I said to this woman says, "Oh, I'd really love to see your lecture." And I said, "Well, we'll come to it. I'll give you a ticket to get in." She said, "Oh, no, I don't live here." I said, "Where do you live?" She said, "In Albuquerque." I said, "You drive from Albuquerque every day?" "Every day." "That's a long drive." She's about an hour and a half each way. "You're commuting 3 hours. Why?" "Well, my husband and I lived here for 20 years, but then everybody came from New York and California and wanted to build $700,000 and $800,000 homes. And so the price of everything went so high, food, rent, we couldn't afford to live here. So everyone that are really legitimately progressive, now we have to live elsewhere." Same thing in Taos, New Mexico. So this is what's happening to all the hip places. They've been taken over and commodified and commercialized. So anyhow, that's that. Now, what I'm going to do is this. I've had a lot of questions here about 10,000 Waves in North Santa Fe. Yeah, that's it. Wonderful place, nice people. Everywhere I've met nice people. I've rarely not met nice people. And Asheville, North Carolina, nope. Now, what I'm doing, just so I'll tell you what I'm doing now, is I've spent 8 years trying to find the right people to work with, and it's been a challenge, but I finally found those people. I feel very blessed to have these people in my life. So now what I was going to do in 1972 at the Fertler Farm, but that didn't work out, only because one of the 5 principles wasn't working. Right idea, right place, right time, right support system, and right person. I didn't have the right support system. My friend got the right support system, and his place worked beautifully. So I know it works. So now I've got some projects. Vivian's doing organic fudges, making fudge, all types of fudge, and brownies and muffins, and then John is making gluten-free pizzas and vegan pizzas, and we have some wonderful people doing a hydroponic project, and there's going to be several hydroponic projects, but the person running that project is Angelo. Angelo's got a deep, abiding faith in nature, and he just finished the anti-aging study. I've known Angelo for a long time, 15 years or longer, and he's retired, and he's heading this whole hydroponic project. But working with him, we have Dave, and we have Gary, and so we're doing several. I'm converting a gym, big gym, like 3,000 square foot, 12 foot high, into a hydroponic house, converting a yoga room overlooking a lake into hydroponics. So we got a whole lot of hydroponics going on. Food, edible herbs, culinary herbs, microgreens, mushrooms, all kinds of projects. So if anyone would like to speak with Luann about seeing what they might be able to do, you can speak with her. We're all going. We're in motion. We're doing it. It's happening. And but the criteria is the following: you have to be a nice person. You cannot be a negative, toxic person. You cannot be a judgmental perfectionist. You can't be coming with your drama and your victimization. None of that is allowed. All the people I just mentioned, they're all good people. They can laugh. They do. There's a lightness of being. There's a gentleness. There's humor. There's just a joy being around. And it took a long time to find people who were the right people. That's why I played that tape of that gentleman saying there's 7 people that they've got these qualities, you don't want to be around. And he's right. He's absolutely right. And so you don't want your project to become a therapy session. You don't want someone bringing their limitations to what you're doing, because then the whole projects will get undermined by their emotions. You don't want these drama people. So if you're a good person who has good inspiration and you want to see what's possible, you can call Luann Panesi at 903-881-7008. 903-881-7008. 903-881-7008. Because she's the gatekeeper. She's the one that keeps the wrong people out and the right people invited. And by the way, we always give a gift. I believe in giving gifts for anyone who attends a webinar. And I was thinking, Glenn says, what kind of gift you want to give? You want to give a CD or a DVD or something? I said, no. Here's the gift I'm going to give. I'm going to be tied up doing projects in Texas and in Florida and preparing this property for sale, because I'm not going to be the person that says, damn, I should have sold. Mind you, I have a property that's considered the most beautiful private gardens of any home in the United States. I don't care where you go, San Simeon, you won't find more beautiful tropical gardens than what are here, 25 acres of them. And I planted it all myself. But there's a time when you have to realize that time has passed. You bless the moment you had when you could enjoy something, and you say goodbye to it with a little sorrow and a moment of, a pain, and you say, let it go. And then that frees you to go on to the next stage of your life. And life is a series of passages. And there are times when we have to say goodbye to something. Even as much as we enjoyed it at one time, you look at what happened after that hurricane, and I saw how I was treated by the insurance company. I saw how I was treated by the county. You had to put all your debris no higher than 6 feet wide and 4 foot high. And I put mine out by the curb, and they picked a lot of it up, but then they stopped picking it up because I have a large property. And they picked everyone else's up, not mine. And then they told me after it all was done, 3 months later, we'd take it off because otherwise it's a violation. So I had to put it in the back. And then they tell me, well, you can't put it in the back. So I had to move it. And that cost me thousands of dollars to move it. I think $4,000. Uncaring, just bureaucrats. I don't need that. So, and yet it's paid for, and because I paid cash for it 26 years ago. So it's time to say goodbye, and it's time to say hello. Remember, when you say goodbye, be prepared to say hello in the next breath. And that's what makes life wonderful. And so I will continue the animal sanctuary in Texas. I've already built a home for Gulf War veterans. They'll live there for free, and we'll provide them with the mental and physical therapies to get them back their consciousness. They can find a meaningful place within their homes, and which most of them were thrown out of because of the post-traumatic stress disorder and how it manifests with outrage and violence, etc. And so we intend to do this as a model. So then we'll ask other people, we took a year, here's how many people we work with, here's the results. Now, why don't we do it throughout the entire country? So we're going to show what's possible so it can be used elsewhere. But also I'm going to put a retirement home for dogs. So older dogs are frequently euthanized. And that's terrible. I'm a non-euthanized person. That's why I don't support PETA, because it's euthanized hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dogs and cats, and I don't support that. In any case, I'm going to create my protocols that can get them back their health and youth. And I've done that. I've got one of the oldest dogs in the world. I had the oldest ring-tailed lemur in the world, 33 years of age. They normally have half that long. So I'm going to take in animals and get them home. So a whole lot of good stuff is going on. A whole new avenue opens up. In any case, there's a time where you got to say, am I ready to change? Do I have the tools to change? Do I have the confidence to change? Do I have the mindset to change? And if you don't, then don't do it. If you do, then at least know what's going to be required to do it. And so that's what's important at this time. All right? So we've got to make our calls, and wherever you're going to go, there's a resource to help you. We're going to supply with a lot of those resources. By the way, Florida is an amazing place with wonderful people. From Sarasota, some of those beautiful places. but it's not beautiful after a hurricane. And it's not beautiful when you have two hurricanes in the same year. And it's not beautiful when your property is damaged. Nobody wants that you've paid your premiums and the insurance companies don't want to help you with it. So there's a lot of good reasons to say it's time before the next crisis. Now, if there's not another crisis for a year, okay, good. I'm glad no one else is having to, to have to suffer. I don't want to see anyone suffer. Remember what I've said all along throughout my whole career. Everyone is invited to my table. Everyone. If you want to exclude yourself, that's your business. But no one for any reason is ever excluded. Not your race, your culture, religion. I respect all. So that's the way it works. Keep that in mind when you go to select who you want to work with and take the time, don't rush it, and do it right. And then one day you wake up like, well, right now we're growing tons of sprouts and microgreens and about to start in the next 4 weeks, all the vegetables and then the farmer's market and then all the foods. So within a year from now, we'll have more things going on than any other place in America. There won't be a community anywhere doing what we're doing. It's small, like 7, 8 people. That's the way it should be. In any case, what I'm going to do is this October, the last 2 weeks of October, I'm going to do a new anti-aging study, but not for older people. I've done that twice. I'm going to do it from 35 to 65. That's the age range. But instead of 3 months, it's going to be 2 weeks. Why? Because everything that I had to share with people to help them, I shared in 2 weeks. Everything else was getting them to get off their dead butts and do it. The constant problems of resistance. And with younger people, you don't have that resistance. You have a jubilance. So everything they need to know to reverse their aging process, to prevent disease from the future, to regain their strength and stamina, muscle mass, clarity, detoxify, they'll get in 2 weeks. At the same time, there's a fundraiser for WBAI that is desperate. It's on life support. It won't make it, unfortunately. It's just made too many mistakes, alienating its audience, identity politics programming, which just 90% of the audience just left. They didn't want to hear that. And but still, I'm going to stay there. I've been there 45 years. I've raised over $50 million. So I'm going to stay until its last breath. I don't give up, on the end stage process. I'm doing all I can now. But the retreats help it. So I'm going to do a 2-week retreat at the same time. The difference is a retreat. People are not on an anti-aging protocol. They don't have to drink 15 glasses of juice a day, take all the supplements, do the specific journaling. They can come and relax, have yoga, meditation, chill out, enjoy themselves, get counseling, and all the other wonderful things in one of the most beautiful environments in the world. And so I'm going to do them both at the same time. For those of you who are interested, for attending today, your gift is, if you want to come to either one of those, the anti-aging or the retreat, you'll get $500 off the price. How about that? That's a nice gift, if it interests you. And if it does, you'll call Luann. We have a maximum of 30 people we allow. That's it. And we have a wonderful staff. And you'll speak with Luann. And I'll give you Luann's number one last time, 903-881-7008, 903-881-7008. And now the movie is going to start, and it's called, by the way, Luann's has posted Glenn posted Luann's email address as well. It's called Rebalancing Your Life, because if you cannot rebalance your life, you're going to be imbalanced anywhere you go, and your decisions will be lacking balance. Without balance, you're going to end up with problems. Now to the movie.
Hey my friends, it's Daniel Alley, and today I want to talk with you about
how to rebalance your life with specific emphasis upon health. Now, I may give a little bit in the area of explaining how to rebalance in relationships and your career because that's connected to your health. But we're going to start with the basics. We're all here to try to see if we can, by modifying our behavior, change our lifestyle. It's non-medical. It's based upon changing our diet to a clean, healthy, plant-based diet, a healthy vegan diet. Additionally, it's how we deal with stress. Do we personalize issues that come at us and therefore feel hurt and overwhelmed with emotion, especially if it's unrequited and there's no place for us to express ourselves, no one interested in hearing it? Or are we able to take in people's constructive insights and information and say, okay, it's just information. I don't have to overreact to anything. If there's anything of value in it, I can change because of it. And getting ourselves into an exercise routine. Now, over the years, since 1975, on July 4th, when I began my first Natural Living Walking Club meeting, I've helped about 30 to 32,000 individuals complete the New York City Marathon. And I've had a lot of coaches. Those people had to first complete 3 marathons and some smaller races to qualify to be a coach, like John Q and Dolores Perry and others. But on the first day I mentioned we're going to do a marathon training and we've got 6 months to get in shape. No matter what your condition today, you will absolutely finish the marathon. And the first day we might have 600, 700, 800 people show up in Central Park at 90th Street and 5th Avenue. And I explain everything. And we just go out for a simple walk for a mile and back. And even that is too much for a lot of people, and hence they don't come the next week. And I say, don't concern yourself with where you're at on the spectrum of change. You're here. Don't judge yourself by where you're at. Don't limit yourself by what you've been up to this point, because that is not what's going to get you forward. A new mindset creates a new reality, a new sense of being. Everything I can say to get them encouraged and letting go of fear and insecurity and incompleteness, it works for maybe out of 500 people, about 150. The next week, 100 people are not there. The week after, 100 people are not there. The week after that, 100 people are not there. And who's there by the 4th week, when we've actually started to go short distances, 2 miles, then 4 miles, then the next Sunday, 6 miles. We take our time. We don't rush it. So by the time the marathon comes, they're peaked. So they actually fully peak in the marathon. Other runners, they're peaked in August, in July. You see them burning around burning around the 6 miles of Central Park. You hear them say, oh man, I'm tired, all my knees, all my hamstring. A lot of them are running injured because they did not understand balance. Now, a lot of people will eat junk food. They'll carbo load on really just white pasta and white bread because that's the myth. We, on the other hand, we don't carbo load. We know that running, power walking, biking, tennis, any kind of aerobic activity will create an abundance of oxidative stress. When you inhale, oxygen goes in. That's a good thing, that's necessary. When you exhale, carbon dioxide is created. When you inhale properly, you're getting deeper into the lungs, the oxygen, which means more oxygen in the blood to nurture and carry the red blood cells into the cells. And so you have better circulation, microcirculation to the brain, microcirculation to the feet. What we do is we have people take comprehensive examinations. We put them through a series of tests on treadmills, cardiovascular stress tests, to see where are you starting your journey. Now, someone's athletic already, which most are. Almost all the people I work with are non-athletic, which is remarkable when you consider how many have become world champions. Sid Howard, Sam Skinner, Louise Nottage, Thelma Wilson. These are legends in national and international sports. They've set records. They're the best of the best. You know, they're faster athletes. They're stronger athletes. We did it differently. Just like this anti-aging program, we're doing it differently. We're not starting by saying, well, you got to take coenzyme Q10 and NAD, and you got to get 35 grams of fiber to 50 grams. That's not where we begin our journey. Because if we did, we would not succeed. How do I know? Well, this directly ties into balance. And this is a very important lesson, especially for those who are doing this program at home. People get very impatient, and the older you get, most of you will be even more impatient, intolerable, and intolerant. Now, that's my personal experience. Now, you may have a different experience, and you could be right. But having counseled tens of thousands of individuals, personally, having dealt with tens of thousands of additional individuals in 44 clinical studies, one study alone had 3,000 people, another study had 1,500 people, another study had 500 people. And I did 44. Having done over 400 health support groups with probably 100,000 people over the years. Well, that means that I've had personal contact with, my goodness, over 500,000 people. So you get some feedback, and you get to see that the best people to work with as far as actually changing are younger people. In fact, one of my very first retreats was upstate at the Fertile Earth Farm back in 1972. And from Memorial Day to Labor Day, actually I'd go another month if the weather was nice. Every weekend people would come and they would learn. It was wonderful, very Spartan, very, very basic. That didn't even have hot water. It had cold water, no hot water. And the accommodations were, well, they were as if you were on a wilderness journey. 99% of people loved it. In fact, most of them chose to come back. And they came back 2 to 3 times in a summer. And we would make wonderful meals. In fact, we custom built picnic tables, and these picnic tables might be 16 feet per table, and we'd have 7 tables, and they would all be loaded with different vegan foods. And they would have classes on how to learn how to make natural breads, Essene breads. So all this is what we did. And people absorbed it, and I get feedback. Oh, Gary, I'm a vegan now. And oh, I'm starting to exercise. Oh, I'm doing yoga. Rarely did we get a person over the age of 40. And I wondered why. What I found was, when I went to my first health conference in 1972 at the New York Coliseum, you come around the back door so you can meet all the leaders of the health movement, and everyone important, Gaylord Hauser and Dale Davis and Bob Hoffman. Dale Alexander was the big guy. He weighed about 450 pounds, and he had arthritis, and he was bald-headed, and he walked with a cane like this, and when he went out on stage, he said, "In this hand is the bag that holds the cure for arthritis, baldness, and obesity." And he puts it down. I'm thinking now, what do they sing I'm not? I see a morbidly obese guy near death with everything wrong with him, and the audience is every word. Share it with us, Dale. Of course, he never opened the bag. But at the end, he used to come outside and he had all these books, Curing Arthritis, Curing Baldness, and people bought him. I'm thinking, wow, this is the health movement? And everybody got up and their lectures were about selling something. So at the end of this, all I saw were gray hairs. Every person was a senior citizen. There was no young people. And I thought, well, where's the balance in that? And none of these people, to my knowledge, had any degrees in nutrition or dietetics. None were scientists. And so it was easy to make fun of the health movement because none of the qualified people were in the field. And that's when I decided I wanted nothing to do with the health community in America. And to this day, I've had nothing to do with them because they're not healthy. You know, and they're not going to learn my principles because mine require some discipline and surrendering bad habits. And they're right. They have enormous audiences because they don't require you to do anything. So guess who wins that? You don't have it. You can eat anything you want diet. Hey, I'll sign up for that. Eat as much as you want. Have a loaf of bread. Have 20 loaves of bread. So what I decided at that point was that I was going to take a completely different approach. I was going to look at what actually happens in a person's day-to-day life that can impact their health. And what I began to observe, and the feedback I got from all these people over the years was they were living out of balance. Okay, what do I mean? Balance is not, as we might assume, to take, all right, the best that's happened to us in our life, the most remarkable positive moments, the passion, the joy, the excitement, and then balance that with the worst that's happened, the tragedies, the crisis, the dramas, the pain of rejection or disappointment or betrayal, and then somehow you balance these. That's the current notion of balance, and hence it doesn't work ever for anyone. Balance is the best you've ever been in your life versus the best you should be in your life. Whole different notion. You're not going to see it anywhere. And unfortunately, people caught into the New Age spiritual movement, which is, in my opinion, completely bogus. There's no spirituality. There's a lot of money, a lot of careers made, but you listen to the information. All you have to do is meditate and put your desires out, and the energy goes out, and then everything comes back, and you're rewarded. Buy my book. It's on page 27. How to get anything you want by thoughts. And then you buy the book, you go to page 27, and you follow the advice, nothing comes back, except the credit card payment for the book. And you see these people on these clown shows where people don't know a damn thing about life. Nothing better than having someone who's morbidly obese virtue shame someone who is trying to get healthy. As an example, and they're not an example of anything except I'm agree, greed, insecurity, and narcissism. So imagine you begin to trust people who have not shown you that they deserve to be trusted. So where's your standard of identifying balance? How can you take anyone's advice for anything unless by example they show you and prove to you, you can trust me because here's what I've done. Okay, you work for a corporation, fine. What does that corporation make? If it makes pesticides that are toxic and cause cancer, don't virtue lecture me about how we should be concerned about the environment when you're not. So balance is not taking someone who has power or fame or celebrity. And you've all seen the commercials, right? You've seen the commercials of celebrities, but we want to believe it because it's a shortcut, which means that there's no rebalancing our life to have health. All we have to do is, like those people in 1972, sit there and take notes from people who are not qualified, have no experience in getting anyone healthy, and they're all unhealthy. The speakers are all unhealthy. The audience is unhealthy. What could possibly go wrong? And yet the people I'm working with, these young people, they're vitalists. Vitalism. Voltaire was a vitalist. Montaigne was a vitalist. Maimonides was a vitalist. Some of the greatest people in the world were vitalists. They meant that you bring in that which revitalizes you and energizes you. Being close to nature, being around people that laugh, having joy in your life, waking up with the curiosity to see what this day brings yesterday did not. Being able to explore, open up your mind and say, what can I do to clear away the cobwebs, get out of my straitjacket that I put myself in, and then call myself a victim, and actually feel the exuberance of being free to do things. But what if? What if what? What if someone doesn't like what you're doing? What if someone thinks you're in the wrong career, the wrong relationship, living in the wrong place, spending money in the wrong way, having the wrong friends? What if you're not taking care of yourself? That's their business. That's not your business. Your business is decide for yourself, what do I need to do before I begin this journey so I prepare myself and have the tools so I won't be as likely to stop, feel rejected, feel a failure, and then go right back to what I was doing. Oh boy, this room's palpable with anger. But so is everyone at home. Everyone everywhere is bursting with rage, but they have to control it based upon the circumstances of their work and family and expectations. And then it eats them alive. Do you ever think maybe that's why you're sick? Well, that can't be. Because I do meditation and yeah, that's not balance. Balance starts when you control your perceptions. If you have a perception of yourself that you can't change, you won't. Or you're incomplete. How can I do it? I've never done it. I don't have the tools. No matter how many questions I ask and how many times you answer, I'm still going to have another 1,000 questions because no question will ever be enough to make me feel confident about the answer in my own life. Yourself by your fears, artificial fears. One door is fear. This one's insecurity. That one's shame. And behind you is guilt. Well, exactly how are you supposed to get out of this dynamic of where you're living if every door you open, you're confronted with mythical, non-existent, all in your mind, limits? And feeling angry, grumpy, judgmental, pissed off at the world in the process. Feeling like somehow they've been made a victim of themselves, more often than not. They don't organize, they don't become proactive, and part of that is epigenetic because we've had previous generations that did take care of themselves. Every senior citizen when I was growing up took care of themselves. They prided themselves in what they could do at an advanced age. They never sought the solace of kind hearts and friendly gestures of that, well, we're sorry that you're this old, but, don't exercise, take it easy, don't stress yourself. You don't have to do anything. You worked, for 30 years, 25 years, whatever it is. Now it's your time. No, I didn't know a single person growing up that said that they had a right to stop being vivacious and creative and dynamic when they were living. And then when they retired, they never retired. You retire and you die. It comes pretty quickly. And science shows that. You have to have passion in order to have a life. Otherwise, you're walking around emotionally zombified. You sequester yourself in a limited environment, and then you protect yourself by your fears, artificial fears. One door is fear. This one's insecurity. That one's shame, and behind you is guilt. Well, exactly how are you supposed to get out of this dynamic of where you're living if every door you open, you're confronted with mythical, non-existent, all in your mind, limits? we are very susceptible to other people's ideas of what we can and can't do. I'll give you an example. There was a study of a bunch of students getting burned with a little soldering iron on the arm to test a miracle healing cream. And sure enough, all the students come in, they filmed it, and they got their little burn, put the cream on, and like that, pain went away, and wow, the burn went away. Miracle cream. These were high-level students, and then they showed them the film. At the moment they were getting the burn, it wasn't a soldering iron, it was a piece of ice. And then, so they saw they were burned, there was an actual burn, they manifested themselves. Then a placebo, a dummy cream was put on, and it was cured. They both created the burn and the treatment. That's how powerful perception is. It's extremely powerful. So you better understand that, because when you can change your perception, you can change the outcome. So if you feel you can't say something, can't do something, can't control something, then your mindset is in resistant position, and that can actually turn off the healing DNA. This is a phenomenon we've seen. Resistance and fear, anger and rage can actually alter your brain and your gut biome and your immune system. So everything that you think that you are self-righteously indignant about, you're killing yourself, fool. You're the dumb one. So be angry at the world. Be pissed off at everything. Be defiant. Be resistant. And you're the one who's going to die faster than anyone else. What are you going to do then when you're on your deathbed? Maybe I shouldn't have had this attitude. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't have. But think of how many people in our society have a really bad attitude. You want to be around those people? Hands up, where you actually actively like to be around people with a pissed off attitude. Let me see your hands. No, be honest. No hands. How many of you at home? How many of you say, oh, what a day. I want to be around some rageful people, self-righteous people. I want to be around people who are so perfectionistic in their emotions, they're willing to judge the whole world and everyone else. I don't think so. That is not it. That is not allowing us to express our love, our joy, our happiness, positive intent. So no. And those are the people who will be alone because nobody wants to join their energy. So everything is based upon energy. So your journey has to be, what is your energy today? Because the energy you start a journey with is what you take into your journey. And if you take the wrong energy into your journey, you're going to end up hitting a brick wall and it's over. Your eye is at the exit and you're split and right back and speed it up because part of you gives up and you surrender because, oh, I tried, it didn't work. What can I say? What can I say? And then you become a victim of yourself. That's how powerful the mind is. And the whole field of epigenetic with thousands of studies proves that. Attitude is what imbalances you. So if you can't change your attitude, I don't care what else you do. Take every vitamin in the world. It will be meaningless. You will not succeed. Take a look at what you've done in your life. Does it work for you? Are you happy and healthy? Are you fit? Are you detoxed? Are you de-aging? Are you repairing your DNA? Are you overcoming disease? No, you're not. Or you wouldn't be here if that was the case. So then the point is, if you're going to learn about changing anything in your life that doesn't work, you have to rebalance your life. I'll give you an example. Let's just say you ask the average person, do you want to be sick? Do you wake up in the morning and say, I wished I had more pain in my joints and hips? Guys, do you wake up saying, oh God, I don't ever want again get an erection? Is that what you want? Or you wake up saying, I hope I get abused by everyone on the subway today. No, I don't think that's what you want, right? But then look how you live your life by not establishing standards to other people of what it's going to take for them to be in your life and for you to respect them in your life. What standards do you have, and how tolerant are you of those who break those standards because they have some familiarity? And the worst people to ever breach the standards of your and sanctity of your being are the people in your family, because they don't see you as being either unique or special. And so therefore, whatever they want to say, they're unfiltered. They just say it without any thought of the repercussions of how you're going to absorb that word. Without understanding, words can be weapons. You can weaponize a vernacular. But think what people say when they want to hurt you. They select their words carefully and repeatedly, just like a machine gun. Boom, 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 boom. Both the words and the energy they project are intentional. And what do? I'm a martyr, hurt me. I can take it. I'm a better person because I suffer. No, you're a dumber person because you suffer. And we have a nation of people who have taken on the political identity that they are somehow an emotional prisoner within the domains of their own existence. So where's their sanctuary? Where's their happy space? Where's their revitalization area? Where can they go? Who can they be with who shares a positive energy? Well, you better look carefully there, because that's a part of the perception you better change of who should be in your life. When on New Year's Day, every year, I do the same thing with the people in my life at all levels. I'll call them and say, I'm going through a crisis right now. Just wondered, can I count upon you to help me? Those who pause, I will never speak to again. I block them, don't argue with them. Those who say, of course, how can I help you? Then I know I got a true friend. How many times have you thought someone should help you because of your familiarity, what you've shared, and they don't? Right? Then they make excuses. In life, you either do the right job or you make excuses for not. And we're a country, instead of looking what skills it take to do the right job, which our parents and grandparents did without excuses, under terrible conditions and hardships, we make excuses for everything. As if as long as I say, sorry, that washes it. It doesn't. Sorries don't count. And I think as a society, we better start getting used to the idea of when you let someone know, if you screw with me, you will not have a second chance. Is that fair or not? Of course you're confused, right? Because how many times in your life have you been screwed over, abused, neglected, lied to, manipulated, and you gave them another chance? Hands of people who've been used, abused, and gave people the next chance to do it. Everyone in the room, and probably all of you at home, unless you're a liar. In my life, it's relatively simple. If you're my friend and you betray me, you're not my friend. If you lie to me, I don't want you in my life. You get one chance. That's it. I don't want to hear your excuse of why you chose intentionally and with malice aforethought chose to abuse the trust I'd given you. Now, does that seem harsh? Oh, that's radically harsh in a country that is willing to allow themselves to sleep on a bed of nails while whoever's abusing him is standing on their back, jumping up and down. And you, fool, you're acting like, oh, okay, all right, I'll develop cancer because of the stress I'm under, but I don't want to cause a confrontation because maybe there's a God person in that person there who's abusing me, and maybe they'll look at me as an angel and they'll redeem my life through my suffering and them saying, I suffer, therefore I am. Are you getting this? Is this sinking in at all? You understanding what I'm saying? You can't be in balance if balance means being abused, being neglected, being lied to, being used, being manipulated by people you trusted. Then where is the balance? Balance is when you have people in your life that respect you and honor you and show by example and deed and emotion that they deserve to be in your life. And you, in turn, show that you deserve to be in their lives by the positive energy you share. You can have differences of opinion. You can have different issues that you come to in different ways. You can have different realities. But as long as you respect the other person, then they must respect the fact that you can share things and still maintain your autonomy. You don't become absorbed into the life of other people. And how often in our society do you lose your balance as a human being because one day you wake up and you don't know who you are? You're working a job that is not in your best interest because you live in a place that you shouldn't live. You know, someone just told me today, I need a raise. I need $50 an hour raise. Why? I live in New York City. Well, move. Occam's razor, 14th century theologian and philosopher, cut through all the nonsense, and then you see the answer. It's almost always the simplest answer. Don't get involved in the convolution of every people's triangulated excuses. Well, if you knew where I grew up, if you knew my family, if you knew my tradition, everybody believes that I'm a part of it. I got to believe like they believe. We all believe the same thing. We're all dysfunctional. We're all terrible. But none of us will acknowledge anything because we suffer. But we know we're not doing right, but we have to continue doing not right because who am I to tell all these other people that they're not right? These are my brothers and sisters and aunts and uncles and people. And we have a collective mindset. We don't trust the individual mindset. You know, yeah. That's very common in our world. You have no idea how conditioned people are against their own freedom. Try to go to different cultures in the world and say, how free are you? And they've accepted that their freedom is what a man has said they're free to do. Well, then in my opinion, they're not free. If I said that to them, they'd take out a knife and try to stab me, kill me, because I'm a heretic. Do you know that? Do you realize that? You cannot impose your beliefs and your reality upon someone else because they've codified theirs. They've managed to maladapt, and maladaptation immediately imbalances you. How many times have you had people in your family or at work who are obnoxious, you know, who are crude or rude or vulgar? And you all simply say, oh, that's the way she is. I mean, you know, she comes in every morning and complains about everything, and he comes in and you know, he's a complainer too, and we just tune it out. Why? Why? Why are you tuning out something without confronting it? Well, we don't want the hassle. Well, if my peace of mind and my level of stress and my quality to work is based upon having to tolerate someone who is not doing the job, I'd rather work someplace else. I remember once when I was a teenager, and I got a summer job at the State Road in West Virginia, and the job was painting, you know, state buildings. So I go there and I got my bib overalls on, you know, that I wear on the farm, and I I went and got the paint buckets and the brushes, got the ladder, got up on the building. I'm painting, all right. And then the guy comes over to me about 15 minutes later, says, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm painting." Why? Well, because I was told that the job was for painting. He said, "Get down." Okay, so I got down. He said, "Let me explain something. Look around you. Do you see any of these guys working?" No. He said, "You get it there and work. Someone's going to beat your ass. All right? We'll put a little bit of work in, and we'll make this job last another month. You got 8 guys to paint a side of a building, which would take about 3 hours? Yeah. That's what we do. Don't come in here and do anything that draws attention to yourself." So that night I went to my father and I said, I'm confused. I don't understand this. And he said, well, the reality is a lot of people who work for state jobs or city jobs, they can't be held accountable. They can't be fired unless they do something really egregious. And everybody kind of goes along with it, just like the corruption in city politics. Everybody goes along with it. Nobody challenges anything in a small town because the people who are the most powerful in the town have control over the perception everybody has of you. So as long as you don't stand out, you'll be okay. I said, but Dad, I don't want to be living by everyone else's standards. He said, well, that's what this town's about. Now, when I went to graduate on graduation night, I was coming home, and it wasn't that late, it was about midnight, and I'd gone to some parties, and I was the only person there who was walking around looking at everybody's face, just kind of looking. So one guy came up to me, Tim Sworn, he said, "What are you looking at, Gary?" I said, "Because the probability is you and I are not going to see each other for a long time, maybe at a reunion, but oh no, we're all going to college together." Well, it wasn't true. And a lot of guys were not going to go to college, and you would never see them again because they went from being a teenager and told they could do anything and everything was possible to suddenly grow up, now it's time to help, go to work. But again, the illusion was you can do anything, be anything until you hit the real world. Now think if that happened to me back then, what's happening to kids getting out of college, majoring in, French literature, and there's no job in the world for them, not even in France. And now they're home in their mother's basement where she's out working and they're watching porn and they're unaware of the consequences of not being proactive and having a positive disposition. Go do anything to earn some work. No, I'll wait. You're going to wait a long time because you got automation, you got robotics, you got artificial intelligence, and transhumanism all coming into being right now, and they're going to replace 70% of all American jobs. And what are you going to do then? When your mom doesn't have a job, and you don't have a job, and you're not motivated to go get a job. 55% of all graduates now are unemployed or not employed in anything they were taught because nobody wanted to face, if you're going to go into education, what will give you a job likely when you're out? Select one of them. A plumber, electrician, a mason, a glazier, a fine draftsman. Those are jobs that are out there and will continue to be out there. Engineering, medicine, nursing, yeah. Everything else, not so much. And so they run up debt and someone has to pay for it, and it's the mother or grandmother. But as long as it's not them, they don't care because they don't have the ambitions. There's no balance there. Now they get depressed. They don't really have friends. They have 3,000 friends, on their Facebook, but they have no friends. They have no understanding of history, culture, ethics, manners, civics, geography, cultures, and yet they have the whole world on Google, but they have nothing in person. Well, that's a one-dimensional way of looking at life. No balance. So before you can have balance, you have to understand who are you? What are your values? How much of your values are conditioned upon other people's expectations of you? Has everyone told you what you should do and thought for you, and you simply accepted that line of energy and you carried it forward? So therefore you're doing something because you don't want to disappoint the people in your life that you looked up to, and they don't want to have you disappoint them because they invested so much of their time and energy in you. So one day you've mastered your life, career. You're successful, you're financially stable, and you're empty. I call it the big empty. And that's most of the people I've met, because even though they mastered and worked hard at something, it wasn't what they should have. It wasn't their journey. It wasn't their path. It's what their society, their family, and others dictated would be most appropriate, and they followed along. And when you do that, you will succeed at a career and you will fail as a human being. And then the failure shows that the imbalance is so great, you begin to maledict yourself. You begin to never finish anything. You begin to over-collect things. You begin to bring the wrong people into your life, because this morbid thing that I realized is almost everyone that I counsel who has a problem is out trying to save other people who are even worse than them. And so I asked why, and I started to question about your relationships and where you spend your time and who you give to and who you help. The vast majority of these people were trying to redeem the unredeemable. But no one ever tries to help those people who are helping themselves. Now think of that for a moment. We're a society that will bend over backwards to protect the interest of one group that more often than not has self-inflicted a wound upon themselves, as if somehow by doing that, we're a better person. Therefore, we suffer and sacrifice for another person who is suffering, and therefore we're a better person. This is the silent game we play with ourselves. But then look at the people who are really trying everything positive, do the right thing, and are actually doing the right thing, no energy at all. The people who are interested in health, we consider them health nuts and quacks. The doctors trying to really heal and healing people, nut jobs and quacks. The scientists looking at more ways to prevent a disease without a biological model, meaning they're looking at lifestyle, nut jobs, even Nobel Prize winners. So the very people who are opening up a way of rebalancing our imbalances are the ones who are attacked. Stop spending, the economist says. Don't buy what you can't afford, our parents and grandparents says. Repurpose things so we don't just become an obsolescent society and throw it away. And they're considered anti-capitalist and not to be trusted. They probably are Marxists or communists or socialists, certainly. So we tag a moniker of what we want to disempower. So anyone who has the truth is now excluded from all forums and discussions. And those who promote inequality, greed, live off suffering of others, use pandemics as a way to get an advantage, use collapse of society to wash away all their sins of omission and commission and how they didn't know a damn thing about the economy, and suddenly they're all reinfused with capital, where if you and I make mistakes in the business, we're out of business. And then you have to say, well, where's the balance in the economics of our system that I'm a part of, where you say, we don't want socialism. Okay, that means you don't want public education, you don't want a fire department that will come to your house and put out a fire unless you pay for special fire insurance. You don't want the Coast Guard. You don't want the police. You don't want any of the services that we receive that are shared with those people who cannot always afford things for themselves. You don't want to see any of that. What kind of nonsense? That's imbalancing us. A high-protein diet imbalances us. Eating genetically modified foods poisoned with glyphosate imbalances us. Drinking polluted water imbalances us. Watching reality television imbalances us. Wasting time surfing the internet imbalances us. And yet we think that's normal. So we've normalized imbalance. We've normalized dysfunction. We have actually honored supporting dysfunction. So all of our economists, except a few exceptions, our higher education people, are living out of balance. The institutions have betrayed us. So now a person wakes up, and unless you're a very strong-willed person who can define your life by what you see as important, and you define what your life should be, you're already out of balance because you've connected with the energy, the devitalizing energy, the manipulative energy, the usurious energy of every institution that sees nothing of value in you except you're a commodity. When you're healthy, you're a commodity. When you're sick, you're a better commodity. And when you get old, you're a super commodity. All the while, Medicare or Medicaid, people are making money from that. The medical industrial complex, $3.5 trillion a year. But what if you were well? What if you said, no, I'm going to pass up all the pizzas, hamburgers, hot dogs, french fries, the colas, the alcohol. I don't need any of that in my body because it would imbalance. So now you start eating and drinking right, juices and healthy foods and the right nutrients. Now, what was out of balance is back in balance. Then you work in trying to take it to a higher level. Right? Now you have energy you didn't have. You have muscles you didn't have. You have endurance and stamina and strength you didn't have. You go from walking 1 mile in 22 minutes and 12 seconds, as one of the people in our last study did. On the 60th day, I was there, I timed her. She did 26.3 miles, and her last mile was 12:02, race walking. Had she been in a race, state race, she won gold medal in her age group in race walking. That's a fast mile, 12:02 for 70. How did she get from not walking a mile and having a belly to having muscles, ripped muscles, healthy and dynamic, energy galore? Because she no longer accepted anything that would create imbalance in her mindset. And it's your mindset that determines whether or not you're going to be healed or grow, not the protocols you have. The protocols are secondary. You have to have a foundation upon which to build protocols. If you don't have a foundation, then everything in the world's not going to work for you. And you just keep going down, 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 down. But I take my vitamins and I take this and I do it. Doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. You will die. And you'll be sick along the way. And you will refuse to change. Because the conditioned mind, the epigenetic mind, has control. You have to go through deep meditation and reflection and introspection and journaling till you have control over your authentic self, and you have to create a whole new story for the authentic self. That means you must surrender the highly repetitive story of woe. And that's the story people share. All they do every single meeting ad nauseum, if you could live 300 years, they would be every week there saying, oh, you have no idea. Oh, you have no idea. Oh, really? Oh, did it hurt again? Yes. What kind of person, except wanting enabling to appreciate their story, continues to stay in that mindset? Someone who has no intention of changing. They have already over-identified with the gross imbalance, not of just a maladaptive, but a completely surrendered self. They have gone way down, and they don't intend to get up because their identity comes from who knows their story. Oh, you know, Bob, well, I know everything about Bob. Bob comes every week and he tells every single thing in his story. Nothing changes, and Bob's not going to change, but we all know Bob's story. Well, what if you stop telling your story of woe? And I don't allow people to tell me their story. Now, some of you know me for a long time. Have I ever asked you anything about your background? Never. I don't. Because that is the game that you play. Let's pull them in so we can tell them how we suffer and how we've been abused. Now, how's that supposed to rebalance you? That's all coming from the defensive epigenetic mind. I want to hear what you want to do when you're walking out of this self-imposed prison and you got freedom. Are you going to turn around and go back in? It's too dangerous out there. I'm afraid. Afraid of what? I don't know, but in here I can control myself in the confines of this space, but out there, I don't have any of the tools or support system. I'd rather stay back here and be resistant to everything. So we play it safe. We go for comfort. Comfort imbalances you. Fear imbalances you. Anger imbalances you. Greed imbalances you. Insecurity imbalances you. Maladaptive relationships and work environment imbalance you. Hostile family environments imbalance you. So how many of those have you embraced? Because that's what you become. That's your energy. Do you understand that? You become the energy that you allow yourself to be associated with. But then we have to make excuses. We then start to apologize for the people who should never have been in our lives, the work we should never have done, the things we should not have done. We now have to make an excuse for it. So we make excuses. And hence, what's going to change when you've already made an excuse for all your weaknesses? The weakness is not going to leave, your perception's not going to leave, and hence your reality won't leave. And that's why those people who came wanting to do a marathon, 80% of them never did a marathon because their perception was, I can't do this. I will fail. They're judging themselves in the moment instead of looking at what they want to do forward and have no judgment but have results. Because in life, you're either going to get results or you're going to have excuses of why you didn't. Now, to have good results, you have to have as your foundation 5 principles to rebalance yourself. And these are all rebalancing. These are the buoys that will bring you up so you're not drowning. And have no judgment, but have results. Because in life, you're either going to get results or you're going to have excuses of why you didn't. Now, to have good results, you have to have as your foundation 5 principles to rebalance yourself. And these are all rebalancing. These are the buoys that will bring you up so you're not drowning. You have to have the right support system. You have to be in the right place at the right time with the right ideas, new ideas, not old. Do you understand that? So when people say, I can't change, who can change? Nobody can change. I blah, blah, blah. Then you've just written your obituary because you're not making any decision from fear, guilt, shame, insecurity. You're making positive choices by realizing cause and effect. So if I give up negative thoughts, if I give up fear, that immediately allows me to have the energy of exuberance. I can go out and do things that I wouldn't have thought of doing before, been fearful of doing. If I look at my body in the mirror saying, that's not my body today, that's the accumulation of every bad choice I've made up to this point. What body do I want? Now, in the mirror, visualize the body you want. Now here's where photoshopping actually works. Have someone Photoshop the body you would like to have. Yeah. And every day you look at that body and say, today I'm going to do something to bring me closer to that. And then have a list of how you want to rebalance your brain by becoming more intellectually curious and starting to read things that challenge you, by listening to speakers, wise speakers who can give insights. And even if one of the insights out of 20 work, it's a key that unlocks. Remember, the only thing that people like myself who are motivating people can really be effective at is we put the key in the door. You have to open it. If you choose not to open, if you resist for, oh, I'm not sure. No, too fast. It's got to go slow. Everything's got to go slow. I can't handle it. I can't handle it. It's all an illusion. It's bullshit. It's all game that you're playing, but you've mastered the game of resistance. So be smiling when death looks you in the face because that's what you've called out. Do you understand that? So when people say, I can't change, who can change? Nobody can change. I blah, blah, blah. Then you've just written your obituary. I chose not to change. I'm afraid of change. I'm afraid of what would happen. I'm overly conditioned. I'm a culture. I'm a person. I'm a family. I'm a friend. I'm a teacher. Influenced person. I don't know who I am. I don't know who I am. There's no me there. There's composites of everyone else's needs for me that I became, but I'm not. I have no idea who I am. Okay, that's fine. That's a place to begin. Be honest. How can you change if you're not honest about what you need to change? Don't be afraid to acknowledge your weaknesses, because it's only when we're honest about our insecurities or our limitations, or the dark side, if you want to call it that, of our being, that we can let it go. Now, in different cultures, they'll have shamans. In Native American culture, they'll have a teepee and a sweat lodge and the talking sticks. And we used to do it all the time down in my other ranch, Healing Springs Ranch, with Choctaw Indians who were there. And people had cathartic experiences when they were crying uncontrollably after they wrote out letters of apology for things they had said or done to people, and then during this whole prayer ceremony, you burn them. They felt free. We have to free ourselves from the constraints, self-imposed constraints, or societal constraints, or circumstance constraints that we've been living through. You know, when we talk about glass ceilings, you show me a glass ceiling, I'll show you someone who's broken it. Now, if they broke it, why can't anyone else break it? You can, but we like to use collective excuses for people who haven't done it and forget the people who have, right? It's like, no woman running for president. Excuse me, there were a lot of women running for president. We just didn't like them. We,
right?
my generation of baby boomers, have made. We're responsible for everything that's wrong in America today. We got to own that. The me generation, the selfish generation, buy everything, eat everything, do everything, then become a helicopter parent and a parent from hell when you're finally successful and ruin your kids, destroy your kids, and then blame someone else, for this mess. No, we created Wall Street. We created, the massive medical industrial complex, the military industrial complex. Everything that's wrong in America, we, my generation, we created. Yet when do you hear anybody taking responsibility for that? How are you supposed to change what you cannot acknowledge? So where your journey's starting, if you can't be honest about where you're starting, the journey you're going to take is going to lead you nowhere. It's going to be circular, right back to where you came from. Because the journey is based upon fear and conditioning, and it comes right back. And your subconscious say, good for you. You're back home again. Right? Am I right or wrong? You have to start a journey by being confident that what you're about to do, the changes you're about to make, are going to be rebalancing yourself by bringing up ethics and honesty and morality and character and care and empathy. So you will care about other people, not just yourself. You'll care about a society, not just your own domicile. You'll care about the hungry children and the homeless children. You'll care about the wars around the country that we, our taxpayers, support, and our politicians from both parties and both type of presidents gleefully enjoy. And they get kickbacks in the form of $1 million lectures and $60 million book deals and stupid things that we refuse to acknowledge that they're just a form of payoff. So until we can say, I can't talk for anyone else, and I don't care about anyone else, I'm caring about me getting myself into a better place, a healthier place, then you begin your journey. Then you're ready. But you can't begin a journey if you don't have those 5 basics in place. You'll go nowhere. Now, you were at John there from California, you were at the last anti-aging group, right?
Yes.
Okay. Come up here for a moment, John, please. You can take your mask off. Everyone is in a quarantine here. We're all healthy. No coronavirus anywhere. Some people have been tested, nothing. It's just excessive caution, and I believe in that. Wearing gloves, alcoholing all surfaces, not being close to people. Now, John's been here for more than 2 weeks. John, who were the people most likely and did benefit, and we saw it in their blood chemistry, we saw it in their attitude, we saw it in their body. Who were the people that succeeded?
The ones that changed their conditioned behavior.
And who were the ones who failed?
The ones who didn't. The ones who didn't want to participate, who didn't want to do the work, who wanted to have the work done for them. The ones who just didn't care for the greater good of the community that we had built.
Okay. It was 60 days plus a follow-up at home in your own home. Each person's home for 30. We did blood chemistries before and after with objective markers selected by the world's leading anti-aging scientists from a major world anti-aging group of scientists, 56,000 scientists. They told us, here's the blood chemistries, here's the exercises, here's the Hamilton Depression Scale, here's all that you have to do. Then we had to support everything we did with at least minimum of 5 peer-reviewed studies. So if we said you're going to have some spinach in your juice today, I had to have 5 studies on spinach. If you're going to have blueberries, I had 5 studies on blueberries. We ended up with over 3,000 studies to support just what they were eating and taking, not including all the studies on meditation and yoga and exercise and power walking and de-stressing. So we had thousands of studies. So the science was there to show if you did it, it would benefit. Now go back to my earlier statement. 500 people, overweight, morbidly obese. And they all are given phenomenal scientifically based information proven to help people, but only the group that did none of the above but changed their disposition benefited, and tremendously benefited, right? Same thing. So everyone was on the same identical protocol. No one had a different protocol. And yet, one group, the larger group, benefited because when you're supposed to be asleep at night, you were. Another group wanted to go and, chat and, talk, and we could hear people yelling at home, from people at home. So they were bringing that stress in. Well, look, you're here. Don't bring the stress from where you were into this environment. What good does it do you to go do meditation and go do yoga and then get a call from home and suddenly you're all tight and tense again? How smart is that? Well, I've got to... No, you don't. You have no responsibility right now except for yourself to keep yourself on a protocol that could change your life, could change the outcome of your health and your age. And what kind of selfish people in your life would not grant you that time to do it? So if you think you're going to benefit by being on the phone every hour with someone who's unhappy about something, who's got a crisis about something, then why are you here? You're going to be one of the ones, right, who don't benefit. You saw it. You saw the people who were walking around always on the phone, and then you come back and you see their body was tense. No. And John is an example of someone who stuck with it and did it. Now he's come back to be on an advanced protocol, which would be very interesting. It's a different protocol. It's very quiet, in silence. It's very meditative, lots of journaling, 3 hours a day, every day, out in the sun or with nature. And in the moment of self, contemplating how to bring everything up to the best it can be in their life. That's balance. The best that you have ever been and the best that you ideally could be. That's balance. Nothing that is negative or toxic should be in that equation. Because then you're empowering the negative, and the power of negative is so strong, it'll bring that right back down again. So even though you may have desires for something, maybe you're doing something, well, I'm taking some vitamin C, okay, and exactly how that's going to help you when at the same time you're creating massive free radicals from the stress. And your gut biome is affected. And everything's affected. Your nervous system's affected when you're under chronic stress. So you can't be in a de-stressing, beautiful, serene, healthy, clean environment, but bring your stress mindset, your arrogant attitude, your self-righteous indignation in there and expect anything good to happen. It's not going to, okay? Well, that then brings us to the end of this particular talk. Thank you very much, John. But I want people to see a real person. And John, I'm going to mention this because you've mentioned it, unless you have a reason I shouldn't, about lifetime depression. Yes. Gone. Yes. Gone. How's that possible? Well, it is possible because he changed his perception and he changed his reality. So when I say you got to change your perception if you want to change your reality, then you got to know, where am I starting? What tools do I need? What is my incompleteness and how can I eliminate my incompleteness? What do I need to be complete to start the journey? This is just the beginning of the journey for anyone at home. I want to see everyone healthy and happy, people with no disease. I want to see people smiling and laughing up to the last breath in their life. I want to see people surrounded by people that love them for who they are. I want to see people not seeking love because they manifest their own love. I want to see people who enjoy quiet time as historically people did, instead of feeling that every quiet moment is another moment to be immersed in loneliness. I want to see people breaking these cultural norms, the identity politics, the superficial understanding of human nature. We have an app for everything today, and it's ridiculous. We're human beings. We're vitalists. We have an energy we can exchange, a smile, a mother's joy and kiss and cooing. That's an exchange of energy. Holding hands with a loved one, that's an exchange of energy. Petting your dog and cat or bird, that's an exchange of energy. Those are all positive. Now you just have to ask yourself, how can I make that around my whole life? And that's what you'll be working on. You're the architect, not me. I will never tell you what to believe. I will never tell you what to think. I don't do that. I will never take responsibility for your choices. You have to do that, because if you only listen to what I did my advice, well, then you're just an extension of me. I want you to be a whole you, not an extension of anyone else. Is that reasonable? And for some people that have never been independent, that's a challenge. But it's a challenge that we're here to be a support team to help you deal with. Thank you all for listening. Calls from anyone who has questions about anything that you've heard in this 6-hour presentation. It's been a long day, 6 hours, but I believe that this is what you needed to begin your journey. And the reason I kept this Rebalance Your Life in here is because all the best laid plans will go awry if you do not have confidence in yourself. You have to feel empowered. You have to feel you can do something. You have to feel it's the right time. What time will be the right time? When some cataclysmic event happens? When will we decide it is time for us to move? You see, we've had the wrong idea about aging. We feel at a certain age we can slow down. It's not our responsibility. What's going on in the world is someone else's responsibility. And it's not. It's our responsibility. Do you really want to turn over the reins of our country, the social responsibilities, the moral responsibilities, the political responsibilities, the financial responsibilities to a bunch of uneducated, screaming kids, the most spoiled brats in American history who have no responsibility, no sense of civics, no sense of etiquette, manners, morals, character? No. As bad as it is, and it's really bad right now, will descend into anarchy within 3 months if we continue down this road. We're really, really about to let it rip in the United States, and that's unfortunate. For all of us who believe in nonviolent protest and change comes through doing the right thing with the right people, there's some leaders who are highly politicized and weaponized the movements that we have. And we have to take back the power to make our decisions. We can't change the world. We can change how we want to perceive it. We can change where we're going to be. So we won't be eating genetically engineered food. You won't be living around 5G. You won't be allowing your child to be mandatorily vaccinated unless you want that. You won't be on congested streets where there's mean streets where people are afraid to look at you. People are afraid to be near you, afraid that you're a contagion. We won't be walking by hundreds of stores every mile and every block in New York City. They're boarded up as if it's become a ghost town. We're not going to look up into empty apartments from the very rich and affluent who don't care about the rest of us, never do anything for anyone else but everything for themselves. No, we're not going to be that. We're going to be in a different place with a different mindset, a different group of ideals, and we're going to organize and we're going to do it. All right? But you can only do it if you believe you can do it. If you don't believe you can do it, you won't do it. But I believe in you. Do you believe in you? So there's lots of empowerment that we have to act on. But if you don't act on that, then what are you doing as far as understanding your own gifts? And how can you give a gift if you're not understanding that you are the gift within you? I wouldn't be doing all that I've done for 53 years if I only believed in the materialist approach to life, an existential approach to life. But I believe in a spiritual approach to life, where everyone is sacred until they choose not to be. And therefore, there's no question about equality or inclusivity. It is simply accepted. So let's include ourselves in a movement back to the land where things are pure and honest and real, where the people are progressive and decent. So for many of you, hopefully you'll use this material, take your time, and do your homework. And then, for some of you, I'll see you in the fall. I'll see you either at the health retreat, which is in Texas, or the anti-aging 2-week retreat, which is in Texas. They're both at the same place, the Villa. And that'll be the beginning of a whole new journey for many of you. All right? And you can call Luann. You have her phone number if you didn't write it down. I'll give it to you again, and you have her email address, and you can get a copy of today's program so you'll have missed nothing. And you'll see the film, you'll see the other film, and you'll get all the notes. So you're going to get all the lecture notes. Luann's number is 903-881-7008, 903-881-7008. My pleasure to help be here today to guide in this, I believe, what will be beginning a new catharsis, a new chapter in your life. Thank you all for listening, and thank Glenn for being there all day, and everyone have a nice day.